In the pouring rain, Jiang Vathan stood before the tombstone, heart full of bitterness. I waited 5 long years, and now I am finally back. Suddenly, a subordinate dashed through the rain. Sir, Basithan stood still and asked, any updates on the investigation? The subordinate reported everything uncovered. The top leaders of Quanghai Corporation have changed. Those from back then are now missing. Hearing this, Basi then ground his teeth. Furious? Keep investigating. Now that I am back, the ones who killed my father will pay. Standing before his father, he and Jiang Vin Den's grave. His pent-up emotions overflowed. The subordinate hesitated, unsure whether to report more. Sir, one more thing. Wong left you her phone number, so you can stay in touch anytime. She will pick you up soon. Holding Vei, Taika's business card. Memories from last year flooded Biko Thun's mind. That day, the doctor had urgently told him his father's heart condition could not be delayed any longer. If he did not pay the 200,000 surgery fee, his father would not survive. Basi then was powerless then, no money to spare. So he rushed to his grandfather's house to borrow the fee. But as soon as he reached the gate, Jiang Then Min blocked him. All his grandfather's assets had been seized by this uncle. He immediately ordered his guards to use electric batons on Bc Thun and chased him away like a dog, with no other choice. Basi then sought help from his girlfriend, Jiang Hinvin. Yet Jiang Hinvin had long betrayed him. She pulled out a card, severing ties with Betsy Then. He endured humiliation to bring money and save his dad. But in the end, his father did not make it. Right before his father's tombstone, Vathan was beaten savagely by strangers. Your father got involved with a woman he should not have. And you are the bastard child from that. He deserves to die. And so do you. Hearing this, Buxi then realized these people were the root of all his misfortunes. They threw him into the sea as fish bait. In those final moments sinking into the dark ocean, only 4 words filled his mind. Quanghai Corporation. 5 years passed. Back in the present. Seeing the commander still lost in thought, his subordinate spoke up to wake him. No one knew how long it had been. The rain had finally stopped. Bisi then coldly ordered, call her. I will meet her soon. The subordinate wondered aloud. Sir, forgive me, but now that you are a big shot, why return to live as a guest in the Wiedering household? Basthen's eyes turned icy. I have to. Back then, I survived the catastrophe saved by the general, and my uncle, out of guilt, promised to marry me to Tite Vi's eldest daughter. This is fate. I need a low-profile identity and to crush every enemy, every opportunist, and every bystander who turned their backs on me back then. Bessie then turned and walked away coldly, beginning his path of revenge. Elsewhere, on the way, Assistant Heathen could not help but ask Vethan Tite Vi. Sis Tite Vi, why are you personally picking up that Jiang B Busithen? The meeting with General Tron about the investment is soon. We can be late. Tite Vi explained her father told her to come, urging the assistant to hurry and handle business. Heathen sighed. I do not get it. The uncle clearly called off the engagement with the second miss. Yet you are marrying that loser as compensation. Now it is great the second miss becomes the Jiang family's top lady. So happy. And all thanks to you. Tite Vi said nothing. Silently agreeing, BC then was walking with his luggage while on the phone. Young master, I have heard you have returned. The voice sounded older but very respectful to Debe Then. He answered like a superior. Your news spreads fast. Since you saved the old A family 3 years ago, he has quietly kept an eye on your moves. Now that you are back, just say the word. In Venhai City, Olda still holds some influence. BC then declined immediately. He had his own plans and did not want to stir trouble. The caller then tried another approach to win favor. You will need an identity outside. How about I hand over Vin Den Corporation to you? Secretary Tron Miyu will connect with you later. Before he could finish, Neth then hung up. He had seen the car arriving to pick him up and quickly fixed his hair and expression. But C then seemed to transform into a completely different person. Far from the cold figure before, you smiled excitedly, waving as you ran toward Tite V's car. He then, though an assistant, did not bother stepping out, yelling from inside, is that you? Get in quickly. We are in a hurry. Despite being looked down on, Minsan still wore a bright smile. Sorry to bother you ladies. In this state, Tite Vi was deeply disappointed after serving in the military. You are still the same. Just a little progress would be enough. Meanwhile, Hathen got a call from Mir. Tron. Before she could arrange a meeting, she received new instructions and quickly reported. Tite Vi, Tron says you do not need to rush. He is already waiting for you at home. Hearing this, Tite Vi felt puzzled and uneasy. Why would a business matter bring him to her home at the Wiedering family mansion? Tron was chatting casually with Tite Vi's mother. Dear, soon my company will secure a 20 million investment. I can lend the company 10 million to help Tite Vi get past this financial crisis. Hearing this, Tite Vi's mother lit up with joy. That is wonderful. Tron, you will surely soar like a kite. From now on, Tite Vi will need your care and support. Tron gave a sly glance about me and Tite Vi. Understanding immediately. Tite V's mother replied. Rest assured, once that loser Jiang Dithen returns, I will make sure Tite Vi divorces him and follows you. Just then, Tite Vi arrived. Without greeting, she cut straight to the point. Visibly annoyed, business should be discussed at the company. Tron coming to the house felt off. Shameless murr. Tron responded. We are practically family now. Discussing things at home feels more natural. He and Tite Vi's mother kept egging each other on with insinuations. What else could you want? Tite Vi, I am offering you 10 million to solve your financial troubles. From what I see, you could just live with her. Tron, so why bother with Jiang Dithen? Staying here just wastes food. Hearing the huge sum of 10 million, Tite Vi froze. Buxi then noticed their intention to kick him out, but was not about to give up easily. He had plenty of ways to handle this, seeing Tite Vi silent. Tron sneered. Tite Vi, the Vin Den's funds are drying up. Without this 10 million, can you even survive? Don't be stubborn. Who else would dare invest in you now? His gaze shifted to Buxi then with filthy thoughts. Just an engagement and expecting a beautiful bride. Let me take that off your hands. The tension broke as Buxi then suddenly interrupted. Actually, I have a way to get that 10 million. Hearing this, Tron laughed loudly. Ha, is this your useless son-in-law? Helping with 10 million? Huh, have you ever saved up 1 million by starving yourself your whole life? Tite Vi's mother openly mocked. Tron's just a joke. I have got the household registration ready. We are just waiting for their divorce. Bastet then ignored them and continued talking to Tite Vi's. Tite Vi, I know someone who might help. Seeing Tite Vi trembling with anger, Tron quickly cut in. Boy, friends come and go. Someone like you, who could you possibly know? We are not on the same level. Guess who is investing in me? The biggest corporation in Vin Hai. Vin a group. What about you? Coincidentally, is not that the group BC then just got a gift from. But before he could say more, Tite Viev ordered him out. Stop causing trouble. This is not as simple as you think. He thin. See him out first. He left. Tron lunged at Tite Vi. Isn't this perfect? Kick that kid out. And the villain's future is secure. It seemed he misunderstood Tite Villain's meaning and tried a creepy move. Right then, Bes then grabbed his hand and smiled warmly. Sorry. Tron, I am about to leave but have not shaken your hand yet. But this is not an ordinary handshake. Tron screamed in pain. Ouch. You damn loser. How dare you lay hands on me? You will pay for this. The scene terrified Tite V's mother. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Let go now. To her, Tron was a lifeline. Even if it meant selling her daughter. After teasing him a bit, Bis then finally released his grip. Tite Vi was about to apologize when Tron angrily shouted. No more business talks today. I am pulling out. Tite Vi's mother hurriedly pleaded. Tron, let me make him apologize. Tron's face turned ashen as he clutched his atching hand. Apologize? You think a simple sorry will fix this now? Bring him here. Make him lick my shoes clean. Bow his head to admit fault. And sign the divorce papers. Only then might I consider mercy. He sat down, pointed at his shoe, and barked an order. Immediately, Tite V's mother glanced at Blutzy Then and shouted, What are you still standing there for? Look at the good thing you did. Come here and apologize right now. In her eye, Pesthen was just a useless nobody. In this tense moment, Bis then still wore an innocent, carefree smile. Sorry, let me make a quick call first. Not long after, Director Tron got a message. Wait, there is news about the investment. His mood flipped instantly, grinning widely when he saw the caller Ed. It turned out it was Senior Assistant Tron calling him. Surely his project had caught the attention of the top brass. He smugly grabbed Blethen's collar and shoved a phone in his face. It was Vin Es Senior Assistant Trainangus' phone. Open your eyes wide. Kid. This is a connection you will never reach in your lifetime. Hearing this, Tite V's mother hurried over to flatter him. Is that the Senior Assistant Trejung? I heard he only contacts important clients. But as soon as Director Tron answered the call, his face changed. Investment? Yeah. From now on Vin Ian will stop all investments in your company and cut off all business ties. Those words hit him like a thunderclap, making him tremble all over. Wait, did not Assistant Tranning already decide this? Can you double check with Director Tron? This is something he handles. But the answer was the project had problems, and Director Tron wanted to continue. Director Tron was scared to tears, unable to believe what he just heard. Before hanging up, Assistant Trongati warned him, You messed with the wrong person. In an instant, Director Tron's intuition told him to immediately let go of Bikes. Sensing that BC Thun was behind all this, Best then adjusted his outfit and smiled warmly. What is wrong? Director Tron, Is the investment still going well? After hearing this, Director Tron was certain he could not afford to offend him. He quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Sorry, it is my fault. Please forgive me. I worked hard to secure Vin Den's investment. If they pull out, I am finished. I will lick your shoes. Please. Hearing this, Tite Vi's mother was so shocked she fell backward. What? Vin Ia is pulling out? Does that mean we have lost our investment? Tite Vi was confused, and Long was suspicious. Had we done something wrong? Why is Director Tron kneeling and begging Jiang Bisi Thun? While he was crying and begging, Bisi Thun stopped him. I sympathize deeply, but I do not have the connections or level to help you. I want, but I can. Maybe for the rest of your life you will have to scrape by. Though a smile stayed on Bucky Thun's lips, his aura was like a killing god, suffocating Director Tron into silence. Director Tron knelt on the ground, sweating bullets, mumbling, "It was so hard to climb to where I am today. I can just let it all fall apart." He started to panic, trying to calm himself, but even if Jiang Bisi Thun and Assistant Trendrungen know each other, he can control everything at Vinza. After all, if I just plead with Assistant Tranen, there is still a chance. He rushed like a moth to flame, desperate to cling to the last shred of hope. Seeing this, Tite Vi's mother shouted at Biki Thun, You useless bastard. What the hell have you done?" Bisi Thun's face was deadly serious as he denied it. "I did not do anything. I do not know why Director Tron suddenly acted like that. It is really unbelievable." Tite Vi's mother trembled with anger, almost falling to the ground. Luckily, Tite Vi and Heathan were there to calm her down. "Mom, take care of yourself. This might just be a coincidence with Jiang Bisi Thun's return." "Exactly. What skill does he have to make Vin Den back off? He is not even worthy to clean Assistant Tradang's shoes." Seeing that his identity was not suspected, Bis then breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Trang Mayu did not reveal him, and these slow-witted guys did not either, so he kept playing the useless loser role. Meanwhile, Tite Vi was deeply worried but tried to think positively. Maybe something suddenly happened at Vinzain. If so, we can ask President Tron later. Hathen reminded, but Sister Tite Vi, that giant guy insulted President Tron just now. He definitely won't pay any attention to us anymore, and the family banquet is just a few days away. By then, the madam might kick us out of the royal household. Hearing this, Tite Vi's mother angrily blamed Bikathen. "It is all your fault. You useless brat. We already had a chance. But you better get lost. Our family does not need a mangy dog like you." Basad then tried to explain he could provide 10 million, but was constantly interrupted. After all, in their eyes, he is just a live-in son-in-law. How could he possibly come up with such a huge sum? At that moment, Basad's chest suddenly ached sharply. His whole body trembled as he clutched his chest. Damn it! The old injury flared up again. No time to waste, no time left to explain. Bisithen quickly ran upstairs. "Please do not be angry. I am leaving right now. After sitting in the car for so long, I am a bit tired. I will rest first." Seeing this, Tite Vi's mother turned furious. "What? Betrayed? He really betrayed us. Does he even know who owns this house? How dare he defy me?" Tite Vi tried to calm her. "Mom, please do not get worked up. I will talk to him about divorce later. He won't be a problem anymore." Determined, Tite Vi's mother deliberately fell back. "Get the divorce done quickly. I do not want to see him another second." Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Bisithen quickly took off his shirt, sat cross-legged on the bed, and meditated. This Hind quiet is really effective. The pain has eased a lot. Practicing this technique can heal bodily injuries. In 77 to 49 days, it will form the Siu Men Kim Zang, shaping a divine body. That mission in the Western Zone was truly dangerous. Luckily, I found the Hind quiet. Otherwise, I probably would not have made it back. I have to find the other 8 pieces soon to fully heal my internal injuries. Suddenly, the phone rang. "Hello? Jianka. It is Lu Xiu." Hearing BC Then's voice, How to immediately recognized his old buddy. "You are answering the phone while putting on your shirt. Today, some classmates saw you at the airport. Heard you are back. Good you are back. We are having a reunion at Hotin Nugaid Essen. Can you come?" Hearing this, Basithen hesitated a bit. He was not really interested in reunions, but distant classmates kept calling. Lo Ku whispered on the phone. "Kuja? No secrets between us. I am calling you for a reason. Do you remember Lola PV, the guy who got into a fight with you over that beauty he liked, but then started chasing you? Lately, he became chief inspector of a Hong Kong company. I have a very important contract that needs his signature, but he insists I get you here first before signing. Jianka, we are old classmates. And when a buddy needs help, Bikathun agreed immediately. After asking for help, Lo Hu pulled out the contract and went to flatter Lola PV. "Come on, let us toast to Brother Iu. We will need your favor a lot in the future. He is the only one from our class doing well." Impressive. Jiang Ka will be here soon. This contract affects my family's future. Sorry to bother you. Brother L. The love, arms around a woman. Did not even glance. Alright. I know Jiang B. Then's coming soon. Loa Hu said this guy's not reliable and kept pushing. If Jiang Ka says he is coming, he will definitely show. Maybe you should sign the contract first. Lola PV got what he wanted and showed his attitude. Sign this damn contract, or you are not listening to me. Just then, Bis Then opened the door and walked in. Lo Hu rushed to greet him. Jiang Ka, come sit down. Everyone's been waiting for you. Lola Savi stared at Biki Then. Clearly jealous. Finally arrived. Weren't you acting all big before? Today, you lost all face. Kneel before me. He showed a sinister grin. Is not this young Master Jiang? That was fast. I thought the hosts kicked you out. We were about to send someone to fetch you. Quick, have a seat. As soon as he spoke, a classmate kicked a chair toward Bixathun, treating him with disrespect. Seeing this, Lo Yu challenged. Brother Ella, what is your game here? Bisthen's eyes turned icy cold. He clearly had a plan. Who, T? What do you want to do? Lolosavi, Tai held his cigarette and stepped toward Bixi Then. I heard Jiang, the second young master, has been in the military for years. What is it like living in the army? Bixi Then answered. I have been discharged and am waiting at home for work. The others interrupted. So now he's a discharged soldier with no job. Henry eyed his shabby look. Brother Ella, do not invite him to reunions anymore. It drags us down. These guys were obviously a gang, deliberately calling Bexi Then to stir trouble. Lo Lupavi took a long drag and blew smoke right in Bixi Then's face. Mocking him. Hey, why treat Jiang the second young master like that? Just work for me instead. Our company's hiring security. And you are exactly the type. Their classmates kept baiting and egging on perfectly. The company was Hong Kong-based, so security staff had to be students who spoke English. But then dropped out of high school to join the army early. It probably does not fit him. Brother L, stop teasing him. Don't he talk nonsense? Without help, how could people get food? Back then, going to the Ving family for money was natural, right? And Nin, luckily you did not follow him then, or he would be begging your family too. And Nian's face showed disgust. Don't lump him in with me. Back then, only a blind eye would notice him. My current boyfriend is the air director at Vin Den's investment firm. Very capable. Encouraged, everyone turned to Bixi Then and shouted, so I find a capable boyfriend. Even if your family falls apart, you can rely on yourself to rise, not like some people. Enough. He is crying now. Bixi Then ignored their words, coldly staring at Lola PV. At that moment, Lo shouted, grabbing Bixi Then's arm. Enough. Did you call Jiang Ka here just to humiliate him? Enough. Jiang Ka, let us. Lalapavi sneered wickedly. Hell oh, I just remembered you told me before you needed money to buy formula for your son. Right? Your wife's close to losing it with you. Huh, so now you just do not care. Lo suddenly realized. Sweating profusely, he stopped and turned, asking, so what do you want? Lalapavi called for someone to bring wine and poured it straight over Luau's head. Now, you two kneel down and admit you are losers. Then I will consider investing. Lo Ho's eyes went blank as he bowed his head. Lupi V. We are classmates. Must it be this heartless? Lupi V did not care. Grinning sinisterly, a pathetic loser like you does not deserve any respect. Want money? Kneel and beg me. In Leltuatu's mind flashed a fight with his wife earlier because of no money. She felt ashamed in front of friends and threatened divorce. If he did not sign the contract today, his marriage would fall apart. This was his last chance. There was no other way. After thinking it through, Lo finally gave in. Don't he make it hard for Jiang Ka. I am the devil. At that moment, Basi then reached out and helped him up. Don't he kneel. Seeing this, Lalapi V stepped forward to tease. What is up? Jiang the... Still playing hero at this point. Listen up. 10 years ago you were Jiang the second young master. But now you are just trash. Who can you save? You are just a loser. Before he could finish, BC then snatched the wine bottle and smashed it on his head. Everyone watching was stunned, mouths agape in shock. Lo Alavi bled heavily, clutching his head, yelling, You how dare you hit me? I am not done with you yet, unable to take any more insults. Bas then kicked him, sending him flying. The classmates screamed in shock. His mouth. Is he If you hit brother lol, how will you survive in Vian High City later? After all, he is just a useless loser, probably fed up with life already. Lalapivi clutched his chest, trembling all over. You really dare hit me? I am now a big shot in Vane High City. Working with Vin Ian, you, an unemployed nobody. Better know your place. BC then stepped forward and kicked him in the chest coldly. I might have some status, but I am not here to let you show off and bully classmates at this reunion. Trading hits like that, brave spirit. Huh. Feeling on top of the world. And you are even plotting revenge on the one who once embarrassed you, me. If you want to relive what happened 5 years ago. Listen carefully. If I could step on you then, I will do the same next year. Tite Vi was so scared he almost cried, not daring to say a word, even after 5 years. The fear of facing Bixi Then had not faded, teaching Tite Vi a lesson. Bis Thenan and Lukyu left happily. On the way, Lo Ho kept praising. Brother Jiang is so cool. Beat that Tite Vi into a puppy. Let us see if he dares act cocky again. Bisithen said it was no big deal. But Ulhu got more excited. No big deal. That was epic. Everyone hates people like that. But who actually dares to act? You are the coolest guy I have ever seen. Seriously, if it were not for investments, I would have jumped in myself. Talking about investments, Bisithen tried to speak but Lujuwu cut him off. Brother Jiang, it is rare we get to hang out. Let us not bring this up now. Bisithen tried again but got interrupted. Brother Jiang, I do not regret it. Even if the investment fails, I do not regret it. Today was really satisfying. Seeing that guy beaten so badly his mom would not recognize him was just too sweet. But Brother Jiang, I do not dare go home. I do not know how to face my wife and kids. Lo Hu sat on the ground, covering his face and crying. He tried to act fine but could not hold it anymore. Seeing this, Bistan sat beside him and pulled out his phone. All right, look at you. Stop crying. I will find someone to sign a contract for you now. He called assistant Tregging and carefully instructed. A Trajang Miyu. 2 things. 1. Tomorrow I will bring classmate Lu to view Vin Den for her to sign an investment contract. 2. Check if anyone named Tite Vi recently ended cooperation with the company. Immediately, Trong Miyu confirmed it was Kumu Company that terminated the contract. The more Luhu heard, the more confused he became, his face blank. Brother Jiang, are you drunk? Why are you talking nonsense like that? Meanwhile, at the reunion, countless sycophants followed Tite Vi. Brother L, let me take you home. Be careful. Brother Ella, the love, only just recovering from the fight, cursed as he walked. Damn it! You are finished. Failed Jiang cousin? Wait till I get home and deal with you. The female classmates started gossiping. This time Jiang Bikithan went all out, even grown up. He only knows how to fight. Enri's always a loser. Let us. We should not have anything to do with him anymore. Getting involved with him is just trouble. Lowolavi held his forehead with one hand and pointed skyward. Shouting, investigate where that loser went. I have to know. At that moment, he got a call. Hello? Chairman, why are you calling me personally? He was confused when the chairman shouted loudly over the phone. What the hell were you doing? You idiot, because of you, we lost the Vin Den order. Otherwise, why would I call you? Hearing this, Tite Vi's face turned pale. Blood drained. What? Lost the order? How could that be? They had already agreed to invest with us. The chairman kept yelling. Then ask yourself, who did you offend? Offended the boss of Vin? Damn it. You better watch out. You are not done with me yet. Tite Vi stood frozen, trying to figure out what he did wrong. It was hard enough to get Vin's VS investment, which led to his raise and promotion. How could he offend their boss? Lately, he had not offended anyone except Jiang Blek-then, who now realized the truth, sweating and terrified. Back with BC Thin. After comforting Lu Hichu, he waved and hailed a taxi home. Just then, Tite Vi hurried over. Seeing him, Lo showed clear irritation. Wasn't he hiding the booze in the banquet room enough? Unlike before, Tite Vi cowered like a dog, bowing and apologizing. I came to apologize. I was wrong earlier. I was blind. Did not realize Jiang Ka was actually mere Jiang, the boss. Jiang is the owner of Vin Den. I admit my fault. Luha froze and glanced at back then. What? Jiang Ka is the owner of Vin Den. Back then ignored the apology and just turned away. No need for excuses. Tite Vi immediately dropped to his knees begging. Please. Jiang, I truly admit I was wrong. I really was. Please give me a chance. Forgive me this once. Don't cancel the contract with our company. Otherwise, all my efforts these past years will be for nothing. Please. Luha watched in shock. Mouth open. He never imagined this scenario. Not even in a dream. Seeing people start to notice. Back then told him to get up, but Tite Vi cried louder. Refusing. If you do not promise me, I want to get up. Back then rubbed his head awkwardly. At this rate, your identity will be exposed. All right. I promise. Now go, and I do not want anyone else finding out who I am. Got it. Hearing that, Lil Hava was overjoyed like a child. Stood up, then ran and laughed like a fool. Clear enough. I won't bother you two anymore. Goodbye. After witnessing that scene, Lo Ho no longer dared to speak as before, trembling and bowing his head. not daring to look straight ahead. Brother Jiang. President Jiang. What just happened was something Jiang Thun did not want to see at all. He turned, placed a hand on Lju Huchu's shoulder, and smiled. Do not overthink it. Brother Jiang is still your brother Jiang. Who was so moved by these words he almost cried. Yeah? Brother Jiang. Deep down Baki then never wanted his identity to affect his feelings for this good brother. Elsewhere, at the Ving family, Tite Vi sat in the living room, holding her head in frustration. The board meeting was tomorrow. Investment issues were unresolved. How would she explain to her grandmother? Suddenly, she received an email from Vin Den, the company's senior assistant, stating that tomorrow they would proceed with investment in the Tite Vi oven group. Although pleased, Tite Vi could not help but wonder why Assistant Trajang suddenly decided to invest in Tite Vi. Could it be Jiang Beatsi Then? How could that be? It is best if he does not cause more trouble for me. I will ask Assistant Trenjing about it later. Just then, Bissy then arrived home. Tite Vi adjusted her emotions and said, "You are just in time. Let us discuss the divorce." At the mention of divorce, BC then's expression changed, briefly glancing over. "Sorry, I do not want to discuss this." Seeing this, Tite Vi quickly grabbed his hand. "Jian, I can offer you a villa and $1 million, so your life will be secure afterwards." Hearing this, Bessie then angrily grabbed her hand. "Ridiculous. Your words are not worth a damn to me. I served in the military for 5 years. I absolutely won't allow this kind of thing to happen." At that moment, old memory suddenly flooded Beekathun's mind. That day, while running away after knocking out Jiang Vin, Busthun was chased by a group of bodyguards. With his physical condition then, there was no way he could escape. Just then, Tite Vi stepped in to stop the guards. "That is enough. If you want to let him go, then do it. The Jiang family has suffered enough. No need to add fuel to the fire. Besides, you are the aggressors. You got what you deserved. Let us end this here. No more trouble. No chasing after him." Bis then ran while crying, silently thanking Tite Vi in his heart. Back to the present, after calming down, Bis then let go of Tite Vi's hand. "Sorry for scaring you, but I won't agree to a divorce. Don't bring this up again. You will soon see marrying me was definitely not a mistake." Seeing this cold and domineering attitude, Tite Vi was stunned. Is this really the Jiang Bixi Thun I know? But unwilling to believe the truth, she reasoned with herself. This money still is not enough for him. He must want even more. For now, she had to focus on dealing with tomorrow's board meeting. This time it involved the struggle for the Zhang family's heir position. The next day at the Ving Family Corporation, Tite Vi was very curious about the Beekathan's presence. Only shareholders had the right to attend this board meeting. Tite Vi could not understand why her grandmother personally invited Beeksi Thun, who had no status at all. Suddenly, a group of aggressive people barged in. The leader's name was Vikadziv, the eldest grandson of the Ving family, Tite Vi's cousin, manager of the TZM company under the Vin group. Seeing Budin, he could not help but sneer. "The soldier's back. Today's the Vitung family board meeting. So why is an outsider running in here, trying to suck up to grandma for a job for your little brother? Let me tell you, our Ving family does not keep useless brats." Tite Vi was about to stand up for Bucks then but was silenced. A waste is a waste. He does not even dare to bark. "Little sister, I heard you got an investment and can temporarily stay at the company. How lucky. Looking cute really helps. With a sweet face like that, just stretch out your legs and resources roll right in." Can't he believe this is what a cousin would say? Truly disgusting. Wong Huk was about to play a dirty trick when Back Then suddenly spoke up. Is that so? Only then did he realize he had just stroked Back Then's chin. Shocked, Min jumped back. "Damn, why is it you?" The other shareholder started teasing. "Didn't I expect President Wong to have this taste? Better watch out next time. We are shareholders, not sellouts. Should I go buy some zippered underwear?" Embarrassed, Wong Huk hurried to explain it was just a misunderstanding. He glanced at Back Then. Long's furious. "How dare he insult me here?" Jiang Back Then. "Just wait. I will make you pay back double." Once everyone gathered, the chairman finally arrived for the meeting. Seeing her, Back Then bowed respectfully. "Hello, Grandma." Grandma Wong approached Back Then and asked, "Long time no see. Xiao then, how's the army been these past years?" Back Then smiled and said he had been discharged for now. Grandma Wong looked a bit embarrassed. "Discharged already? What is your current rank?" Hearing Back Then had no rank, she pressed on. "Does the army have special arrangements for government work?" Back Then innocently replied he had no assignments yet, and was still waiting for a job. Hearing this, Grandma Wong's face tightened with displeasure. Served for years, and could not even become an officer. Others serving 3 years would probably be a battalion leader by now. Clearly a failure. A total waste. She hoped Jiang Back Then could rise in rank to benefit the Wong family. but he was still useless. But it was not appropriate to say more here, so Grandma Wong just covered her face and turned away. All right, you just sit there and rest. Jiang then obediently sat quietly like a child, causing no trouble. The meeting began, and Grandma Wong spoke up. All right, back to today's agenda. Tite Vi, I heard your company just received a 10 million capital injection, escaping financial danger. Well done. But remember, this is only temporary. Long-term growth is the key to survival. These words were true, and Tite Vi listened seriously. Then Grandma Wong threw down 2 documents. Vin Den Group has proposed the Tuxuan Pavilion project. The Wong family will send 2 lingerie brands, to Van and to Dime, to bid. Before Tite Vi could celebrate, Grandma Wong continued. But to Van's sales are not good. It needs to deliver real results quickly. If this bid fails, to Van will merge into Diem, which your brother Xiao Huck will take over. The moment those words ended, Back then immediately understood the problem. Tite Vi could not hold back and shouted in protest. Why? To Van has flaws? Sure. But even if it loses the bid, it does not mean bankruptcy and merging. Besides, Tuvan was founded by your father alone. Why give it to Wong Huck? Seeing this, Grandma Wong frowned in annoyance. Tite Vi, whether it is Tuvan or Tudiem, it is all Wong family property. As the top leader of Wong Group, I can even fire you as Tuvan's director right here, if I want. Still want to question Grandma's decision? Tite Vi dared not argue, quietly sitting down. Why? Why does Grandma always favor Wong Huck? Just because he is a boy. Wong Huck stood up, applauding and saying, Excellent. Grandma's decision is wise. Survival of the fittest is the Wong family's business philosophy. Everything she does is for the Wong Group. The schemer, shamelessly waiting to feast on the Wong family's fortune, pointed at Back Then and laughed heartily with satisfaction. Back Then did not get angry, only smiled meaningfully. It is time to take over Vin Den. That afternoon, Back Then and Liu Hao went to Vin Den Group to sign the contract. Even now, Liu Hao still could not believe Back Then was the owner here. Just entering, they saw Han Nian putting on makeup. Jiang Back Then and Liu Hao were there too. Why are you two here? Here to be security guards. You were so cocky at the reunion. Huh? Look who is being looked down on now. Li Hao angrily shouted. What are you here for? Cleaning. Jiang Zheng was about to reveal Back Then's identity, but was cut off. We have other matters later. Just ignore her. Han Nian sneered. I am not like you guys. My boyfriend is the her director here. He got me a job that is easy with servants and no interview needed. Seeing Bai Then pause with interest, she kept bragging. Besides, I do not even have to work, just show up for roll call every day. And the monthly salary is nearly 40 million. Just then, her boyfriend arrived. Go quickly. Today the CEO invited you to the company to take your position. I quickly arranged the position for her first. N9 tried to hold him back, showing off in front of Bixi Then. Honey, this is the special classmate I told you about. He came to Rutain as security. What do you think? Hearing this, the her manager glanced at Buxi Thun with obvious disdain. So that idiot, pay the 7 million introduction fee at the front desk and wait. Just then, Assistant Trong stepped forward. Sorry, Sia, I was a bit delayed just now. Welcome him to officially take over Vin Zion Corporation. Everyone behind bowed in unison. Welcome Chief Officer Jiang Liu to his new position. Witnessing this, the two arrogant fools gaped in shock. The person they looked down on had a status so high it was untouchable. Just after taking office, Bas then gave an order. Va Ali abused his position to take bribes and arrange for Le Nhenjen's girlfriend to sit idle and collect a salary. Fire both immediately and pursue legal action. The two were dragged out, begging nonstop but to no avail. Back in the office, Trong Mayu presented a set of documents. Jiang Zing, as you instructed, I have signed the investment treaty with Uljuhachu. Also, here are the documents on companies bidding for the Texuan Sikupsi project this time. Please review them. Among them, the Vidin Corporation is quite strong. Bis then looked over the files and smiled. No need. I have already planned it out. During the bidding, countless rumors spread. They say Vin Den has a new chief officer notorious for ruthless tactics. Yeah? I wonder if it will affect this bidding round. They are really unpredictable. Meanwhile, Tite Vi was extremely tense. Seems other companies put a lot of effort into this bid. Makes sense, winning means benefits worth many times their current assets. The future of Ven depends entirely on this. Suddenly, Van Hex approached with a cup of coffee in hand. Hey there! Little sis, you really dared to show up here. I admire your guts. TV Ellen only got in the door with a 35 billion investment. In terms of scale, assets, and strength, you can win. Did you come hoping to seduce the new CEO? Haha! This guy's just disgusting. As Tite Vi was about to teach him a lesson, Trong Mayu stepped onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Trinyo, secretary to the chief officer of Vinluna Corporation. Seeing her, Vigaf flashed a lecherous grin. Damn, with a beauty like this as secretary, Vin Ihesio sure knows how to enjoy life. On stage, Traitors Mayu continued. Thank you all for trusting Vin Den. Despite being busy, you still joined the bidding for the Texuan Sikaf project. The bidding results are in. Where is the Viden Corporation? Viden Corporation. Please stay. Others, please leave the hall. Hearing his name called, Viv happily rushed forward. The others who lost the bid left disappointed together. Only Tite Vi stayed behind. Puzzled, wait. Why not announce the results in front of everyone? Ving Hedza did not care. Just happy he won. Tears of joy falling. Tite Vi could not hold back and confronted Trong Miyu. We spent so much time preparing for this bid. Yet you skipped the bidding and chose directly. Are we just supposed to lose like this with no clarity? That is unfair. As a senior assistant, Traitors Mayu had faced this many times. She calmly replied, fair is for the strong. The weak have no right to talk about fairness. Doesn't every descendant of the Ving family understand this? This is Vin Den. This is our project. Our rules are the rules. Our fairness is fairness. Got it? Tite Vi froze. Speechless. Seeing this, Ving Heaven mocked her, right? Tite Vi, you better go back before you embarrass yourself more. After a private meeting, Trong Mi handed Vig Hetzi a contract, but Vijang Hexi did not care. He kept staring at Trong Miyu, standing before him. Trong Miyu used her charm to distract him. Wong, here's the contract. Take your time to review it. Where's Tanchi gone off to? If everything looks good, please sign it. People are getting impatient. Wong Huk did not bother reading the contract and just signed it without a second thought. After finishing, he dreamed about Truong Miu. Is she familiar with this? I know a restaurant where the beds are big and soft. Truong Miu ignored him and turned to leave. No need. The contract was made in 2 copies, one kept by Vin Den. The other entrusted to me, Wong, for safekeeping. From now on, Vin Den's Texuan Pavilion project hopes to have Wong's full support. Wong Huk was still walking on air, drooling like a waterfall. Happily, he took the contract home to show Grandma. Having won Vin Den's project, the logistics would soon be his too. Haha! Grandma, please. Wong held the contract, beaming with joy. Yes, yes. Well done, my good grandson. Our Wong group finally has an heir. Wong Huk put his hands on his hips, grinning foolishly. Haha! Do not worry. I will dedicate myself fully. Everyone surrounded him with congratulations. Flattering as much as they could, only Tite Vi stepped back quietly. She lost the bid, but, per her promise to Grandma, must still give up the logistics. Dad, I am used. Meanwhile, Wong kept praising her grandson. Good boy. All the love from Grandma was well deserved. A son is truly better. Let me see what this Vin Den project is all about. But her smile quickly faded. There was an added clause in the contract. Vin Den's Texuan Pavilion project would have Van Hai to DM Underwear Co. Lud as the subcontractor. The factory and distribution channels were loaned free to the logistics partner for mutual benefit. Seeing her grandson's signature, Wong shouted angrily. Wong Huk, what is this? All of this was part of back then's plan from the start. After reading the contract, she slammed it down in fury. Now Wong Huk realized he would been tricked. Tite Vi picked up the contract, her eyes shining bright. Van won the bid. It is too. The logistics won. This was great news. She wiped away tears of joy, but her heart was full of questions. If they chose logistics, why play Wong Huk like this? Could the new chief of staff at Vin Den have a grudge against her cousin? Despite her blazing anger, Wong smiled brightly. Haha! Though there is a fuss, it is still the Wong family's project. I knew Tite Vi would do well. Since Tite Vi won Vin's project, she is definitely a major contributor to the Wong family. Starting today, Wong Tite Vi will take the position of Deputy CEO of Wong Group. Hearing this, Tite Vi was overjoyed. Deputy CEO one step below the top, with thousands under her. That meant Grandma had handed her the company's inheritance. She still loved her, but Tite Vi was naive. Wong had not told her everything. It also meant the logistics company would be under Little Huk's name. From now on, everything would be managed by Little Huk. Wong Huk had been crying earlier but now stood grinning foolishly, as if nothing happened. Tite Vi did not understand why she was treated this way. She was the one who led the logistics company to win this project. But at the crucial moment, all credit went to someone else, nominally Deputy CEO. But real power was taken away, just a figurehead. Wong finished her declaration, grabbed Tite Vi's hand, and warned. Tite Vi, Deputy CEO is just below me. You must work hard. Besides, you are a girl one you eventually marry out. Wong Huk chimed in. That is right. That is right. Big brother will run logistics well. You just focus on your Deputy CEO role. Understanding their meaning, Tite Vi quickly pulled her hand back and shouted. I do not agree. Grandma, you are not even a Wong by birth, and you are a woman too. If you can do it, why can't I? Before she finished, Wong slapped her. How dare you talk like that? I married into the Wong family, entered their ancestral hall, and safeguarded their legacy. You are just a cast-off, and your future kids will carry another family name. You will never control the Wong family's legacy. Finally, her true colors showed. Tite Vi could not hold back and yelled in protest. If you want tea, give it. Then fine. Logistics is a company my dad and I founded together. I want to let my dad's hard work be wasted under my watch. Seeing this, Wong gave up her act. You dare be insolent to me. She pretended to fall back, leaning into Wang Hu's arms to put on an act. Wang Hu took the chance to join in, fiercely berating Tite Vi. You are such an ungrateful brat. Look at how you have made Grandma so angry. If anything happens to her, I will never forgive you for the rest of your life. The others who had been silent moments ago started whispering among themselves. Whoa, Wong Tite Vi really is a rebel, acting arrogant right after landing a project. Exactly. Unlike her, Wang Hu has both class and respect. Tite Vi stood there trembling alone. But as a woman, how could she possibly stand up to all these people? Please calm down. Take care of your health. I will obey you and hand over the logistics company to him. After saying that, she turned and left. Whether she won the bid or not, she knew she was definitely losing control of the logistics company. Now, if she did not go along with this act, she would lose all dignity and be branded unfilial, tearing family apart. Grandma really is cruel. Mission accomplished. Grandma Wong smiled with satisfaction, completely indifferent to her granddaughter. A few days later, back at home, Tite Vi sat silently in a corner, not saying a word. Back then watched from afar, not wanting to interfere. It had been days since she was forced to hand over the logistics company, and she still had not recovered from the shock. Wong Tite, are you going to keep losing like this? Suddenly, Tite Vi's phone rang. You are calling me? Tran, it is so late. What is the matter? On the other end, Tran smiled slyly. Tite Vi, I have heard everything about your situation. I totally sympathize. After losing the chance to work with Vin Den last time, I am now discussing a very urgent project with Lu, the boss of Kythian Company. Lu heard you are very capable and is interested in working with you. What do you say? How about we meet and talk? Feeling like she would found a lifeline, Tite Vi stood up, nervous but eager, treated badly by Grandma now. If she could secure a project, she would not be powerless. But no matter how urgent, she remained cautious like any woman would be now. But it is so late already. Tran knew Tite Vi's desperate situation well and smiled. Tite Vi, opportunity waits for no one. After thinking it over, she finally agreed. All right, wait for me then. Mission accomplished. The two scoundrels grinned slyly, already scheming their next moves. Back then, he stood behind Tite Vi, a bit worried. After practicing the high and then quiet technique, his senses were far sharper than ordinary people. He clearly heard everything in that phone call. Wong Tite, you are not foolish enough to think someone would cooperate with a powerless person without conditions. Are you? Upon arrival, Tite Vi was seated next to Lu Feng's boss. Seeing her, he sneered. Miss Wong, you really are smart. After talking with you, I think you are very calculating and a perfect fit for this project. Tran chimed in from beside them. Haha, I told you, Miss Wong is the power woman of Vanhai City. Worried, back then had secretly followed Tite Vi from her house. He sat nearby reading a newspaper, carefully monitoring the situation. Tite Vi kept avoiding physical contact, clearly very anxious, now that she was empty-handed with only the deputy general manager title. Why were these two still so eager to shower her with gifts? Something felt off after their discussion. Tran pulled out a contract and slid it toward Tite Vi. Taking advantage, he dropped a suspicious pill into her wine glass. Tite Vi was focused on reading the contract when Lu Feng suddenly raised his glass. Come on. Cheers to our bright future. Tran echoed beside him, urging Tite Vi to drink. Seeing the danger, back then prepared to intervene. But it seemed Tite Vi was already underestimated. She flung the wine back into the two scoundrels' faces and shouted. Scoundrels. I knew you would not behave. Lu Feng angrily pointed at her. Damn you. You are a parasite. Suddenly, he realized he would swallow drugged wine and hurriedly gag, vomiting on the spot. Tite Vi slammed her cup down on the table. You petty villains. Do not let me see you again. If you bother me again, I will call the cops. After dealing with them, she turned and left, leaving the two scoundrels vomiting behind. Back then smiled with satisfaction watching it all. No wonder she is my woman. Jiang back then's woman. Their plan failed. And Tran scrambled to find an excuse. Boss Lu, are you alright? Don't worry. I will make sure to get revenge for you on this. Lu Feng was trembling all over, his face flushed red as he shouted loudly. Dumbus? Do not say another word. That stuff works fast, there is no time to vomit it out. Hurry. Find a girl to come here and help me relieve this. This is exactly Xiao Tran's specialty. He is confident he can handle it quickly. But how could he get through? Back then was already waiting right behind. Bosses, I have got a great spot that can cool you both down. Seeing back then his cold smile, The two knew they were about to be in deep trouble. Back then dragged the two outside and threw them into a narrow drain pipe to settle things themselves. People like that are not even worth a punch. Meanwhile, Tite Vi left the restaurant. Walking home through the heavy rain, her mind was a complete mess. She did not know what to do. She would lost all luck. Her position was just a title with no real power. Is it really this hard for a woman to build a company? Her family favored sons. Her dad was sick abroad. Her mom only knew how to complain. What was she supposed to do now? Suddenly, a hand appeared holding an umbrella over her. I am here to take you home. Seeing Back Then's warm smile, Tite Vi felt deeply touched. On the way, she kept glancing at Back Then. Was she just feeling lonely? Suddenly, having him here felt like a good thing. After a moment, she reached out and tugged on Back Then's sleeve. Blushing shyly, Back Then, I have nothing left now. I can protect you. Maybe you should find a job. Hearing this, Back Then smiled brightly and gently tapped her forehead. Don't worry. I am handling a few things right now. When the time is right, I will tell you. And you do not need to worry about the Wong family. Wong Huck is not worth a damn. Curious? Tite Vi asked, what are you planning? After living together so long, she was opening up to Back Then more. Just then, Tite Vi's mom and grandma arrived. Before she could ask why they were out so late, Grandma Wong slapped her hard. That wicked woman is truly cruel. I only let Huck take over the company for you, and you dared to hire people to kidnap him. He has been taken. And you are happy about that. You are disgraceful. Tite Vi shouted back defiantly. How does his kidnapping have anything to do with me? Why are you taking your anger out on me? Grandma Wong angrily raised her hand to strike again, but this time Back Then stepped in to stop her. Enough, whatever this is, talk it out calmly. No more hitting. His eyes were icy cold, radiating a deadly aura. Hello, sent a message. Wong Huck lost a huge sum gambling and is now in custody. Are the Wong family rushing to their doom? Grandma Wong blocked, yelled at Back Then. This is our family's business. You are an outsider trying to interfere. Step aside. Seeing her arrogant attitude, Back Then frowned and clenched his teeth. With me, Jiang Back Then. Here, not even the Jade Emperor could bully her. Grandma Wong was so intimidated by his fierce presence she dared not say another word. From this moment on, Tite Vi was completely won over by Back Then. He was not about to let this go easily and leaned in to warn. The kidnapping claim has no proof. Let us find the kidnappers and confront them. If it was not you, then you owe her an apology. The three then headed to where the kidnappers were. Seeing Wong Huck lying on the ground, Grandma Wong immediately ran over. Mutt, I am here to save you. My dear Wong Tite, tell these people to release your cousin right now. Suddenly, the kidnappers formed a ring around the three. Instinctively, Back Then took a defensive stance in front of Tite Vi to protect her. The kidnappers finally spoke up. We have been waiting for you. Ready with the $45 million ransom. Right? Grandma Wong gasped in shock. $45 million. What $45 million? Didn't you hire Wong Tite Vi to kidnap my nephew? Often spoke up. She has made it clear. You still do not get it. This is a casino. As for the money, someone reported he lost at gambling and still owes loan sharks. Grandma Wong did not hear a word. Turning to curse Back Then, shut up. You are all in this together. My good nephew is not that kind of person. Wong Huck shamelessly sobbed loudly. Grandma, it was that bitch Wong Tite Vi who hired people to kidnap him and demand a $45 million ransom. As the words finished, an old man in a wheelchair approached, making the kidnappers stand respectfully in line. I want to see who dares hire a few sin to kidnap someone. This man was the richest tycoon in Van High City, a figure everyone knew. The moment she saw him, Madame Wong gasped in shock. Is he? Seeing Back Then. Old man was about to greet him but was signaled to keep quiet. His attention shifted to the two ladies. You are the one in charge of the Wong family, right? Your niece just said someone hired me. Few to kidnap. That is nonsense. Few needing to kidnap someone for money. Ridiculous. Who are you insulting? The two ladies trembled in fear and quickly tried to explain. It is just a misunderstanding. This has got to be a misunderstanding. In Van High City, old man rules with an iron fist. A single gesture from him can crush the Wong family, without beating around the bush. He made his displeasure clear. If it is a misunderstanding, then explain it clearly. I do not want to get dragged into this mess. Afraid of making an enemy, Madame Wong quickly changed her tone and turned to hit Wong Huck. What happened? I swear, I will tell you the truth. Wong Huck lay on the ground, sobbing. Please do not hit me anymore. Grandma, I lost $45 million gambling. They would not let me go, forced me to call family, or else they would cut it off and kill me. I was scared you would not come save me, so I said Wong Tite Vi hired people to kidnap me. Hearing $45 million, Madame Wong flinched. You said how much? $45 million. You idiot! Who let you gamble and lose that much? Without hesitation, she slapped Wong Huck, then glanced at old man with a sly smile. She collapsed. crying pitifully. Whoa, I am truly unlucky. My husband died early. No support, and my descendants do not understand anything. I really want someone like you to lean on for the rest of my life. Whoa. Just then, a stunning beauty appeared around old Manhwa. This old woman is so bold to act coquettish in front of him at her age. Yeah? Shameless to laugh like that. Old Manhwa ignored her with disgust. Madam Wong. Done crying. Fix your clothes and then talk about the debt. Mention money. And Madam Wong immediately begged. I really do not have $45 million. Please spare us this once. Predicting this, Old Manhwa handed her a file. I guessed you would not have enough. So I already came up with a plan. Madam Wong trembled as she read the documents. Her face drained of color. You want us to mortgage the company? Old Manhwa replied. The company alone is not enough for $45 million. There are also real estate transfer contracts under your name, but I am not a devil. The remaining $5 million will be paid by your grandson working at my entertainment company. I will send him to Thailand for surgery first, some adjustments. When he returns, he might even become a star or something. As soon as he finished, Wong was dragged away, screaming with tears and snot flying everywhere. Grandma, save me. Please think of a way. Save me. I do not want surgery in Thailand. Tell Vong Tite Vi to find someone. He can spend $7 billion and just won that project. There is definitely someone backing him. There must be a way to save me. Hearing this, Madam Wong looked at Tite Vi with a wicked smile. Right? Almost forgot Tite Vi. She ran to Old Manhwa with a proposal. Switch to someone else. I have a granddaughter right there. She is much prettier compared to the girls around you. She is more seductive and beautiful. Plus, she can earn money. $45 million won't be a problem over time. I am giving her to you. Do whatever you want, play with her. Ruin her, it is fine. Please spare the Wong family. Please spare my grandson. This old woman has truly lost her mind. How could a grandmother say that? Tite Vi heard every word and was deeply disappointed. Grandma, how could you? Doesn't that granddaughter mean anything to you? Madam Wong was not ashamed and shouted even louder. Get lost. Daughters are just merchandise. Now that we can use you to save your cousin, you are at least somewhat useful. These words thoroughly infuriated back then. Though silent, his fierce aura was about to burst. Then Old Manhwa spoke. Madam Wong, you are smart and your words make sense. Madam Wong was overjoyed. Is that Olda? Please release my grandson immediately. But Olda had not finished speaking yet. Unfortunately, I despise those who favor sons over daughters. So let go of your damn grandson. If you do not sign the contract soon, your grandson won't be going to Thailand. I will carve him up right before your eyes. As soon as the words were spoken, the henchman pulled down Wong Huk's pants, ready to act. Wong Huk, fearing for Kwai's life, frantically begged his grandmother. Grandma, please sign the contract. Hurry. Don't let your only grandson lose his chance. Grandma Wong reluctantly agreed to sign, thinking about losing everything and going broke. She immediately fainted. The next day, the news was everywhere. The Wong family here lost the entire family fortune gambling. The company's real estate was seized and sealed. The mistress of the Wong family was so furious she suffered a stroke and was hospitalized, facing a lifetime confined to her bed. Back then, read the news. Thoroughly pleased. Olda, thanks for helping me out this time, working with Tite Vi to reclaim what is rightfully hers. Lately, Vin Den Corporation has brought me great benefits. I am truly grateful. Olda listened, worried, not daring to accept the thanks. Quan En, you are too polite. Back and take hand. If it were not for you, my whole family would have disappeared. Then he laid out a pile of items on the table. Quan En, here's all the Wong family's assets, plus some precious jewelry found during the house inspection today. What do you want to do with the company and assets? Do you want to keep them yourself? Back then was not interested in these things and firmly declined. I can hold on to these now, and they belong to Tite Vi. Take them for now. Find the right time to give them to her later. Olda accepted happily, not thinking it was a big deal. After settling everything, Back then stood to leave but suddenly clutched his chest, coughing up blood. Seeing this, Olda nearly jumped out of his wheelchair. Quan En, what is wrong? Back then sat back down, wiping blood from his mouth. Don't worry. It is just an old injury flaring up, affecting my blood flow. Back then, while on a mission, Back then suffered a fatal wound. Thanks to Huyen Then Quiet, he survived but was left with an internal injury that is hard to heal. Without finding the missing part of the Huyen Then Quiet manual, his life is at risk. Though he said it is okay, Olda was deeply worried and wanted to call some doctors. Back then looked tired and shook his head. It is useless unless we find the missing part of the Huyen Then Quiet. Otherwise, medicine won't help. Hearing this, Olda slammed the table and shouted, Quan En, do not worry. Even if I go broke, I will find the missing part of the Huyen Then Quiet. Coincidentally, A jade necklace on the table landed right in front of Back Then. Olta angrily yelled at the maids. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to put those away? But Back Then smiled brightly, holding the jade piece. Olta, you do not need to go broke over this jade amulet. I have urgent business. I have to get home quickly. He clutched the jade firmly and hurried home. Unexpectedly, the amulet carried the aura of Huion Than quiet. If he could trace its origin, he might find the missing manual's whereabouts. Back home, Back Then excitedly wanted to share the good news with Tite Vi. But when he opened the door, he saw his mother-in-law crying uncontrollably. Seeing Tite Vi comforting her anxiously, Back Then approached and asked, "What is wrong? Why are you both crying?" They replied through tears, "Our Wong family fortune is gone. My husband is dying soon. Why is my fate so cruel? We just got news Dad has terminal cancer. There is not much time left. What can we do?" Shocked by the news, Back Then collapsed right there. In Back Then's memories, Uncle Wong had always treated him well since childhood. When everyone else isolated him, Uncle Wong still cared and helped him. Even when bedridden, he still cared. "Little then, I just heard about your father. If you need money, come find Tin at my house. She is your lover. Do not be shy." That image stayed in his mind. "Little then, I have long considered you my own son. One day, I will marry my daughter to you. You will be my son-in-law." Tite Vi answered the phone. "Lantong Hospital. Is this Vong Back Nan's family?" "Yes, I am his daughter." Back Then sped to the hospital as fast as possible. "Uncle, please wait for me." After a long drive, they finally arrived where he was lying. The three of them rushed in, startling the doctors a bit. "Uncle. Husband." Dr. Tan Dung stepped out. "Finally, everyone is here. You and Tite Vi, come with me to see Uncle Wong. This is Tan Dung, a medical genius from a renowned traditional medicine family. And you must be Jiang Bishan, right? Wait outside." Hearing this, Bishan was stunned. Tite Vi spoke up. "Sis Tan, did not Dad say on the phone that he wanted to see him? Why not let him in?" Tan Dung was firm. "It is because of him that Uncle Wong's condition worsened. If possible, I do not even want him anywhere near this hospital. Besides, with me here, nothing will happen to Uncle Wong today. If he wants to meet, that can wait." The doctors behind kept cutting in. The patient's condition was unstable earlier, but luckily Tan arrived in time to stabilize his organs. Yes, Tan is highly skilled and even called a miracle doctor. Everyone can rest assured. That is right. Tan Dung comes from the famous traditional medicine family Van Hai, with exceptional skills. The patient will be fine. Bishan looked at her with clear disgust. Everyone says doctors are like caregivers, but someone who lets personal grudges affect their work like her, is she really the miracle doctor they claim? Bishan bluntly spat at Tan Dung. "I think she is just buying a reputation for profit. Flattered so much she does not even know her real skill." Tan Dung could not argue, but the others kept joining in the attack. "What did you just say? Kid, how could your Tan be like that? Tan saved the patient's life. How can you accuse her of seeking fame? She is a role model in medicine. You have no right to insult her." Bishan said sternly. "If that is not true, then please set your feelings aside. Step aside. Tan, if you can handle this, let in." Uncle then took the patient's hand with great reverence. "Uncle, His expression was truly terrifying. He stammered. "Bishan, Just by holding his hand, Bishan saw that the uncle's face was rosy but his pulse weak, far from recovering, as they claimed. That was clearly a reflex phenomenon. Bishan quickly turned around. "He is in danger. Give me your acupuncture needles." Tan Dung was firm. "What are you talking about? I already treated Uncle Wong with acupuncture. Everything is stable now. Those people behind are just stirring up drama. What do you want the needles for? You know acupuncture? Are you medical staff? Got a license? You are talking nonsense. Shut up already. Tan Dung is the top medical genius in the country. She is here? So why are you yelling? You are just showing off without knowing your limits." Tite Vi did not trust you either. "Bishan, you are not trained in medicine. Better not mess around. Tan Dung is a famous professional doctor. You should trust her." "That is right. At a time like this, do not cause trouble. Talk to your uncle." Suddenly, another doctor rushed over in panic. "Tan Dung, the patient's heart rate is abnormal." It seemed only now Tan Dung was stunned and could not believe it. "What? How is this possible? Prepare for emergency treatment." The patient lay on the bed trembling continuously. "Husband? Dad?" Uncle then scanned the room and finally spotted the medical kit on the table. He decisively pushed Tan Dung aside. "Get out of the way." Bishan searched inside and pulled out a brown object. The patient is hanging by a thread, but she only cares about Bishan. "What are you planning?" He pulled out a needle. "Ready to acupuncture?" Though Huion Than quiet can cure cancer, using the needle to channel its power into the patient might revive his life force and save him. Flames surrounded Bishan as he decisively inserted the needle into the patient's crown. Tan Dung screamed in fear. "You are crazy. Where are you acupuncture?" Suddenly, The patient's hand dropped limp, and the heart monitor went flat. Tite Vi's mother fainted from fear, and she could only scream, "Dad." Tandung trembled. Damn it! It is too late. How could this happen? Clearly, I already did acupuncture on Uncle Wong, unlike everyone else. Back then kept trying bit by bit. It is not over yet. You are in pain remembering the past. Back then, I was weak and useless. I could not save Dad. The dragon opened its huge mouth and lunged toward the uncle lying on the hospital bed. Determined. Today Jiang back then swore not to follow the same path and lose another important person. After who knows how long, suddenly the uncle's fingers moved. The heart rate monitor showed the patient had come back to life. Tandung was stunned while checking the uncle's pulse. He is alive, really alive. How did you do that? Back then stood beside him, sweat dripping down his face. Back then controlled his breathing. The secret of Vin Den quiet can be revealed. But he had to explain how he saved him, so he gave a reason. When I joined the military, I learned a secret emergency technique from some mysterious ethnic minorities outside the border. Tandung looked confused. Mysterious ethnic minorities? Man, I really want to stuff that back into those doctors. What minorities? Where? But no matter what, back then stood firm. Back then, I agreed with them not to reveal it outside. So forgive me. I can say more. But those idiots would not back down. Why are you so stubborn? If there really was a miraculous secret technique, do you realize how many lives it could save? Exactly. Exactly. Do not keep it to yourself. You are not even a doctor. Keeping this secret to save lives is still breaking rules. Now's not the time to worry about this. Right? The uncle just escaped death. You should focus on taking good care of the patient now. Should not you? What back then said made perfect sense. Yet those fools would not stop. Why can't this guy tell right from wrong? No spirit of sacrifice for human lives at all. Selfish and greedy. That is when Tandung spoke up. Enough. He is right. What we should do now is take good care of the patient. Stop making a fuss here. Hurry and check on the patient. Yes? Dr. Tan. Then everyone quietly left. Tandung turned back, looking at him with disbelief. Jiang, you are really nothing like the loser in those rumors. Back then nodded. It was a compliment. But inside she felt differently. Jiang back then. They might believe those mysterious ethnic minorities you mentioned. I never will. Tandung. I will definitely find out the secret you are hiding. Back then stepped forward. Tite Vi, are you okay? She did not hesitate and hugged him tightly. Back then was so surprised his eyes almost rolled back. Tite Vi's voice was soft. Thank you. Really thank you for saving my dad. His gaze full of tenderness. Back then rubbed her head. Silly. I am your husband. This is what I am supposed to do. What thanks? Dad's fine now. Take mom to rest first. She just fainted and will need your care after she wakes. Dad's here. Leave it to me. Just a sweet moment. But wait a few chapters, you will be shocked. Tite Vi blushed. Yes? Husband? Back then was shocked. What did you just call me? She shyly looked away. I did not say anything. You misheard. She left quickly, making an excuse to escape after a hard day. Night finally fell. But back then was still lost in this morning's memories. Damn. All evening this scene and those words kept echoing in my head. He sat silently beside the uncle's bed, tired eyes half open. Back then watched him closely. Startled, he kept asking, Uncle, you are awake. How do you feel? Right now, the patient looks a bit more refreshed. He is Surprisingly, how come after a nap you feel so refreshed? You were sure you were dying before. Nonsense. At Hina, there is divine protection. Oh right. Where are Tite Vi and Mom? Back then helped the uncle sit up. Mom fainted from shock. Tite Vi already took her to rest. He put on his glasses. That is good. By the way, I have something private to tell you. Back then did not understand what the uncle meant. Turns out he was prepared. Back then, your condition has been worsening over the years. I have arranged everything for Tite Vi and her mother. But you are the only one I still worry about. You are hard to understand. Uncle, why would you worry about me? But it is not just about fooling the adults. You still have not let go, right? When you talked about your father's death, your face darkened. Uncle, rest assured, I am not trying to stop you. Do whatever you want to do. Back then, your father was at his strongest and healthiest. It seems your father's death deeply upset Baxithun. Suddenly, the project was cancelled. Then he fell seriously ill and died. If it were just a coincidence, the Hun would be the first to not believe it. Though I have been sick for years and could not find the truth, I have uncovered some clues. According to my investigation, the Thun was shocked by this news. His face darkened along with a few other things. Back then, your father's project was suddenly cancelled because of your eldest uncle Jiang Then Mun. This was apparently no surprise to Bikathon. Jiang Then Min really was the one. I was so angry I was shaking just telling the story. He sold information about your father's lowest bid on the project, causing it to be cancelled. He teamed up with the Jiang family shareholders and schemed to kick your father and you out of the Jiang family in the past. Basi then was blocked outside. All the Jiang family assets belong to me, and I would not give you a single dime. Vin Den smoked his cigar quietly, saying your project has gone bankrupt and is about to die. You are a worthless loser. Instead of lending you money, I would rather raise a few dogs. You bitterly recalled that past. Jiang Then Min, the ungrateful traitor who betrayed my father and got him kicked out of the Jiang family. Penniless and seriously ill without money for treatment. Jiang De will make sure he lives a living hell, with no time to regret. Brother, do not come here. A shout rang out from inside the Min's house. He trembled, clutching his head, having another nightmare. Then Min's face went pale. Was it the recent pressure from the company's finances? It is all that bastard Hien Vien's fault. I clearly told him to bring some money or a few women to the Liu family project manager, but he kept delaying. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Then Min shouted, Jiang Han Vin, when you hear this, get your ass here right now. Vine ran in as soon as he heard his father call, Dad, what is going on? Did you call me for something? You have been missing these past days. Busy with what? Wasn't it said that Tin's father has terminal cancer and no cure, so he returned home? I am arranging for people to go to Ven Sin City for treatment. Maybe he thinks he will earn praise from you. Then Mun angrily threw a pillow at him. The company is still a mess. And you are worrying about someone else's father. What for? He kept cursing, telling you to negotiate the Liu family project. But nothing's progressed so far. You really are useless. Vine calmed him down. Dad, do not be angry. We have got leads on the Liu family project. We are waiting for Tin's father to arrive in Vain Sin. Then Min gritted his teeth. What does the Liu family project have to do with them? He rushed to the bedside and whispered. The Liu family's eldest son is drooling over Ving Tite Vi, while the Vetting family is busy treating Vedan Na Bien. We just need to do it this way. Like this. Then Mun secretly rejoiced. That rotten kid's got some brains after all. Fine. Do it your way. Yes, sir. Vincent City, Jiang family villa. The three of them moved in together. Basi then looked at the villa before him, full of feelings. Jiang family, you are determined this time to take back everything that is rightfully yours. Tite Vi's mother has been happy since Tin got married, never asking about family matters. It is surprising how trustworthy they are at this critical moment. I do not understand how these two mother and daughter could be fooled so much and still not see through it. Saying they want to take us to an immune therapy center specializing in cancer. They have the best immunotherapy methods in the world. And there is a real chance to cure your father's cancer. Luckily, with the Tin, your father can be saved. She gently pressed the doorbell. Hello? Is anyone inside? This is Tin's mother. I came to see my daughter. Strange, why is not anyone opening the door? Mom clearly said she would come at this time. So where's Tin? No matter how much she called, no response from inside. Tite Vi took out her phone to call. Tin's phone was off. Bok then sensed something strange and stepped forward. Auntie, you pressed the doorbell so quietly. Let me help. Back then did not hesitate and flung the door open. Tite Vi's family was stunned. And just then a group of guards appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? What are you doing here? Back then. What are you doing? Look, they must have overheard. Tite Vi stepped forward protectively. Sorry. We are not here to cause trouble. I am Wong Tite Vi, here for my sister Wong Tin. Are you looking for the young mistress? Hearing young mistress made him burst out laughing. Back then chuckled. What era is this? Still calling someone young mistress? Do you really think you are noble descendants? Who is this clueless guy laughing at the young mistress? Tite Vi tried to hold back the guards. It is not like that. He is my husband. Jiang back that we came here. Just then, Hien Vien and Tin appeared. Who dares make noise in our house? Exactly. Damn it. You kept me from sleeping. Seeing them, the guards hurriedly said, Young master. Young mistress. One claimed to be the young mistress's sister. She brought a loser and an old lady. We were about to kick them out. Tite Vi's mother angrily said, Who is the old lady? I am Wong Tin's mother. Tin acted indifferent. Sister, what are you doing here? Invite them in. Her eyes showed no sign of seeing them as family. Tin stared hard at him, Jiang back that this loser is here too. She ordered. As for that filthy guy with her, throw him out. The guards obeyed immediately. Yes. Young mistress. Tite Vi stopped them. Tin, do you know what you are doing? He is your brother-in-law. You called us here, but you are treating us like this. But the brainless guards responded. We only want to teach that arrogant guy a lesson. No intention to mess with you. Please step aside. If we hit the wrong person by accident, do not blame us. Back then remained unfazed. It is Tite Vi. Just step aside. Back then seemed ready to teach them a lesson. We traveled all this way for this. Your sister, your brother-in-law, and these watchdogs clearly do not know manners. Looks like they were not raised right. Roll up your sleeves to move easier. Elders have the responsibility to teach juniors. Let this brother-in-law teach them how to treat guests. Seeing back then say this, The guy argued loudly, trying to get past us to attack young Master Hien Vian and the young mistress. He seriously underestimated these guards. Back then did not waste words and punched him, sending him flying. Captain, Hien Vian orders you. Why are you just standing there? Charge them all. Or better yet, give one of those guys a kick that'll hurt just to watch. Yeah? Beeksten's hands moved swiftly to block another attacker. He quickly knocked him to the ground. In just a few minutes, he had taken down the entire pack of Hien Vian's thugs. Next up were two more. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law were terrified after seeing the fight, but Atin was probably ready for this. Yeah, she threatened. Jian, if you dare touch a single hair on us, I will call the police, and with Hien Vian's influence, I will make sure you rot in jail. She warned, but then growled each word. Rot in jail. That ending is fine by me. Go ahead and call the cops. I am all for it. Jian, are you crazy? Forget him. Just call the police already. En Vian immediately pulled out her phone. Tite Vi tried to stop him. Beek then, maybe do not. If the cops really show up, we might not be able to explain. Bithen smirked. Don't worry. I know exactly what to do. Beek then, just say the word. Hien Vian directly called the police. Hello? Police department. There is a crazy guy causing chaos at my house. Please send help fast. 5 minutes away. Right? Okay. We will do our best to get there ASAP. This clueless couple thought their plan would work. Haha. Tatin taunted. Jian, you are done for. 5 minutes. Then you will be locked up for life, but unlike them, Bithen was not worried at all. 5 minutes. That is barely enough time to chop off their legs a few times over. Tell me, after they are patched up, will the cops be able to tell they were ever hurt? Tatin trembled, but her words were as hard as stone. Jian, you really have no shame. Flames and sparks surrounded him. No way. Compared to your shamelessness, I am still miles behind. An employee stepped up to throw a kick at him. How many years has Jiang Butzi then trained? Don't you think you are the only one with some skills? Just so you know, I am a black belt master now. Just then, the police arrived. Beep beep. Bithen timed it perfectly. They are here. Basi then easily dodged the punches from these spoiled brats. Hien Vian did not notice others rushing in to attack. Jian, do not take this punch. Before the fist could land, Bithen smiled fiercely. Tite Vi shouted worriedly. Bithen, you just took a hit in front of the police. Stop. Taiyu Nim flashed her badge. Police here. That is when Hien Vian, Tatin, and her husband realized things were not looking good. She pointed at him. If you move, I will arrest you. Hien Vian protested. Clearly he had not even landed a hit. Bithen played the victim role perfectly. Officer, you are just in time. Where's all this blood coming from? Bithen held his wound in pain. This guy tried to kill me. Hien Vian's face went pale. Huh? What, madam? I did not even get a chance to touch him. This blood is not mine either. A gun was pointed straight at him. Silence. Taiyun him ordered Hien Vian to raise his hands. Hien grabbed the iron bars. I am innocent, but the car kept rolling. Tatin screamed in panic. Still fearless, you rotten bastard. Jiang Bc's wound was not caused by my husband. If you dare arrest him, I will tear your mouth apart. Taiyu him stepped closer and lifted her chin. One sentence froze Tin in fear. Why do not you go instead of him? Taiyu him's words shut her up instantly. Tite Vi ran after the ambulance carrying Betixathun. BC Then, are you okay? I am Deputy Chief of Vienson City Police. Lum Taiyum, he held to you Niem Sidid card. Surprised such a young woman was a deputy chief. Bithen recalled her earlier demeanor. I hate bullies who pick on the weak the most. Here's my card. If they ever bother you again, call me directly. He chuckled, only intending to use his old wound to take down Jiang Vian Hien. Never expecting the cop to see him as a poor victim being bullied. Looks like I really come off as a weak coward. Suddenly, a voice from outside asked, Who are you guys? The guy with glasses smoothly said, My boss is the eldest uncle of the patient inside. We came specially to visit. Since they were family, the police agreed to let him in. All right, everyone come in. Thien Mun told his men, I will go in and teach that brat a lesson. You guys stay outside and keep watch. Remember, no matter what noise comes from inside, do not let the police in. Yes, sir. Gotta admit, this guy's face is as ugly as his son's. Long time no see. Jiang back that. Huh, he said he was visiting the patient but stomped straight onto back, then's hospital bed. You just got back and are already causing trouble. Making your cousin end up at the police station. You are really something. How did your uncle raise you back then? Not scared enough yet. But you are different now. Uncle, are you going to teach me a lesson? I am really scared. Thien Min squeezed his cheek threateningly. If you are scared, then change your testimony quickly. Say you and Hien Vian were just joking. He did not mean to hurt you. When this is over, go to Hien Vian's door and apologize with a bow to him and the guards you hit. I want to hold it against you anymore. Uncle then glared angrily at him. You act like a 3-day starving dung beetle. Then come here demanding stuff. Min was confused. What did you say? He flipped the blanket and snapped the man's index finger decisively. Min screamed in pain. The police nearby immediately reacted, hearing the noise. What happened? Go check inside. But Min's men quickly stopped them. Officer, the noise is not from here. Our bodyguards just sang a song to lighten your hard work every day. Everyone has hair on their body. Let me sing you a song about hair. They even thought the boss was lecturing that guy. That scream sounds pitiful. The boss is too cruel. No way. We have to make his singing louder to drown out the screams inside. Can't let them overhear. He slapped the butts of 2 big guys. Haven't eaten yet. Sing louder. What kinds of hair do we have on our bodies? Let me sing it for you. What kinds of hair? Eyebrows. Head hair. Leg hair. And more. Min cried so much he lost count, but back then still kept his grip. I know you came for Jiang He and Vien. If you want me to change my testimony, then you have to show some sincerity. What do you want? He decisively stated his demand. I want all the Jiang family's assets. Everything in your and Jiang He and Vien's names. Min was in pain but still loved money more. Jiang back then. Do you know what you are saying? Even a caged lion is not as arrogant as you. Back then threatened. If you want to hand over the inheritance, then let Jiang He and Vien rot in jail for a few years. I will hire the best lawyer to prosecute. I will make sure he serves 10 years and break 2 of your fingers on the side. What do you say? Min screamed in pain. Let go. I agree with you. Getting what he wanted, back then immediately released his grip. Min clutched his finger. Jiang back then. You have got a bright future now. Uncle's happy for you. Just change your testimony with the police. And the company. Real estate. Everything can be yours. He was so angry his eyes were bloodshot. But after this, do not you dare regret it. The hired thugs were still singing nonsense songs. There was another kind of hair even funnier, we can see it. They thought they would get praised. Boss. The police just tried to come in but we blocked them. Boss. Look, this is the song I sang. The fat man grabbed the arm of the guy with glasses. Min's shout made him cry. That was my scream. Did you guys stuff cotton in your ears or what? And you still did not hear it. He pushed them away angrily. You useless idiots. Go prepare the property transfer contract and bring it here for Jiang back then to sign. The 3 thugs were so shocked they could not close their mouths. What? But it looks like Min has some dirty plan in mind. Jiang did not you want the Jiang family fortune? Fine. I will let you take charge of the Jiang family empire worth hundreds of billions, but it is just an empty shell. You will regret this. The next morning, you were already at the Jiang Corporation building. Thenis' father was determined. He was going to reclaim what belonged to their family. Memories from the past came back. Dad was always at the company from morning till night. He never played with me. Dad was so neglectful. He gently hugged his little son. Little Thon, do not be mad. Didn't you always say you wanted to see Mom? Dad's trying his best to help you find Mom. Upon hearing Mom, the boy started to cry. Mom is at the company. Then why can she come home to see me? Though sad, he forced a smile so his son would not worry. Your mom is not at the company. But the company is the key to finding her. He left, leaving the boy confused by his words. The moment he turned away, Then's father could not hold back his tears. Your mom is trapped by some bad people. Only if the company thrives can we unlock the room where she is held. Only then can little Then see his mom. Bixi then recalled the past but still could not figure it out. What secret does the key inside the company really hold? Suddenly something flew toward him. Bixi then quickly dodged. What was that? It turned out to be a workers' protest. Pay us? Pay us now. Pay for our sweat and tears. Give us justice. The Luzzy company deliberately closed early. The reporters saw you and immediately rushed over like they would found prey shameless and brazen. No idea how many microphones they shoved in Bixithuna's face. Jiang, please answer our questions. Sir, you just took the position and already face protests. How does that feel? Are you someone who will do anything for money? How much salary do you owe your employees? Can you reveal anything? Will you apologize? Looking at those reporters, they were clearly hired by Thin Min. Suddenly a hand grabbed your shoulder. Chairman. Over here. Come quickly. The reporters kept banging on the door, shouting, please open up, please answer our questions. Once inside, Bixi then asked what was going on. Trijong Miyu, what is happening? She explained. Chairman, we have been deceived. Let us talk as we walk. Trying Miyu pulled out documents. After the company handover, I had someone check the invoices and books again and found Jiang Corporation buried in debts and shady invoices. Employee salaries have been unpaid for over a year. Right now, Jiang Thin Min is holding a press conference, throwing dirt on you. She took the remote and showed you the news. Outside, a group of workers is rioting and protesting your takeover of Jiang Corporation. Please take a look. Chairman, Thin Min acted innocent. Today, I want to make an announcement. Jiang Corporation will be inherited by the son of my late brother. BC then his face darkened. You tried to catch every word. He recounted it tragically. Last year, my brother's bad management led to a 700 billion loss. Since then, the company has had no way out, but I did not hesitate to take on this wreck. Despite years of hardship, there has been some progress. Now my brother's son has returned from the army, insisting I stole his father's company. I can't bear the bad reputation. So I handed the company over to him. Reporters just go whichever way the wind blows. That guy's the definition of biting the hand that fed him, a real spoiled brat, forcing the eldest uncle to give up the company. Vin Den's acting was top-notch, tears streaming down his face. Since the company's assets do not belong to me anymore, even if I want to solve the strike, I am powerless. I can only use this press conference to speak for the workers treated unfairly. He sobbed, offering his sincerest apologies. After watching that scene, Then had to admit he was a great actor. Trashai mighty asked, Chairman, should we gather evidence to prosecute Jiang Thin-min, or just do nothing? Jiang Thin-min left behind bad invoices and held a press conference. He is clearly prepared, so we probably can't find any useful evidence. She gasped. Are we just supposed to swallow this bitterness? Jiang Thin-min kindly offered the company to his nephew, a model businessman, a pitiful uncle. He silently pondered, staring at his uncle's sunken jaw. Then smiled. Don't worry. I have been preparing for this. I will take revenge and make him pay tenfold. You assign Trang Miyu the urgent task of handling the troublemakers outside. A Trajang Miyu, come with me. Yes. Chairman. As soon as she opened the company door, the waiting workers outside immediately reacted. Trang Miyu stepped forward. Please make way. We will hold a press conference later to explain everything clearly. Please wait until then to ask questions. Jian, please accept our interview. Right now, everyone's calling you ungrateful. What do you think about this? We heard you are just a soldier without management experience. Why claim the company back? The workers shouted angrily. Pay up. Cough up the money. Give us justice. He looked downcast at the crowd. A Trajang Miyu. Sorry for using you as a shield. I will make it up to you later. BC then's face suddenly went pale. There was someone in the crowd trying to kill him. Where? The man pulled a sharp knife and charged at Buffathon without hesitation. He thought he had succeeded. This bastard boss refused to pay, so now he would die. Trang Miyu shouted anxiously. Chairman, no one around expected this. As soon as he strikes, grab his arm firmly. Buxi then smirked like he would seen through Thien Min's whole plan. Years in the military were not for nothing. He easily subdued the assassin. The attacker never expected Bikathun to be this strong. You easily subdued him and pinned him to the ground. Back then's face was threatening. Anyone else want to try wielding a knife like him? Better all at once. I will pack him up and toss him straight to the police station. Those who were loud before now did not dare move. Back then made an unexpected demand. Good. Looks like everyone here is a good citizen who respects the law. In that case, on behalf of the Jiang Corporation, I guarantee this to all of you. I will pay everyone's wages. Double. Trang Miyu followed his instructions and pulled out the contracts. Now, please line up neatly and register with my secretary. Trang Miyu. After verification, you will all get paid, plus compensation for past wage arrears. The workers did not expect such a smooth resolution. Really? The boss's son and Jiang Thin-min do not sound alike at all. It does not feel like a scam. Back then took out the assassin's knife from earlier and spoke with absolute certainty. Jiang back then always means what he says. If I say something and do not follow through, next time feel free to stab me with a knife. I swear I won't resist. Seeing his sincerity, everyone agreed. That is what I call a real man. We will trust you this time to report the guy. Trang Miyu wondered. Chairman, are we just going to let them riot like this? He smirked. They are just innocent folks stirred up by Jiang Thin-min. I will settle everything, including past debts. It is all on Jiang Thin-min. That night at Jiang Thin-min's villa, the three happily raised their glasses, thinking their plan had succeeded. Cheers, Xuanvin is finally out on bail. Your move was brilliant. This time, Jiang back then will have to shoulder all the debts that were ours. We can also use money to register a new, debt-free company. Tin happily held her glass. Exactly. Your plan has given our Xuanvin a huge sigh of relief. When Jiang back then arrives at the company today, those idiots will get a lesson. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Thin-min laughed uncontrollably. This is nothing. He reminded her not to forget our goal is to get the Liu family as project. Tin, is your sister's place okay? Tin smiled slyly. No problem. She thinks Jiang back then is in debt. So your sister will definitely divorce him. Then we will introduce Mir. Liu. She will be very grateful. The three bastards happily toasted, unaware how bleak the future would be. Good. Then we will rely on this new project. We will definitely make it into the top 10 wealthy families in Vansun City. Then no one will dare say your dad is not as good as Jiang back then's dad. Now, let us toast again. Yes, father-in-law, Let us drink to our glorious future. Suddenly, Min heard a noise outside. So late. Why are there police sirens? Hearing it seemed like they were stopping at our gate. He left the table to check. Nim had led people to the villa's main gate. The guards blocked them. Asking what they were doing, she showed her badge. Police here. This is an arrest warrant. Ten was annoyed why this woman didn't Jiang back then say he changed his statement. Mun pushed forward. Move aside. Move aside. Chairman Jiang, put away your batons. Let me talk to her. He stepped in front of Nim. Comrade officer, did not we already explain everything last time? My son and grandson were just chasing each other. The boy never meant to hurt anyone. Mun thought it was all settled. But Nim stayed silent, leaving him uneasy. She spoke. I know, but this time I am here to arrest all 3 of your family members. What did they all shout? Comrade officer, what did we do wrong? We did not do anything. We are just honest business people. Nim held up the handcuffs. Someone accused your family of hiring him to kill. Now put these on and come with me. Don't he make me say it twice? Hearing that, all 3 turned pale as if they would seen a ghost. How could this be? Killing? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? We are all honest, law-abiding citizens. Him snapped. If you are innocent, then cooperate so we can investigate and clear your names. He and Vin still did not get the gravity of the situation. Haha, stop talking nonsense and scare someone else. The cop leaned in close to her. I know everything. Are you and Jiang Bithen secretly involved? Did Jiang Bithen send you here to arrest us? Last time, it clearly was not me who hurt him, yet you still forced me into custody. Nim could not take it anymore. She fired a shot into the air. The cops killing someone. Then she ordered the squad. Suspects are not cooperating. Proceed with forced arrest. Understood. These guys really need tough measures. Behave yourselves. Crying. Take it easy. Mun kept yelling as he was put into the car. What is your name? Jiang Min. You will regret everything you did today. Nim smiled slyly. You just wait. Let us see how the interrogation goes first. Someone confessed they were hired by him to kill. A giant corporation? Tron Mayu reported. Chairman, I have done as you asked. Sent video footage of today's troublemakers and intentional injury to the police station. But with just this evidence, it is unlikely we can charge Jiang Min. Back at the police interrogation, the assassin pointed right at Min. It was him. He hired me to kill Jiang Buxithun. Min denied the accusation. I might eat anything. But I do not talk nonsense. I have never met you before. Him asked the man. Do you have proof that Jiang Min hired you? Like bank transfers or recorded conversations? He admitted. I am the contractor who finished their real estate project. They did not pay us and told us to go to Jiang Buxithun. She pressed on. Then what happened? I forgot. Mun clutched his stomach laughing. Haha. Forgot? I am afraid that never even happened. He threatened. If there is no proof, why keep babbling? Officer, how can you believe this uneducated man? Looks like it is all a misunderstanding. Officer, next time before you arrest someone, use your brain. Now let me go. Him agreed. Fine. If no new evidence comes up in 24 hours, we will release you. They were then taken to a temporary holding cell. Min shouted. You are locking up a successful businessman like me over a lousy worker. Are all you cops' brains rotten? He yelled. Jiang Min, to bosses like you, are workers like us not even worthy of being human? He grabbed his collar. Min spat on him. You did this on purpose. Did not you? You uneducated lowleaf. Why come after me instead of Jiang Buxithun? But the man was focused on his question. I just want to ask, did you deliberately withhold our wages and treat us like a soccer ball to kick over to Jiang Buxithun? Min admitted. So what if I did? You were born at the bottom. You are meant to serve us upper class and make us money. You want money from me? Don't he hold your breath? Let us see if he can keep his arrogance. He clenched his teeth in anger. People like you are rotten to the core. Boss Jiang is right, you deserve life in prison. Min refused to back down. Jiang he is the one scheming with you. Right? Too bad I get out tomorrow. Your tricks won't work anymore. We really can't keep you here. He clenched his fists, eyes full of resolve. Just one more night. Min still did not understand but took a step back. Boss has agreed to pay us. I already agreed with the boss. Yeah? What exactly did you agree with Jiang Buxithun on? He raised his hand in fear. Wait. What are you planning to do? This is a police station. I already agreed with boss then. We have to keep hitting until he spits it out. I think everyone can guess what is behind this. A fist slammed down, full of rage. Min's face was swollen all over. Jiang Buxithun has tried to scheme against us so many times. We can't take it anymore. He ordered his son, Vin, go find someone to beat him to death immediately. Dad, I do not think that is a good idea. Finally, you see it too. That Jiang Buxithun is a cunning devil. He replied, if we act suddenly, we will fall right into his trap. Then Mun shouted in anger, "Is that old man really going to take this beating without a fight?" Havine told him to calm down. "Dad, do not I have a plan. Didn't we originally plan to give Ving Tite Vi to the son of the Eldu family? Then we can lure Jiang Biti Then out at the same time." Havine muttered, "The Eldu family's heir has some top fighters, all dangerous enough to kill. Even if Jiang Then has some skills, he is doomed against those crazy outsiders. Then he will have to watch his woman taken by someone else. That feeling." Then Mun praised his foolish son. "Kid, that plan of yours is good. The Liu family is powerful. Even if Jiang Biti Then suffers losses, he can fight back." He said, "It is nothing. That is already a good deal for him." But then Min hesitated. "Tin, Ving Tite Vi is your sister. Can you really go through with this?" But she immediately agreed. "Oh, Dad, you are overthinking. What is there to hesitate about? I will call her now and trick her out." Tin called Tite Vi. Says, "Do you still want to go to the International Cancer Immunotherapy Center to treat Dad? Remember to bring Jiang Biti Then too. Don't he forget him. Those three bastards think they will succeed. Isn't this perfect? Dad, let us wait and watch Jiang Biti Then get beaten like a dog. Our luck's rising just like that." "Well done." Haha. Scene shifts to another place. "Oh wow, Liu. We are here with you, but you are still looking at pictures." Vin's face flushed. "This is the goddess I tried so hard to win over back in high school. She is Butch Nguyen Kwang, the Chusa in my heart." Some clueless idiot snatched the photo away. "Butch Nguyen Kwang and Chusa. Are they prettier than us?" The photo of Tite was torn. The others immediately dropped to their knees begging, "Liu, please do not be mad. Purple hair still does not get how important this is." "Oh come on, it is just a torn photo. What kind of witches are you?" She jumped into Vin's arms. "Liu, sorry, I did not mean to." "You are not mad, right?" His face darkened as he grabbed her arm. "You used your right hand just now, right?" "Yes." A scream tore through the air. That looked painful. "Heartbreaking. I still like her a lot. Take her to the Jade Mine area. It would be a shame if her arm got disabled." The girl's arm was bent and broken out of shape. "Yes, the informant below just reported. Liu, the Jiang family's people have arrived. As promised, they brought the person you need." Vin was glad. "Tite Vi is here. I am going to meet her now." But they also brought a man claiming to be Viviang Tite Vi's husband. Named Jiang Biti Then. He was startled. "Husband?" Vin's face showed pure contempt. "So his name is Jiang Biti Then. He would been missing in the military for years, so I could not act. Didn't expect him to show up at my doorstep today. That is good. Saves me the trouble." He ordered someone behind him, "Remove the poison. Bring a few disciples here. I need them to help me deal with this." Jiang De, looking at the high-rise with the sign International Cancer Immunotherapy Center, Tin spoke. "This is the International Cancer Immunotherapy Center I told you about." Vine pointed to the building. "This is the estate registered under the Liu family. The Liu family is one of the elite clans of Vansun City. The person receiving everyone is inside. Please come in." Then frowned slightly. Silently wondering, Vansun? The Liu family. Then recalled a few days ago when he held up a jade pendant. He looked at the old man on the sick bed and asked, "Sir, do you know where this jade pendant came from?" The old man looked at the jade in his hand and replied, "This is medicinal jade, originating from one of the jade mines passed down by the Liu clan ancestors of Vansun City." Then furrowed his brows, guessing the missing piece of the Hoyan Than quiet puzzle might be connected to the Liu family. Tite Vi glanced at the nearby elevator. Puzzled, "Why is no one here?" Tin smirked slyly. "Because today, only 2 guests would be received." Without another word, she pushed Tite Vi and Then inside. The doors quickly shut behind them. Tite Vi shouted in panic, "Tin, what are you doing?" The elevator sounded, signaling descent, and a voice echoed from inside, "Goddess Tite Vi." Both turned sharply to look back. The speaker was Lu Van Vien. He smiled pervertedly. "After all these years, you are still as stunning as I remember." Tite Vi was stunned, staring at him. Liu Van, why is it you?" Then kept his cold expression. "Who is he?" she asked. "He is my high school classmate," she replied. Van Vien smirked. "Tite Vi, you are really cruel. Everyone said we were a perfect couple back then, yet you claim we are just friends." He suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Tite Vi's arm. She struggled, yelling, "Let go!" Then reached out to stop him, but was grabbed by Van Vien's henchman. Then was startled, eyes wide. Turning back, the henchman raised his fist, shouting, "Go die!" Then reacted fast, kicking the henchman hard and springing upward. Then nimbly dodged the henchman's punch. Looking at the 2 henchmen, he thought, these 2 Middle Eastern guys are not ordinary, they radiate cultivated energy. Meanwhile, Van Vien grabbed Tite Vi and dragged her toward the elevator. She screamed in panic, "What are you doing? Let me go." Then, "Help me," hearing her screams. Back then hurried toward her, Tite Vi, but the henchman charged it back then, punching hard. Back then could only retreat to dodge. He looked as the elevator began moving upward. Back then his face darkened. Voice low. You dare block me? Are you too tired of living? The two henchmen laughed mockingly. You Chinese do not know your limits. Do you know who we are? Outside, Tutin held Vin tightly, laughing loudly. Looks like Jiang back then's dead for sure, though his skills are top-notch. Can Liu's henchmen teach him a lesson? Vin smiled. Of course. Those around Li's son are extraordinary outsiders, including a pair of Middle Eastern brothers, one agile enough to leap onto trees without effort, the other with terrifying strength, able to punch through steel with bare hands. Tutin's eyes lit up with admiration. Impressive? But inside, the scene was chaos. Dust swirling everywhere. One henchman lay sprawled on a rock, the other choked tightly by back then, struggling to breathe. Back then looked at him coldly. Don't keep jumping around like a fried shrimp in front of me. You are making me dizzy. Tell me, how do I open this elevator? Back then slammed the henchman's head to the ground, demanding, how do I open this elevator? The henchman sweated nervously, voice trembling. Only Liu Sud card can operate this elevator. You want to get in? Back then stood up, the henchman quickly clutching his neck. Back then clenched his fist tightly and smashed the elevator door hard. A loud bang echoed. But no matter how hard he hit, the door did not budge. The henchman held his neck, mocking. It is useless. This door's made from special material. Even my little brother can break it. Even if you have got some skill, you can open this. Mac then remained silent. But suddenly cracks began to appear on the door. The henchman's eyes widened in shock. No way. After a few seconds, the door shattered completely. At the same time, Tite Vi was thrown violently onto the bed by Van Vien. Tite Vi looked at him warily. Lu Van Vin, what do you want to do? Van Vin grinned wickedly, smoothing his shirt. Of course. I want to make love to you. Darling. Tite Vi reached out to push him away, struggling. Get away. I am married already, and what you are doing is a crime. He barely cared, licking her hand with a perverted look. Being married does not matter. After today, you will be my little widow. He tore her dress apart, not afraid of the police. They can catch me. Tite Vi screamed in despair. Please. She sobbed, begging for help. BC then. Save me. He moved closer to her. Don't worry. He can save you. Suddenly the door was kicked open. Van Vin was stunned, feeling a fist coming at his face. Before he could dodge, a punch knocked out several of his teeth. Van Vin was thrown back, crashing hard against the wall. He collapsed flat on the ground. Bis then rushed to Tite Vi's side, asking, Tite Vi, are you okay? She cried, choking back sobs. BC then. I want to go home. Bis then took off his shirt and draped it over her, his voice gentle. All right, let us go home now. Suddenly, he glanced at the group entering from outside. Ooh. It was Van Vin's henchman. He laughed loudly, grabbing Tite Vi's leg. She panicked, turning her head. BC then. He is still moving. He crawled closer, flashing a twisted smile. Tite Vi, with me here. Where do you think you are going? Van Vin's face looked like a ghost. Tite Vi, where do you want to go? Tite Vi saw this and fainted in Buxy Then's arms. He held her leg, refusing to let go. Tite Vi is really weak. I am this handsome, and she is scared enough to pass out. Van Vin lay on the ground but still arrogant. Jian, that last punch packed some power, so you could not hurt me. Our people practice special Qi Kung Fu that heals wounds quickly. No matter how good you are, it won't matter. Bis then smirked. Really? Then how about this? Can you heal from this too? He decisively stomped on Vin Vin's arm, breaking it. Look at that useless guy trembling on the ground. I can feel the Haiyan Than Quite energy healing his wounds already. Looks like the missing part of Haiyan Than Quite is at the Lulzu family. No wonder Vin Vin's arm is healing so fast. He was secretly relieved. Jiang Then Mun's plan against me actually helped me find the lost piece of Haiyan Than Quite. This is truly a blessing in disguise. Van Vin sensed trouble and called for backup. Lone Wolf. Why are you just standing there? Get out here and deal with him. Lone Wolf approached his men from behind, bragging. Lone Wolf is the one and only assassin from the Middle East. He will make sure you never come back. Jian, if you are scared, just cut off your own dick here in front of everyone, and maybe I will consider sparing your life. Let me see how long Vin Vin can last like this. Bis then showed no signs of backing down. In your dreams, Vin Vin was insulted and started losing it. Fine. If you are dead set on dying, I will make it happen. Then Vin Vin ordered. Lone Wolf, deal with him. Bis then reacted quickly, turning around. Something flew at him like a dart or weapon stuck to the wall. It was so fast Vin Vin did not feel pain, only blood soaking his pants. Vin Vin dropped to his knees, clutching his crotch. You are teasing me. Liu, can your Kai Kung Fu heal this? If not, should we just call you Liu Gong? So these two already knew each other. Vin Vin was shocked. Why did Lone Wolf say? Handle him. You again. Bisithen friendly slapped Lone Wolf's shoulder. Middle East assassin Lone Wolf, it has been years. Your dirty tricks are the same, always chopping off other guys' dicks. He turned to BC Then. I did not expect the West Territory's boss to skip the military base and come to this small place to play pig eats tiger. If I had not recognized you, would you have just wiped out all my men? Vin Vin's face was drenched in sweat. Lone Wolf, why did you forget him? You helped him fight me. Don't you want the Liu family's martial arts and Kwai Kung Fu anymore? The Lone Wolf looked at Vin Vin like he was an idiot. If it were anyone else, I could have taken action, but because of you, I would be crossing that crazy guy from Tai 10. Then it is not worth it. Liu young master, we do not need your Liu family's martial arts anymore. Our cooperation ends here. After that, he led his troops out of here. This Ultu Vin Vin is handed over to Jiang Beast then to deal with as he sees fit. Vin Vin could not believe his eyes, seeing the Lone Wolf just leave. He tremblingly knelt on the ground. Who the hell are you? Even the Lone Wolf does not dare to confront you. That is not important. Bis then leaned in close. Daring anyone to touch my woman, I was going to kill you. But I am very interested in that martial art of the Liu family. If you obediently hand it over, I might consider sparing your life and help you call an ambulance. Think about it, but Vin Vin is a spoiled rich kid, so he won to agree easily. You have ruined me. And now you want me to give up the martial art? Don't even dream of it. Basaya then, said Nor and immediately carried Tite Vi away. Fine then. I am leaving. But there is no one else left in this building. If you do not get to the hospital soon, your nightingale might beg you out of fear. Brother Jiang, do not. I will give you the martial art. Please help me call an ambulance. I do not want to die without an hair. Boo-hoo. Bas then checked his prize. The paper Elju Vin Vin gave him was indeed the missing part of Hein Than quite. Too bad. It is still incomplete. But with this segment, cancer and other incurable diseases for Uncle Vigong won't be a problem. Even his internal injuries can partly heal. While he was busy with his own matters, Tite Vi nearby suddenly stirred, waking from a nightmare. Do not come here. Bas then saw his wife scared like this and comforted her. You are awake. Don't be afraid. We are home now. Tite Vi was heartbroken again. I trusted Tin so much. Why would he treat us like this? What is his game? People die for money. Birds die for bait. You explained to Tite Vi. I have investigated thoroughly. Ving Tin wanted to get at the Liu family's coal project. So he used you to win over Liu Vivin Vin. You never suspected? Just for one project. He even lied to his own sister and you. He almost hurt you. Basi then rubbed her head to comfort her. Don't be sad. I will fight back for everything you suffered. They want the coal project. Then I let them have it. As he spoke, a sly smile crept across his lips. The next day, Bis Fenton found the terrified Vin Vin hiding behind his bodyguards. He trembled. I already gave you the martial art. Why are you still looking for me? Bisi then explained why he was here. I came to negotiate with you. From what I know, the Lone Wolf's arrow contains poison. If I am right, even if Liu young Master Nightingale is cured, she will have some aftereffects. Vin Vin immediately clutched his precious girl. You even know about this? Do you really have a way to cure my aftereffects? He spoke confidently. Yes, I can cure you, but in exchange, I want your family's coal project. And you will have to help me with a small matter. Vin Vin obedient like a puppy. Help, help, as long as you cure my aftereffects, I will give you the coal project. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Basiden's image appeared on major news outlets. Vinman was furious. What is going on here? He slammed the table in anger. Why was not Jiang beat death and punished, but instead seized the coal project? Hin Vin and Tin are stunned. Dad, we do not know either. We really brought Vigtide and Jiang Biexathun to see Liu young master, but now we can reach him. Vinman angrily scolded them. You are useless. I can rely on any of you. Dad, where are you going? I am going to the company to demand what is rightfully mine. Get ready. Everyone, drama's about to unfold. The scene shifted to Giant Corporation's office. Vinman barked. Giant come out here. I have business to discuss with you. As it happened, Bisithen was here. Uncle, what wind blew you here? He is up. Giant Stop pretending. You schemed to get me arrested and got me beaten up by that guy. I know exactly what happened. Uncle then replied with a mocking smile. You came here to settle accounts with me. Then mine turned the tables. Yeah? Since you are my nephew, I can overlook it this time. I do not get how this old man says all this, but you have to give the company back to him. I already know you got the coal project, but you have no business experience. Without him, it won't work. It is better to hand it back to him. Vinman believed Buxy Then would follow whatever he said. You better let him continue as chairman, holding all the company shares. As for you, since you secured the project, He will give you some profits later. Looking at Bitsy Then's face like he was hearing nonsense. Suddenly a raw egg smashed right onto Thin Min's head. He yelled furiously. Who do you think you are? You want to be our boss? Dun T dream. Thin Min shot back. You common folks dare throw eggs at me. Once I am chairman, I will kick all of you out. The employees shouted their love for him. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. We do not want a jerk like you as our boss. Beat him up. Make him pay for his delusions. You do not know business. Only good at stealing our wages. Jiang Bethan is the real deal. He gives us work and pays us. Don't even think about stealing the job. If he is not here, we are out. Thin Min had to hide in a corner. Finally, those blackguards left. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Startling him. Who is there? Two men with crew cuts came to arrest him. Jiang Thin Min. Young Master Liu wants to see you. Please come with us. Come in. Vin Den sat between two ladies on the sofa. Uncle Jiang. I have been waiting for you a long time. Have a seat. Thin Min obediently followed. Young Master Liu. I have been looking for you too. I want to ask, you said from the start the coal project would be ours. So why did you hand it to Jiang Biki Thun? Vin Den pointed to his battered face. I am not the one who broke a promise. That day, the people you sent did not give me a single cent. And Jiang Bi then beat me up. After beating me, he stole my coal project. So who do you want me to settle this with? Thin Min was shocked. Jiang Bifa beat you. Vine read the file. Dad. Young Master Liu's project is great but costs 1.5 trillion to implement. Plus, it involves nuclear energy, which sounds too risky. Thin Min thought Dad was stuck in the past. For money, just go to the bank. With today's tech, being afraid is embarrassing. If we get this project, we won't have to work so hard for money. Jiang BC Then's new type of coal project will be a total failure. No matter how coal is improved, it can compare to nuclear energy. The two foolish parents looked at each other in doubt. He admitted it. Dad, you are right. Jiang Bifin has cheated us so many times we can't let it slide. Taking this project could make Jiang Buxi Than suffer. I will go raise the money right now. This time, we will finish him off. Thin Min was certain. Dad promised we would ruin his reputation completely. Then what are we waiting for? To Tin, quickly bring out all the jewelry and designer bags I bought you before. Saying that, he grabbed Tin's hand. Hey, what is this? News spread everywhere. The former chairman of the Jiang Group, Jiang Thin Min, just launched Thin Min Enterprises to develop a controllable nuclear fusion energy project. Everyone buzzed with talk. If successful, Jiang Thin Min would be the king of nuclear energy oil. Let us buy shares in that company fast. Once nuclear energy succeeds, that new coal project be completely ruined. It is already dead. I regret buying those stocks. Thin Min advertises. The controllable nuclear fusion reaction developed by our company is the latest high-tech energy. Not only energy-saving and environmentally friendly, but also much more efficient than the traditional coal energy used by some businesses. We welcome promising investors to cooperate. Back then sits watching all the information on TV. This time, Halal will have to bother him again. When the time comes, just do whatever I say. Fusen agrees. Okay. Everyone will follow Bakthan's orders. Evian shouts. The richest tycoon in Vanhai City wants to meet you. He originally planned to invest in Jiang Bakthan's company. That guy, he said he wants to withdraw his investment and switch to investing in the controllable nuclear energy project. He is currently in the reception room. I already gave him the project documents to review. Thin Min is delighted and quickly leads his dad to meet him. The father and son eagerly go out to greet Fusen. Hello, with you here. It is like a dragon visiting my house. He immediately gets straight to the point. No handshakes. He is not used to dealing with others. I have reviewed your introduction and project plan. Hello? What do you think? Back then, wearing Bluetooth earphones, says the project looks impressive. He agrees to invest 300 billion. On the other side, Fusen immediately follows his lead. This project looks solid. I agree to invest 300 billion. Hearing that number, Thin Min's eyes light up. 300 billion. Halal really has a sharp eye. The two of them work in perfect sync. But first, I have one condition. Thin Min refuses to miss this big opportunity. Hello? Just tell me the condition. Bakthan's expression is sly, saying that looking at these numbers, he feels the energy output from the nuclear fusion device is not enough. If within 3 days the device can triple its current energy output, he will invest immediately. Everyone worries. Tripling the output. Isn't that too much? Hello? 3 days is not enough time. Plus it is too dangerous. Thin Min angrily slaps his son right away. What is with all that talk? Shut up. For the first time, I saw his son was way smarter than him. So what is the problem? No need for 3 days. I will contact the energy plant and show you the results right away. Fusen replies. Then I will be waiting. Thin Min immediately calls the other side. Chairman. Any instructions? He orders them. Triple the energy output production for me. Let me see. The staff immediately tries to stop him. Chairman, this is very dangerous. What does back then say? Fusen relays exactly. If that is the case, then forget it. I will reconsider the investment. That is it. I will reconsider. Tianmen quickly intervenes. Wait. Hello? Do not. This is not dangerous at all. These people are just too conservative and unwilling to work. Right? I am your boss. When I say do it, you do it. Quickly triple the current energy level for me. The staff member is troubled but must comply. Yes. She orders everyone to increase the energy level to triple the current output. Yes. Tianmen encourages. Hello? Wait and see. You will witness the results you want soon. Sure enough. Something happens. The nuclear energy plant supervisor seems to lose control. Quickly shut it down. Activate the safety freeze device. Back then on the other side casually counts down, eagerly awaiting the result he created. 3, 2, 1, boom. An explosion as massive as the upcoming education revolution in Vietnam. Fusen wonders why the screen went black. Tianmen tries to cover. Must be a weak signal. Let me contact them. But no sooner said than the shockwave from the explosion reaches them, shattering the windows. Tianmen is stunned, not understanding what is happening. What happened? Vien reports the explosion, apparently near the energy plant. The fire is huge, Dad. It really is our energy plant. Hearing this, he trembles. No way. If it blew up, does not that mean our nuclear energy project is ruined? From their spot, they can see more clearly than ever. Oh God, it has exploded. Is not everything destroyed? Fusen slams his hand down. Irritated. Frowning. If you are weak, do not show off. If you do not have the ability, do not talk nonsense. I hate people who stop at nothing for profit like you. Consider the investment talk never happened. Olda leave. Tianmen wanted to follow but was stopped by the bodyguards. Olda, you are not allowed to go. Shocked by the result, he collapsed to the ground. This is it. I am really done for this time. It is pitiful to see. But whatever. No one knows if back then ran Sadin. But the news spread fast. The energy factory with controllable power just had an explosion. Tianmen Group's stock plummeted and has declared bankruptcy. The new style rock project is drawing market attention. People are talking just a few days and it already blew up. What controllable energy? That is all nonsense. Yeah, I heard it should not have exploded. But the boss blindly pushed for investment, ordering recklessly well-deserved at a collapsed building that barely looks like a house. Tianmen desperately tried calling for help. Hello? Boss Lu, can you lend me some living expenses? Hello? Donnie hang up. Tuten cried holding her husband. Vien. I do not want to live here. Neither do you. The house is sealed by the bank. Money frozen. And there is nothing left to do. Stop crying. It is useless. You still can borrow money. Tianmen was frustrated. Dad called every number. No one wants to lend. It is at this moment Tuten finally spoke up. Father-in-law, there is actually one person you have not asked yet. Hearing Jiang back then, his face froze. News spread everywhere. Old Ha met the police and voluntarily provided evidence on the controllable nuclear fusion project and the explosion's cause. Many workers were injured or temporarily unconscious, but no deaths. Though the project was controllable, the nuclear reactor exploded for unknown reasons. Jiang Tianmen will be fully responsible if state-supplied equipment is damaged. News kept coming for days. The richest man in Vanhai City met police. Truong Mu announced. Chairman Jiang Tianmen brought someone saying he wants to see you. He has hundreds of millions in debt. Probably here to beg you. Should I call someone to chase them away? Back then seemed to have everything under control. No need. I have planned long ago to wait for his begging moment. Let me end their farce. Personally went out to meet the three of them. Uncle, what are you doing? Not appropriate in public? Eldest nephew confidently blinds and leads them away. Unexpectedly, these two are so shameless. I just found out my daughter-in-law dared to betray my sister. Unacceptable. Didn't I bring her here to apologize? But how can you forgive them so easily? How do you plan to apologize? If it is just a painless apology, I want to accept. She must be punished. The three were stunned hearing this. Tianmen's original plan was to fool Jiang back then, but now it is not so easy. Back then does not want to forgive them. What now? You are not here to sincerely apologize, but just pretending. How come? He immediately turned to his son. Vien. Are not you going to teach your wife a lesson? Yes, sir. No more gentleness. He ripped the tape from Tuten's mouth, then slapped her hard enough to last a lifetime. You are a cruel, crazy woman who betrayed your sister. Apologize to your brother-in-law now. Tuten screamed. Jiang Hianvi. Did not we say it is just pretending? How dare you hit for real? Vien was not holding back. You rotten woman only spew nonsense. Mistakes deserve a beating. Pretending means hitting you for real. Tuten's face swelled. Fine. Jiang Hianvi. You are useless trash resorting to hitting your wife just to borrow money. I was blind to marry you. If I would known, I would not have left Jiang back then and ended up like this. Hearing this, Vien got even angrier. What? You regret marrying me? He kicked her straight in the stomach. You are the kind of woman blinded by money. You think Jiang back then still cares about you. He is the boss of a billion-dollar company. Who do you think you are? Don't even dream it. To Ten lay motionless on the ground. Tianmin turned to ask back then, nephew, are you less angry now? He cheerfully turned away. All right, I am not mad anymore. You all can go now. Tianmin tried to stop him. You really want to just leave like that? Leave like that? You want to apologize for something you did wrong to me. He immediately denied it. We did not do anything wrong to you. The two of them looked equally petty. Recently, we had some trouble and wanted to borrow money from you. Yeah, borrow some money. Back then looked thoughtful. Borrow money. I remember 5 years ago when my father was seriously ill. I came to borrow money from you. What did that uncle say back then? Hearing this, Tianmin broke out in sweat. Back then was mocking them straight to their faces. Lending money to losers like you is less effective than raising a dog. Uncle, that is what you said at first? Right? At his wit's end, Tianmin knelt down. He begged. Back then, I was wrong. I am kneeling for you. Please forgive me. If you do not help me this time, your cousin and I will be finished. But some things can't be fixed with just an apology. Uncle, honestly I still hold a bit of resentment. Seeing you are old, I can be too harsh. How about this? You learn to bark like a dog a few times. Consider yourself my dog, the dog I raise, and I will gladly pay you. What do you think? Uncle. Tianmin shook, Jiang back that. You are really too much. Suddenly a barking sound made both them jump and turn around. It was he and Vin, who, truth be told, was a bit smarter than his father. Go. Cousin, do you think I am getting the hang of it? I am not angry anymore. I swear. Go. Back then mocked. Your cousin's dog has some skills. Not bad. I am not mad at you anymore. Go get the money with Truong Miu. But this money is only for you to use. If you give it to your father, I will take it back immediately. Yes, do not worry. I want to give my father a single dime. What? Tianmin cursed. That ungrateful bastard. I raised you all these years. Before leaving, Vin said a few more words. During this time, we were beaten and scolded like street rats. I am fed up with these hard, penniless days. If I had a father, I would not be like this. I do not accept this father. Whoever has the money is the real father. He got angry but was stopped by the guards. This insolent brat back then said bluntly, Uncle, do you even know how to bark? If not, get lost now. Nobody here welcomes you. Making Tianmin shake with anger. I am your uncle, and I already knelt for you. Don't bully others too much. Give me the money, and I will leave. He tiredly rubbed his head. If you do not want to learn to bark, then here's the deal. Uncle, when Kwang Hoi Group and you betrayed my father together, tell me who it was, and I will lend you money. Hearing this, he shuddered. Haha. Back then, what are you saying? How could I betray your father? I do not even know anyone in Kwang Hoi Group. Tianmin fearfully recalled the past. That person warned me back then, if I exposed his info. If Uncle does not remember, forget the loan story. He immediately spilled the info. I remember was a guy named Teen Du Van Hoi. He was my dad's college classmate but disappeared years ago. Never seen again. Back then frowned. My dad's college friend Du Van Hoi. Tianmin approached. See, I told you. You can lend me the money now. Right? Back then generously handed over a card. Take it. There is 200,000 inside. You kidding me? Only 200,000. He reminded Uncle. You have not learned to bark yet. It is just paying 200,000 for it is already giving you face. Then wait. I will learn to bark. Tianmin immediately started barking like a dog. Woof woof. Back then flatly refused. Sorry. It is late. I am already raising a dog named Jiang He and Vin. Do not want another. Please leave. Seeing he did not get what he wanted, he reverted to his old self. Jiang back that. You bastard. You messing with me. I have endured and learned to bark. Give me 200,000. 200,000 is nothing. I owe the bank 3 billion. You make that much money. And you want even help with this small favor. I am your uncle. Related by blood. You are so ruthless and ungrateful. Aren't you afraid that one day when I rise up, I will take savage revenge on you? Tianmin was held back by the guards. Then the familiar bracelet was handed to him. Taiyu and him gets another chance to speak. Jiang Tianmin, you are criminally liable for forcing the Tite Vi staff to break regulations, causing the explosion and severe casualties. Now come with us. Tianmin yelled loudly. No way. I already told the police the nuclear plant staff acted without permission, and it is not my fault. How could they know when the person responsible is still missing? Turns out BC Thun was prepared all along. Early this morning, I saw news that Hilo provided video and audio evidence to the police. He must take full responsibility for the nuclear plant explosion. Did you watch it? Everything is completely under Uncle's control. You can't recover anymore. Prison is your final destination. The staff screams echoed out from the company. Omut. A soldier just arrived at our company. Such long left. Really handsome. Jiang's legs are long too. If Jiang wore a military uniform, he would look great. He approached and knelt before Beatsi Thun. The investigation into the Vin Hai was completed. Tribakun said 5 years ago his account received a large sum. Then he colluded with Jiang Dian Min to betray his father. Now renamed Vin Den. He is in Jiangnan managing most of Kwang Xia Group's businesses. Bis then pulled the file from the folder. After reading it through, he realized it was him. Sure enough, I still remember that face clearly. No matter how many years pass, I can never forget that image. Your father got involved with a woman he should not have. And you are the bastard child. He deserves to die. You deserve to die too. Not just for betraying your father. He spat those terrifying words at a child and threw him into the sea to feed the fish. Beatsi then clearly remembers the face of the man who said that and wanted to take his life. You assign the task to Tribakun. I will head to Jiangnan after the celebration party ends. I will personally kill the Vin Hai and destroy all the monsters behind him. Tribakun immediately followed. Understood. In the room, Tite Vi was being scolded by her mother. The celebration party is coming soon. Tite Vi. You have to let Jiang Buxi then announce to everyone at the party. Write your name as the largest shareholder of the Jiang Corporation and with full ownership rights. She was exhausted. Mom, is not this too much? This is his company. And he saved Dad's life. How can we demand his assets? Her mother immediately got angry. You are so foolish. He is my son-in-law. Without him, how could we have come this far? So what if we take his assets? Look at Tite. He never had money in hand. And see how he ended up. When a man has money, he becomes terrible. If you do not control the money, he will chase after other women. You will have nowhere left to cry. And look at Trong Miyu, his female secretary. She looks like a fox spirit. You can not be wary of her. Tite Vi tiredly rubbed her head. Mom, Bisfeden and Trong Miyu are not like that. Suddenly, a door opened, cutting off their conversation. Beatsi then, dressed sharply, stepped in. Tite Vi. Auntie, are you ready? The party is about to start. Tite Vi's mother saw him and said bluntly, Jian, you came just in time. I have something to tell you. Auntie? Go ahead. She yelled at him. I want to ask, do you intend to announce at the party that all assets are under Tite V's name? Tite Ivy tried to stop her. Mom, do not shout. Hundreds of millions of assets can be changed so easily. Busithen could not believe his ears. All the assets. Seeing this, her mother got even bolder. At first, you were penniless. My family never looked down on you and agreed to make you son-in-law. Now you are unhappy about handing over your assets to Tite Vi. If you do not want to, then divorce her. I can easily find another husband willing to give all his assets to Tite Vi. Tite Vi could not take it anymore. She slammed her hand on the table. Mom, enough. I definitely want to divorce Betrayal Thun. Whether he has money or not, he is the husband I recognize. You should give up. Hearing those words from her, both Mom and B then fell silent. Tite Vi grabbed his hand before he could react, pulling Betrayal Thun away. Let us leave Mom to slam her fists and shout. Are you under some kind of spell? I do everything for your benefit. Yet you yell in my face. You will regret this. BC then soothed her calmly. Actually, his stepmother was right, we are married now. So my assets should go to my wife. Tite Vi did not care. I do not want your money. I will earn my own. She kissed his cheek. Consider it helping your wife. I accidentally made too much money and do not know how to manage it. Please help me handle it. Madam? Tite Vi silently brushed Beak Then's hand away, smoothed back her snow-white hair, and walked off like a dutiful little wife. Then I reluctantly agree. Bis Then raised his glass. Thank you all for coming. The success of this project would not be possible without your support. Also, I announce that the management of assets and major shareholders of the Giant Group will be taken over by my wife. Vig Tite Vi, thank you for standing by me through my business journey. Everyone, transfer all assets to my wife. I really envy the chairman's wife. She is so lucky. Just then, Trong Mayu came over to call him. Chairman Jiang, Miss E says she wants to see you. It is urgent. Got it. Bisi then immediately went to meet Fu Sin. Miss E said you wanted to see me. Viang Tite Vi looked around but could not find her husband. Where is Bixi Thin? How did he disappear so fast? I still wanted to find him for a dance. After a while, she finally saw him. He was over there. Unaware, Tite Vi ran straight to her husband. Not noticing the thug behind her, Fu Sin spoke. Chairman Jiang, I really need your help this time. This is my good friend, Fun Chin, daughter of the wealthy Fenjing Then and Tai from Jiangnam Xin Theng Group. She introduced herself. Hello, I am fighting Chen Chen from Jiangnam Fen Thing. He explained. Chairman Jiang, Miss Fading and her father have been targeted for assassination several times recently. Luckily, they barely escaped each time. I do not know. Quan? Chairman Jiang, can you send someone to protect them? They were so absorbed in their talk, they did not notice more thugs closing in. Hearing that Chairman Jiang had military ties, if he could ensure their safety, Jiang Nam Then group would be deeply grateful. The stranger drew closer. Bisi then immediately realized their plan. He signaled to Tridu clearly. Tridu rushed over and kicked the thug's weapon away. Tridu struck decisively at the thug's neck. Suddenly, a familiar shout rang out. Bisia then spun around. There was still one left. That one was grabbing Tite Vi. Jian, if you want your wife alive, kill the fighting woman next to you. Chun Chen guessed right, they came for me. He threatened. I will count to 3. If you do not obey, I will blow your beautiful wife's brains out. Besithan was confused. Unsure what to do, he quickly moved behind Chen Chen. Besithan proposed. Miss Feng, this is urgent. Please cooperate with me for a moment. As for my trust, I agree. Then he kissed this strange girl. Even the assassin did not expect that move. Not just Tite Vi. Everyone was shocked. I told you to kill her, not kiss her. Tribu took this chance to attack from behind. He took the thug down with a single blow. Basi then immediately rushed to check on his wife. Tite Vi. He gently caught her. Are you okay? Tite Vi. But she showed no expression. She slapped him hard. You idiot. I am done with you. Bis then comforted her. It was urgent just now. To distract him. I had no other choice. Miss Fang and I are innocent. Dun T misunderstand. Tite Vi. Where are you going? She did not answer and left. No need to follow, sir. Tribu was worried. Should we chase after madam? No need. Send a few people to quietly protect her and let her go. Basi then adjusted his jacket. There was trouble at the party. Find someone to comfort and apologize to the guests. Then prepare the private jet immediately. We must go to Jiangnam to settle the scores with Vin Half's eye. Understood. The two of them flew to Jiangnam. Bas then asked Tridu Quan, how's the investigation on Fion Qian's commission going? All the assassins are linked to the Quanghapsai Corporation. He reported. They want to expand into the Jiangnam Trade Guild and wipe out the Cedra Thung Group, their longtime rivals. Unfortunately, they are no match in business, so they resort to sabotage and assassination. BC then his face darkened. This old wolf's ambition is to swallow everything. I will turn him into a laughingstock of Jiangnam, trampled by everyone. Suddenly a voice shouted. Move aside. The red carpet welcoming Kentuckan's fans quickly spread out here. Basi then and Tridu Kun turned around instinctively. Proof of those brainless fans, not Kun's fans. Get out and wait, at the door. All villains clear the way. It is those crazy fans again. Hiss, keep it down. You are driving them crazy. Careful they do not come looking for trouble. An old man accidentally wandered into their space. She immediately shoved him down. Grandpa, this carpet is just for Kentucky. Do not dirty it. Old man, the poor old man tumbled down the stairs. Ouch. And she did not even show a hint of remorse. Can someone help this old man? Don't can show later. And the idiots just stand there. Doing nothing. Looks like he is having a medical episode. Should we call airport security? Even if he is sick. Choose the timing. Will you? Just move him aside. Kun's performance can be interrupted. So get him off first. Stop. BC then can't watch anymore. He stepped closer to the old man. He carefully helped him up. Sir, are you okay? That brainless girl started again. Hey, are you done yet? Our idol is about to get off the plane. So clear out. Besithen politely said. This is airport property. Since when did you get to boss people around here? Didn't you see the old man having a medical episode? Is your idol just another filthy bug like you? No manners. No respect for elders. You hit a sore spot. Who did you call a filthy bug? You are lucky King, the best idol in the world, does not hear you because of these idiots. Real idol fans get insulted. That is right. We hate clueless people the most. Kun's always accused of being bad and ignorant. Apologize to Kien and agree to buy 3,000 of his latest flyers. Or we 1T hold back. Bis then shoved his hands in his pockets. Then I want to apologize. What 1T hold back on me? The girl snapped. Signaling a fan who has never seen a coffin to hit him, he immediately charged forward. How dare you anger my goddess? Prepare to die. But before touching a single hair on Baek Thon, Tribu Quan kicked him far away. Those nearby finally woke up. Dung Si is from that martial arts club, yet was taken down so fast. Who the hell are you guys, except for this dumb girl? You not only slander Kin, you dare hit his close teammate. I will mobilize all members of Kan's fan club to crush you. Bithen smirked. You guys always threaten others online at the slightest provocation. Aren't you afraid your idol will find out? She said calmly. Of course not. Our Kun is very forgiving. He always stands with us. Scared now. But even if you beg for mercy, it is useless. Just wait for the online storm. You look like you are about to lose it, so your arrogance comes from his protection. Then I do not need to hold back anymore. Tri Kun contacted the Cultural Bureau to fully seal off that so-called Star Kun. He immediately followed orders, sending the sealing notice to the Bureau. But these guys still want T back down. Who do they think they are? Our Khan has plenty of backing. It is not up to you to decide who gets sealed. This guy is such a fake. just full of hot air. The kind old man thanks you. Young man, though well-meaning, your words won't work and will only make you a laughingstock. Old man, do not worry. I will deliver, just wait and see. Suddenly the girl answered her phone. Hello? She is so greedy she might even keep the whole wait. What? Kun's not coming. The show's cancelled. His flyers are all rejected. How can that be? No way. Could it be his ceiling is real? She held the phone, listening anxiously to the person on the other end, sweat pouring down her face. What should she do now? Kun seemed truly blocked, her mood sinking, suddenly silencing the room. Ignoring Bisa then helping Elder Tin, she collapsed on the airport stairs like a lost soul. How could this be? Could what that person said really be true? Though reluctant, she still apologized to Beatsy Thun with a sharp look. I was wrong earlier. But fans' issue should not fall on the idol's shoulders. My Kunin is innocent. Don't block him. Basthenin scoffed at Chen and Chin, indulging her fan to this extent. Your idol is not innocent. If he can control his fans, he should not be an idol. Blocking him is the best outcome. She burst into tears in front of Beaky Thun, surprising everyone nearby. Why are you like this? I am a woman, why won't you give way to me? Too much. Crying, Chen Chun rubbed her eyes, trying to charm him with her looks and beauty. And anyone nearby would side with her. She could not believe any man would refuse her request. Ignoring her tears, Bis Then was already escorting Elder Tun to the car. Tribakun followed, glancing back with a mocking sneer. Your fake lashes fell off? Thought you were all that. Huh? She froze in embarrassment. What, my fake eyelashes? Chen covered her eyes. Blushing deeply, the guy who liked her quietly comforted her. Goddess, do not be sad. My heart breaks when you cry. Ignoring his words, she snapped angrily. It is your fault for being useless. You brag about being a black belt in Taekwondo, but you can't even beat someone and got bullied. He went silent while she added, you do not even know that man just groped me. What? At the resting room, Elderton was helped into a chair by Buckathen but clutched his chest, breathing heavily, causing Tribukon to worry. Grandpa, how are you? He quickly checked Elderton's pulse to see what was wrong. The pulse showed a sudden heart attack from a fatal syndrome. Emergency treatment was critical or his life was at risk. Without hesitation, BC then signaled Tridu-kun, hand me the acupuncture needle. Calmly and skillfully, Tribakun withdrew the needle, and Bixi then swiftly inserted it into Elder Tun's unconscious forehead. Elder Tai's slowly opened. The pain eased. He gasped, clutching his chest and looking at BC Thun. Am I having a heart attack? I am better now. Young friend, you saved me. Do you know medicine? Besithen replied calmly. I know some Eastern medicine. You are still in danger. So I need to give a few more acupuncture treatments to slow your heartbeat. He motioned for Tridu-kun to place the needle near Elder Tin's pulse. From afar, Lian ran over. Panicked. Stop. She knocked the needle from Bixi Thun's hand, shocking Elderton, then stood firmly in front of him, arms spread wide. She shouted. You bastard. You liar. What did you do to my grandpa? Dare lie to my grandpa. I will call the cops and have you arrested. Behind her, Tridu-kun watched. Furious, his face cold with menace. This brat. Elder Toon tried to calm his stubborn granddaughter. Zian, you are misunderstanding. Despite his words, she looked at Elder Tin, convinced he was defending those trying to harm him. Grandpa, do not defend them. The doctor said, you have a mental disorder and nothing serious will happen. Always worried. Grandpa's haste gave the liar an opening, angry at his unruly granddaughter. He shouted, this young man saved you twice already. How dare you speak so rudely? She crossed her arms. I won't apologize to a liar selling fake medicine. No way to make Nian see she is wrong. He raised his hands angrily. I said they are not liars. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Vesten spoke up to diffuse and say goodbye. Grandpa. No need. Your granddaughter is here now. Let her take you to the hospital. We have some farewells to say first. Hearing this, Elderton smiled awkwardly. Don't he blame me? Young friend, thank you so much today. Proud and oblivious to her mistakes, Miss Din said coldly. That con artist knows his place. Get lost. Suddenly Elderton's eyes widened. Tron frowned. Sweating heavily, his hand gripped her shirt tightly. Old Tun clutched his stomach. Huff. Dian, kid. Dian was terrified. Seeing that, she quickly reassured him. Grandpa, do not scare me like that. I will take you to the hospital right now. Meanwhile, on the street, inside the waiting car, Zobe spoke up. Bai Shen. The army is stationed at the front outskirts, ready to escort us to the Feng Corporation for protection. Suddenly, the car slammed on the brakes to block the vehicle of the West Kono gang. The man in front was their boss. Behind him was the one Bai Shen defeated. Seeking revenge. The boss is them. The boss sneered arrogantly, clenching his fists. Shouting boldly, I know who you are. You dared provoke our West Kwandu dojo people. You will pay for this. The Avenger pointed towards the car. Bei Shen taunted. Isn't Tite this the brave guy who fought for justice at the airport? I just saw your courage. My brothers are here if you are so tough. Why not get out and face BK now? He smirked. Eyes challenging. If you run now, it might not be too late. Hearing this, the man laughed fiercely like a wild animal. Run away. Don't be scared and say nonsense. Get out now, or I will smash your car. Suddenly, a troop of soldiers appeared, and the car screeched to a halt. A soldier placed his hand on the man. You all are really brave. He squeezed the man's neck tightly, making him laugh nervously, and snot flew out. Dare to mess with Bei Shen's car, or should I see how tough you really are? The whole troop surrounded them, turning their faces pale with fear. Want to mess? You want to mess with us? After a while, they were beaten badly, faces swollen and speechless. Is this all they got? This Bei Shen kid is not even warmed up yet. From afar, a car window rolled down and a voice spoke. Trash. The car door slowly opened. A foot stepped onto the road. Haha, just some trashy soldiers and they can't even win. The remark caught the soldiers' attention, making them turn around. The two beaten men now smiled brightly. It was young Master Deep. Young Master Dip is a martial arts prodigy of the martial sect. You are done for. Young Master Deep stood straight, hands clasped behind his back, smirking arrogantly. Looks like I have to handle this myself. He gathered his inner strength. A light strike sent a Bei Shen soldier flying. Bei Shen was quite surprised by Viku Vo's power. So young and already a cultivator with inner power, he took down one soldier after another with a single blow, knocking many down and growing more confident, unable to take it. Seeing someone avenge them, two West Kono gangsters cheered. Young Master Deep's mighty. Please help us teach them a lesson. Our martial arts club will pay double the membership fees to the Chinese Martial Arts Union. Hearing money, his eyes lit up and he smiled brightly. Double the fees. Great. Then I will help you dislocate the limbs of these Viku Yo guys, using all my inner power. Don't blame me. Blame yourselves for offending our martial alliance. Before unleashing his ultimate move, a hand suddenly grabbed his inner power. So it is you. Bei Shen. What a coincidence. I know a little too. Vilio was startled and confused by his appearance. When did this guy show up? With just a flick to the face, Vilio's expression twisted. How can anyone in this world have such deep inner power? Bei Shen's slap sent him spinning all the way back to Bei Shen's car. The two West Kono fighters gasped in terror. In the distance, Vupio flew straight into Bei Shen's car. Meanwhile, Bei Shen just sneered at his soldier brothers. All right. Enough pretending. Get up. Everyone. He waved his hand, signaling his team. I said you can use inner power on ordinary people, but this kid is not ordinary, so just do whatever you have to. Bei Shen stepped toward the car. The rest was left to the soldiers. They all burned with inner power, just waiting for Bei Shen's command. I can use my inner power. It is suffocating us. The West Kanando martial brothers trembled, holding each other. Seeing this, they swarmed Vu Yeo, making him shrink back in fear. You just said you want to cripple us. What a reckless brat. His face pale. Blood dripping. Don't spare me. Morning at the Fanning family mansion. Finally Mir. Jiang has arrived. Bisi then quickly apologized, embarrassed for being delayed on the way. Then Chen Chun introduced him to Chiana Thin. No problem. Jiang, please come in with everyone. Dad, this is Jiang, then, introduced by, you can protect us, Feng Chenthing, founder of Thing Chin Group, shook his hand and said, Young Jiang, it is an honor to meet such a young hero. S then replied, Feng, the honor is mine. He scanned the bodyguards behind Tina Thun. He said these people could protect us. But no matter how you look at it, they are just ordinary soldiers. He replied, that is right. The attackers coming after us this time are not ordinary. These guys won't help at all. Beth then added, soldiers only bring muscles. Nothing else. Members of the Chinese Martial Arts Association along with the Chinese Martial Arts Federation are here, too. Miss Chen Chen spoke up. Only the top talents of the association and martial clans can accept our commission. Wong Soai, Hanon, said, Miss Chenjin, these soldiers are just ordinary muscle-bound men. They can protect you. The safest bet is having me. Wong Soai, guard you personally. Chen Chen standing beside BT then quickly interrupted Wong Soai. Sorry. My father will pay 10% of the company shares as compensation for this commission. They probably do not want to share the profits. That is why they are rude. He immediately understood their intention. So that is how it is. She turned to him with a confident look. Don't worry. I guarantee it. Jiang would not come here for nothing. Not wanting anyone to lose out with BC Then, Chen Chen asserted. Everyone, I know you are all capable martial artists, but the last time I attended a banquet, Jiang and his subordinate, Tri Du Quan, protected me. I believe they can protect me now, Wong So-I angrily shouted. That guy. He kissed Miss Fong and claimed he protected her, but it was clearly a scumbag's trick to escape. Chun Chun blushed and hurried to explain. It was an emergency and Jiang had no other choice. Seeing Theng's face grew thoughtful. Young Jiang, I am very grateful you saved my daughter and accepted our protection commission, he said seriously. But this time we are facing killers, not ordinary ones like at the last conference. We worry that young Jiang won't handle it. So Chen quickly pleaded with Sierra Thin. Dad, Jiang can protect us? Wong So-I disagreed. If old Feng is like this, let him fight me. If they lose, he can take all his soldiers and get lost. What do you say? Thinking Bai Thethan might be scared, he teased with words and gestures. If you do not dare fight me, kneel before everyone and slap yourself 50 times. That'll be your punishment for insulting Miss Feng. And I will let it slide. After slapping yourself, take those ragged soldiers and get as far away as you can, around his lackeys. He kept mocking Bixi Then. Wong So-I, you are terrible. He won't dare fight you. Either way it is painful, he will pick those slaps just to watch the show. Chun angrily shouted at him. Wong So-I do not need you meddling in my affairs. Scolded by the miss, he darkened his face and growled. Miss Feng, this is men's business. Don't be rude. Facing BC Then was now China Thing and Wong So-I's disciples and bodyguards crowded around. Someone spoke up, making BC Then's face sharp with killing intent. Unless Jiang admits he is not a man. Seeing things going wrong, Xin Theng quickly explained to Wong So-I. But Wong So, you are the one who cultivated inner strength. If you force a fight, I am afraid you might accidentally hurt Jiang. He smugly looked at Bixi Then and said. Old Feng, I won't force it. As long as he admits he can I will let him go. For Bixi Then, it is no big deal. He adjusted his tie with one hand and said, Fine, I accept your challenge. Bixi Then's words made Chen and Sina Thing panic with fear. Wong So-I laughed proudly as everyone around whispered. Wong So-I is the first disciple of the Martial Arts Association who cultivated inner strength. Ordinary people are no match for him. He is probably about to beat him into a cripple. Hearing this, Bixi Then remained calm, unfazed. But also, if you take your entire Martial Arts Association and get lost, what do you say? At Bixi Then's terms, Wong So-I just raised a finger and looked at him with disdain. What about your promise? But do not get your hopes up. Haha, and I'm not gonna lose. I will teach you what it means to overestimate yourself. Seeing the tension between both sides, several bodyguards behind Tian Thung urged for the duel to start sooner. Old Feng, if these two want to compete, let them fight. That is right. This Mr. Jiang is so strong he does not fear members of the Fidu Association. Why worry about him? When persuasion failed, the old man sighed and left. Then, he invited the families to have a match to settle it. They moved outside. Commander V clenched his fist, ready to attack. Kid, I want to go easy on you. Bas then calmly put his hands in his pockets and replied, Bring it on. Vig struck first, channeling energy as his eyes glowed red like fire. Everyone was shocked seeing Vigus move, but Beef then appeared completely unfazed. Isn't it that the 7 wounds fist passed down by the He-Do Association? Wong had been training it since youth. This is over. Jiang Buxi then is definitely going to get seriously hurt. As Ving lifted himself with inner power, he thought, I will hit your backside with the 7 wounds fist from my clan, making you look foolish in front of Miss Feng. Ving So-I charged straight at Bi-Ki Thun, but Bi-Chi then casually caught his punch. Vig was stunned. What? He caught my fist with one hand? What? This is the 7 wounds fist. He actually caught it. That is impossible. Witnessing this, the crowd cheered loudly, making Butiften smile, while Ving stood silently, speechless. Mr. Wong, your technique dazzles and is fierce, but it is a bit useless. Now it is BC Then's turn to strike back. He bent his left knee back and clenched his left fist amid V's confusion. What? He said, now it is my turn. One hit sent blood flying from Vijing's mouth. Then flipped him into the air, leaving everyone wide-eyed and speechless. The bodyguards behind Tin Thung were shocked by the duel. What? Tin Thung was very pleased seeing Buti Then defeat Vikung So-I, and Chen cheered loudly. I told you Mr. Jiang would pull it off. Ving's disciples felt completely crushed. Vin So-I is the strongest among us, with solid inner strength. If he can win, neither can we. After the duel, Bis then adjusted his collar and asked, Does this prove we can accept the commission's payment to protect you? One of Ving's disciples raised his hand in surrender. We lost. The Fikshu Association declared withdrawal from the commission. Watching defeat Vikung So-I and his disciples retreating, Vibang spoke up. Keksu can to do it. But our Vibang can? Our Vibang is martial arts geniuses. The whole Vibang sect cheered. That is right. Our master is coming right now. Vung So-I's flashy martial arts can compare to our master S. One disciple pointed ahead. Master's here. Master's here. welcome him quickly. They were startled to see Dptu Bia with his hand bandaged walking up, hurriedly asking, Master, what happened to you? Master, are you okay? A ruthless, fierce gaze asked, I am now. Who said they want to take the commission's payment from our V Bang? The quick-witted disciple pointed at BC Then. Master Deep. They want to steal our V Bangus commission payment, daring to snatch it means they are looking for death. The ruthless face turned pale and sweaty seeing Bixi Thun and the soldiers before him. Father, kid, what a coincidence we meet again. Why is it you? His disciples did not notice their master's expression and kept provoking BC Thun and the soldiers. Master Deep. Teach them a lesson, show them why the flower is red. Vo turned and slapped his disciple hard. I will show you why the flower is red. Without hesitation, he ran to Then and the soldiers to apologize, surprising the bodyguards and his disciples. Sorry. My people were blind and did not realize you are the real power here, the only ones who can handle this commission. How can we compare? Then he ordered his disciples to leave under Bexathan's watchful eyes. You all. I am pulling my people out now, so get lost. Or else. Everyone around witnessed, but did not understand what was happening. What exactly is going on? Even the martial artists did not dare oppose them. Only Miss Chen Chen was overjoyed. Now, Jiang has proven he can protect us. You have no objections. Right? Then my father will transfer 10% of the shares to me. Jiang is his reward. Suddenly, a stout old man stepped forward, raising his hand to object. That was President Tron. I do not agree. Though he has the power to protect us, paying 10% in shares is too much. Exactly. How can we let a stranger own part of our company? His subordinate nodded in agreement. Yes, the reward needs negotiation. I think a few million is enough. Chen Chan was furious at their greed. While they argued, footsteps approached and a voice interrupted. Enough. It was Qin Then. He stepped toward Bifi Then and General Jun. How did our Qin Then group grow to this point? It is all about trust, not just orders, he reaffirmed firmly. When I say 10%, I mean shares. Jiang and these soldiers. His confident gaze and tone left no room for doubt. Qin Then said loudly to the guards and everyone. Is not the company and your lives worth this money? The reward is settled. No more debate. Then he went to Bi Then and the soldiers, raising his hand to shake. Accepting that Bixi Thun would protect him and Miss Chen Chen. Everyone's safety is entirely in Jiang's hands. He smiled softly. Feng Lao trusts me this much, so I will protect everyone thoroughly. With that handshake, the deal was done. Some soldiers behind, confused and unconvinced, quickly asked Tridu Kun. Commander, I just do not get why 10% shares are such a big deal. Why should we face such humiliation? BC Then should accept this for protecting these old men. Why must our army stay silent when he is bullied? Tribu-kun explained, the trust was accidental, and Bixi Then wants to use them against Kwang Hasiai's cultural faction. Hearing this, they were thrilled. So that is it. We would be honored to help Buxi Then crush his enemies. Forget protecting these grumpy old men, treat them like beautiful ladies. A soldier shouted, right? Basen's enemies are ours too. When they come, we will beat them to the ground. He quickly raised his hand to silence them. All right, keep your voices down. Don't cause unnecessary trouble for Buxi Thun. Bixi Then adjusted his tie, his gaze stern as he reminded Tridu Kun. What are you all doing? Haven't you trained for days? Is your brain rusty? Whatever you do, wait for my orders. The soldiers answered together. Yes. Bixi Then. We will immediately start setting up defenses to protect our client. Without hesitation, Tribu-kun commanded. Hurry up. The soldiers raised their hands in agreement. Understood. Suddenly, Bixi Then's phone rang. It was Tite Vi, his resolute wife. He stared at the screen while Tridu Kun peeked over and asked. Bixi Then, has your wife still not answered your calls? Bixi Then held the phone but decided not to answer. Not picking up. Looks like I will have to find time to make peace. Tridu Kun, after you check on her whereabouts, report back to me immediately. Tridu Kun promptly acknowledged the order. Tite Vi, on the other end, was very sad, staring at her phone lost in thought. In the past few days, Giant Hung called 100 times. But when she did not answer, he stopped calling. Clearly, she was not important to him, just a wife in name only. Suddenly from afar, Sister Thai holding a glass walked ahead, reminding Tite Vi sitting behind. Vice President Ving, are you still spacing out? It is time to learn. The boss and everyone are waiting for you, okay? Sister Thai, I am coming right now. She sighed as she walked, her face tired. Initially, she just wanted to visit Jiang Nam and meet old classmates to reminisce. But now she was forced into a test. Tite Vi recalled everything upon arriving in Jiang Nam. Najian asked her for help, which made Tite Vi very conflicted. Tite Vi, glad you came to Jiang Nam to find me. I have something to ask you for help with. Nguyen brightly presented her idea. Her husband's company was always losing money. You used to manage the family brand well, right? Hurry and help your husband's company. I will ask him to give you the vice president position. On her first day, Tite Vi was mocked by your company's staff. This is Vong Tite Vi. I heard she is the boss's wife's classmate. Her family went bankrupt or something. She fled from Vansun to Jiangnam to hide. She just arrived and became our vice president. Definitely knows how to network. 3 people gathered to badmouth her, saying the P-spot should have gone to Mims. But she got snatched by someone like her, ignoring their sneers. Tite Vi kept walking. One person told the others, she is here? Why whisper? If she can do the job, let people talk without hesitation. A colleague laughed behind her back. Huh? Enough already. Wait, Vice President Vu will have you crying soon. Tite Vi said nothing but bit her lip hard. In the meeting room, Boss Cha started the meeting. Today's meeting is mainly about the cooperation project with Pinks. Everyone knows just logging into Pinsek's homepage can earn you millions, even tens of millions. He spoke seriously. What we need to do now is launch our newest pneumatic jacket priced at 3K within 10 days. Boss Cha held up the pneumatic jacket for everyone to see. The result. Our profit margin will multiply many times over. Total profits will surely surpass last year's. Seeing the jacket, everyone's expressions changed. Thai and another woman lowered their heads worriedly. So Boss Cha asked what was wrong. What is with these faces? Why is no one saying anything? Is there a problem with this? People took turns reporting updates. Boss Cha? We have been trying to contact Pinsec, but can't even reach the person in charge. That is right. Pinsec's homepage usually features big brand products. We are a small new brand and are looked down on. I think it would be more practical to post on a Tier 3 site. Boss Chow crossed his arms and disagreed with the staff's opinion. I know it is tough, but if it were easy, why would I hire you all? I hired you because I want this brand to become the channel of Hokwok. He shouted. This small difficulty can be overcome if you all work hard. Tite Vi anxiously explained the problems to Boss Cha. Boss Cha? Not to mention landing Pinsec's homepage. Our flashy jacket ads might scare off customers. That comment made him angry. He glared at her displeased. Vice President Vu, why are you so hopeless? This jacket looks exactly like Channel's. How could customers not buy it? It is even cheaper than Channel's, only 3,000 yuan. As long as everyone pushes it hard, it will be a hit. Tite Vi held her head in frustration and said, Boss Cha, how much profit do you plan to give Pinsec? Boss Chow insisted. Give profit. Just pay the usual percentage. Or what else do we get? Everyone at the table argued over his clueless words. That is impossible. Our brand is small. How could we feature our products without giving Pinsec a cut? And this impractical jacket is hardly going to be trendy. The boss' greed is sky high. Seeing the staff seeming subdued, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted coldly. Staff, what are you doing? If you are unhappy with me, say it to my face. They stood up from her seat and spoke her mind. Boss Cha, I think this idea is tough, but if given to capable people, it will succeed. Her mindset pleased him a lot. They, still brave as ever. So who do you think can handle this task? They pointed directly at Tite Vi. Shocking her. Of course, the new vice president of our company, Vong Tite. Seeing Ms. They's suggestion, the boss said, she founded a famous lingerie brand before. She must be very capable. Boss Cha stared at her. They just spoke, but his face was full of malice, like he was plotting revenge on Tite Vi because she stole the VP seat that should have been hers. So let us give this important project to our new vice president. What does everyone think? Everyone at the meeting raised their hands in agreement. I agreed without any objections. Unanimous. Tite Vi was about to explain her worries, but President Chu did not give her a chance. And Miss Lun interrupted, shooting a glance at her. In other words, our new vice president is completely incompetent. The ice words made President Chu stroke his chin, deep in thought. While Miss Lun adjusted her glasses and added a mocking comment that stunned her. Just a broken vase relying on connections to get a free paycheck. Tite Vi froze, unsure how to respond. As I stood there, arms crossed, wearing a provocative smirk and eyes locked on Tite Vi. If Vice President V is not just a pretty face, then prove it to everyone. It is tough for people like us to get promoted after years of hard work. Vice President V came in and immediately took the deputy general manager spot. She must be truly exceptional. Noticing her attitude, Tite Vi waved her off. Vi, no need to rile me up. I will take full responsibility for the Pink's collaboration project. At Quan Min's company early the next morning, just as the clock struck 10:00 am, Tite Vi arrived at the reception desk and raised her hand in greeting. Hello, she smiled brightly and introduced herself. I am Vin Vi, product director of the secret brand year. I arranged to meet with your company and plan to discuss cooperation with your CEO at 10:00 regarding Pinsec's next homepage. The two receptionists seemed displeased by her presence. their faces void of any welcoming smiles. The CEO Kwon is not coming today. You should head back. Despite their attitude, she responded cheerfully with a smile. No problem. I will wait here until Director Kwon arrives. With that, Tite Vi took a seat in the waiting area. Meanwhile, the two women stared at her, whispering, "Omut, she is really waiting here, let her wait." After all, Director Kwon won tea show up. The clock hit noon. The orange-haired receptionist excitedly said, "Well, it is 12 already, time for lunch. How about we order that super popular bottom fishing fish dish?" The blonde receptionist replied helplessly, "I want that too. But there are too many orders." They estimated delivery would not come until after work in the afternoon. Suddenly, from afar, someone wearing a bunny hat carrying food approached to deliver to Tite Vi. Tite Vi? Your order? Tite Vi waved her hand to signal. Right here. After delivery, he left. Tite Vi walked to the door to say goodbye. The two women watched her leave. She has been here all morning and still has not left. She even ordered food here. With a thick face like that, I would have someone kick her out by now. Suddenly, she turned to look at them, speechless from awkwardness. The two girls quickly turned away. One touched up her makeup. The other scrolled her phone. Suddenly, Tite Vi held out some food toward them, smiling as she placed the dishes on the table. Beautiful ladies. This is the bottom fishing fish dish I ordered. I accidentally ordered 2 portions. Could you help me with this? The two employees' eyes lit up as they responded loudly. That tea is really the famous bottom fishing dish trending online. Sorry about that. Tite Vi smiled with her eyes closed. You definitely have to take it. Who would pass up such a delicious meal? Then we won to be polite. She waved goodbye and left them to eat. You two enjoy your meal. I will keep waiting. As Tite V's figure disappeared, the two whispered, maybe help her contact him? It can be easy for Director Kwon to see her. Good idea. She seems reasonable. Let us help her reach out. Somewhere else, a phone rang in the dark. An incoming call. A red-haired girl, nearly naked and leaning weakly. Sat up. Who would be calling me now? Director Kwon grabbed his phone, his face darkening before suddenly breaking into a bright smile as he answered. Hello, baby. What is my little one looking for? The voice on the other end said. Director Kwon, the person in charge of the secret brand UGG, has been waiting downstairs since morning. Why have not you met her yet? It was someone shady with an inappropriate relationship with the receptionist, so he laughed and replied, All right, if baby says so, let her come up. The call ended, revealing Director Kwon's true nature. He had deliberately avoided that lousy brand, but they managed to persuade the receptionist to contact him. Kwon hurriedly dressed and left, deep in thought. Behind him lay a girl on the bed, covered by a blanket and wearing nothing. If he had not grown tired of playing with the two women at the reception, it would not be right to refuse. Forget it. Let that person come first, then find a reason to kick them out. Knock knock, someone's knocking on the door. It was Tite Vi who stepped in, smiling at Kwon Min sitting in the distance. She was the one in charge of the secret brand UGG. If there is something, please say it quickly. I'm very busy today. Her eyes brightened as she put down the documents on the table. Hello? Director Kwon, thank you for making time in your busy schedule to give me this opportunity. I am the brand manager for the secret brand year. I want to talk to you about the proposed brands on the next page of Pin 6's. Kwon Min glanced at her with a sly look, but she ignored it, flipping through the documents, hoping he would review and approve. I have investigated the initial plan for Channel N's hot air jacket. We will invite internet celebrities from Dazin to attract traffic based on their popularity. She thought he would focus on her proposal, but no, he was thinking something dark. Such rare perfection? His gaze turned perverted. Suddenly, Kwon Min raised his hand, signaling Tite Vi to stop talking. Stop. Vu. I do not want to hear this here. She was a bit flustered and pleaded. Director Kwon, my plan is very feasible. Please give me a moment to introduce it. He smiled and replied, I heard you have been waiting for me a long time. That must be hard on you. How about I take you to a nearby restaurant, and you can slowly tell me your plan there. Tite Vi was overjoyed to finally get Kwon Min's attention on the contract. All right. Thank you. Director Kwon, I will follow your lead. Okay, let us, at a fancy restaurant, under sparkling lights, sitting beside 2 glasses of wine, Director Kwon and Tite Vi discussed business. Director Kwon, here's my business plan. Please take a look. His hand quickly touched her slender hand. No rush. Kwon Min, showing no respect, comfortably draped his arm over Tite V's slim shoulder, holding his glass with a sly grin. Tite Vi, have a sip before we start working. Let us finish this glass first. Despite her refusal and pushing the glass away with her hand. Sorry, I do not drink alcohol. Seeing this, Director Kwon's gaze grew even more twisted and lustful. Don't I know how to practice? I will teach you. Feeling unsafe, she grew extremely uneasy. Sorry, I am here to talk about work. I really do not want to drink. Using sweetness, she refused to listen as his true nature emerged. He grabbed the glass and pushed it hard toward Tite Vi's lips. You do not get it. No drink. No business talk. If you want to discuss work, just finish this glass. The wine spilled into her mouth, making her uncomfortable and helpless. The more excited he got, the more forcefully he pressed the wine to her mouth, not noticing someone approaching from behind. That is right. Finish it. That is how you talk business. The figure approached, holding a forkful of spaghetti. The other arm grabbed Kwon Min's neck, catching him off guard. It was Beaky then? He did not say a word, shoving the spaghetti into Kwon Min's face, making him fall backward and quickly release Tite Vi. Seeing my husband again makes me so happy. She smiled brightly. Jiang Dixon came looking for me. I thought he did not care anymore. But how did he know I was here? Basi then looked at his wife with both anger and concern as she did not react fast enough. Kwon Min fell hard, spilling the wine glass into pieces. Bas then slammed his hand on the table, angrily shouting at her. Don't you know your limits? How dare you go out drinking with someone else alone? Tite Vi shot back. First, explain why you are here. Have you been following me? His eyes froze at her words. I am not following you. Before the couple could argue further, a friend rushed over. I'm a friend of Miss Jiang, the CEO. Please let me explain. After a moment, standing before Bixi Then were Kwon Min and his nanny. Both stunned, Tribakun immediately ordered his men. Bus Then had taken care of all the internal spies. Director Kwon was unwilling to be caught like this. He shouted, how can so many people be bribed? Even my personal butler and nanny of over 10 years have been turned. Suddenly, Bas Then's men rushed in looking urgent. Trouble. A group of armed thugs stormed in looking for Jiang Bixi Then. His gaze sharpened as he recognized them. It was Captain Lam. He arrived with a squad. Seeing Bai Deton's men panicked. Thought, is not that Captain Lam? What is he doing here? Neither side said a word, just stared coldly at each other. Their next move shocked the readers. It turned out the familiar person was Captain Lam, who just put his arm around Back Then's shoulder. Laughing cheerfully, the higher-ups did not tell me a word about coming to Jiangnan. Luckily, I noticed signs of troop movements and guessed you were here. I was worried you did not have enough people, so I brought some to help. He shyly explained. It is a private matter, not something to show off. I did not even think it would bother you. The two walked out, arms over each other's shoulders. Captain Lam shouted. Tonight, we have to drink to old times. Just now at the Golden Mountain Hotel, the provincial court subsidiary, we saw Back Then's wife sitting there. Captain Lam quickly rubbed his head, smiling and explaining to him. Then we came here to eat. Passing by, Chairman Jiang said he heard a familiar voice and came to check. He did not expect to meet the lady. Hearing that, Director Kwon questioned him and the young man. Who are you people? How dare you cause trouble at the Golden Mountain Hotel? Back Then's expression darkened as he looked at him. She is my woman. I won't let anyone force her to drink. Kwon Min shouted fearfully. Even if you are her husband, you can cause trouble here. Besides, who forced her to drink? We were just discussing business. You do not have a man's dignity. Just hearing the word discussing makes you look pale. Next to him, Captain Lam was also furious, glaring at him. Who said this is a discussion? That bold Kwon Min snapped back, acting innocent. Yeah, it is just a normal business meetup. A bald guy like you has no right to boss us around. Angered, Back Then grabbed his shirt and lifted him up, scaring him. Look, I am a polite man who does not use force. His face serious. He dragged the guy by the collar. A business meetup. Huh, fine. I will play along. Despite Tite Vi running after worriedly asking, Jiang Back Then, where are you taking him? Without a word, the door slammed shut. Outside, the water splashed. He forcefully pushed Director Kwon, making him fall flat in front of everyone. Kwon Min looked at him terrified. Well, what do you want? Back Then adjusted his cuffs and calmly ordered the staff. Bring all your white liquor, wine, and beer here. I will let this gentleman have his business meet. Captain Lam shouted to the staff behind. Hurry and do as he says. The staff panicked. Yes, sir. Here. You can start by opening a bottle of beer right there. Old Lam borrowed some of your men. Just a bit. Captain Lam laughed. Why say borrowed or not? As he spoke, he signaled his subordinates, making Kwon Min tremble. Yeah? The guy could only shake with fear and step back. He was just showing his authority. I am the CEO. If you offend me, be careful, you will regret it. One man grabbed his collar tightly. Another shoved a funnel into his mouth. Then Back Then poured liquor and beer continuously down his throat. Seeing he was slow, Captain Lam helped by carrying a whole bucket to pour into his mouth. Empty bottles and cans piled up as he rolled on the floor. Back Then turned away and signaled Captain Lam, still pouring something into his mouth, to stop. All the drinks are on me. Let us. We are having fun. And you want to stop? That surprises me too. That is it. He made an O shape with his mouth and wide eyes watching Back Then. He walked to Tite Vi and lifted her onto his shoulder as Captain Lam watched. She squirmed shyly. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down now. Captain Lam stood and hurriedly urged Back Then to calm down with Tite Vi. While Kwon Min lay there, mouth full of booze. Oh, madam. Couples argue then make up, nothing you can calmly discuss. Carried on back then's shoulder, Tite Vi struggled, threatening loudly. Put me down. If you do not, I will divorce you. His steps slowed hearing that. Back then gently set her down but remained strangely silent. He grabbed her shoulders tightly, bent down, and shouted, you disappear on your own, ignore my calls, drink with a strange man, and the first words out of your mouth are to divorce me. Wong Tite, you are getting bolder. Tite Vi frowned and retorted, who told you to kiss someone else? You are my husband. Clearly, back then was briefly surprised when she reached out to hold his face. Looking up at him, cheeks flushed from the alcohol. You have never kissed me yet, but let someone else take the chance. With that, Tite Vi leaned in and kissed him softly on the lips. Everyone around gasped. Eating their own relationship drama. Captain Lam quickly covered his face and reminded everyone. Everyone, close your eyes. After the kiss, Tite Vi turned her body and leaned back. So sleepy, Captain Lam raised his hand slightly, hiding his displeasure. Women do not let us frown. Women these days are just like wolves. Inside the speeding car, voices were heard. Captain Lam hesitated. Well, Jiang back then has something he does not know. Inside the car, back then let Tite Vi lie on his lap and replied comfortably. All right, just be straightforward. I guessed a while ago. You did not come to see me just for a meal. Captain Lam smiled awkwardly, showing his teeth. I can hide anything from him. He got down to business. Here's the deal. Everyone knows about your visit to Jiangnam. Even some noble families there have heard the news. They want to get our opinion. Do you think Jiang back then will show up? Back then frowned and replied. You know, I do not like those social niceties. Captain Lam quickly turned to persuade. I know, but everyone's already asked. It won't hurt to meet briefly. Family, one of Jiangnam's noble houses, reserved the entire byway tower for the meeting. Back then smiled lightly. Let it slide this time. For my sake, there won't be a next time. Captain Lam immediately brightened up. It is a date at Byway Tower tomorrow at noon. The next morning at Byway Tower. In a room with clothes scattered everywhere on the floor. The phone screen lit up showing 10:15. The girl sitting on Con's lap said shyly, Kun, are we starting now? Haven't you showered yet? Suddenly, the door opened, briefly revealing two figures. Seeing the scene, back then froze. Trouble already. When he saw the two turning to leave, the two inside hurried to put on clothes. Kun shouted, Wait, you two stop for me? He rushed out of the room, pointing at them threateningly. Don't say a word outside, or I will send someone to poke out your eyes and cut your tongues. Back then Triyu Quan turned to look straight and asked, Who is talking? Kun raised his hand high, angrily shouting, I am tall and dangerous. Okay, I wear heels and I am just as tall as you. At that moment, the girl from the room also rushed out. She pointed at back then. It is you. I recognize you. He is the fake tough guy from the airport. She angrily turned to Con and accused him. Con is the victim. He is the one I told you about. He tricked people at the airport, pretending to be Lo Dai Feng holding you. We investigated, but it was all the cultural department's doing. She weakly leaned on him. Also, at the airport he even groped me. You have to get justice for me? He frowned, looking at back then. So it is you. You dared lay a hand on my fan? I have to deal with you, he shouted loudly, calling the bodyguards out. Obediently, a group rushed over. Con arrogantly pointed at back then. Saw something you should not. Poke his eyes out. He smirked and pointed, and this guy dared to grope my fan. Cut off his hand. Back then's expression darkened instantly. Poking eyes and cutting hands. Do you know how many years that is jail for? He pointed at himself with an arrogant look. The law only works for the lower class. For not, I am from the family. Today my house even invited a big military boss with serious connections. Don't he talk about poking eyes? Killing you would not raise a peep. The girl beside him leaned close, flattering him. Con is so cool. Con immediately ordered. What are you still standing there for? Poke their eyes out for me? The crowd quickly charged at back then on command. Yes, sir. Seeing them rush over, back then whispered. Triyu Quan, go easy, he replied. Got it. Right after, he jumped up and kicked the incoming crowd away. The other two watched in shock, mouths wide open. One move. How is that possible? Seeing Triyu Quan coming their way, Con trembled, stammering. Don't he hit me. Be my bodyguard. How much does he pay you? I will double it. Triyu Quan smiled lightly. Thanks for the trust. Con, looks like you are clutching a lifeline. So you agree? Triyu Quan laughed loudly. Haha. What do you think? He stepped back a few paces then lunged forward with a punch. Immediately, Con took a series of punches from Triyu Quan. He flew back, slammed hard into the wall, and fell down. Meanwhile, elsewhere, seeing the group approaching, a man spoke flatteringly. Captain Lam, you arrived and already light up the whole place. The person speaking is the head of the family, Pham Van, and the woman beside him is Miss Pham. Van Nu said with a bright Excited smile. Captain Lamb. Why did not he come with you? Captain Lamb frowned. He was delayed by an urgent matter, but my superior has already arrived. Haven't you picked him up yet? Both stared in shock. He is here. We did not see him. Suddenly, a bodyguard rushed in with news. It is, sir, madam, the young master has been attacked. Vanu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? They hurried to the scene. Khan was on a stretcher, carried by 2 bodyguards. He gripped his mother's hand tightly. They just wanted to gouge those 2 idiots' eyes out. They dared to beat my son like this. His fake nose was knocked off, he said with a swollen face. Mom, you have to get revenge for me. Vanu hugged him, sobbing. Don't worry. I will send people right away to find him and help you kill him. Nearby, the girl from earlier was holding her head and crying too. My hair. They even shaved my head. She turned angrily and ordered the bodyguards to find those 2 troublemakers. If anyone messes with my son, I will gouge their eyes out. It was then Van Heen spoke up. He raised his hand to stop the bodyguards. Enough. Today we have important guests to entertain. Other matters are minor. If our Fiem family can connect with that big figure, finding someone to report the attack is easy. Let us go back and welcome Captain Lem first. He quickly returned to where Captain Lam was and approached respectfully. Captain Lam, have you contacted that important figure yet? Where is he? We will send someone to pick him up immediately. He glanced at the man and replied, No need to pick him up. I just called, he is already gone. Van Hin's mouth dropped in shock. Gone? Why? Captain Lam stood and coldly stared at the stunned man. Your son is brazen. He even dared to say he wanted to gouge Jiang Bishan's eyes out and cut off his hand. The man gasped, sweating profusely. What could the one clashing with my son be that dignitary? Captain Lam turned and left, glancing back to Warren. Or else what? I had a hard time arranging this meeting. Do you have eyes or not? You treat me like this, offending Jianbai Shen. Take care of yourself. He waved his hand to command the group. Let us. Van Heen trembled, kneeling on the ground. What do we do now? It is. Fame looked back and saw the group leaving, then called out, Captain, why are you leaving? Seeing her husband kneeling with a blank face, she hurried over. Honey, why did Captain Lam leave like that? Have you met that dignitary yet? The son is still waiting for his help with the bodyguard. He angrily slapped her hard. Bodyguard. Bodyguard my foot. She held her face, tears in her eyes. Honey, why did you hit me? He shouted angrily. The son who wants to gouge out eyes is that dignitary. Offending him means the end for our family. Vanu felt a chill after hearing that. Van Hien turned around, worried. I have to think of a way. At that moment, the voice from the TV caught his attention. Recently, Chairman Tu Van Hoi of Quang Hoi Corporation once again donated 500,000 to the Yanguang Welfare Institute in his personal capacity. He seemed to have an idea. I have to find Director Tu and ask for his help to figure something out. The sound from the TV kept playing. Tu Van Ho was honored as the Jiangnan Charity Ambassador. Van Hai played happily with the kids. Be careful hiding well. Meanwhile, the secretary came to report something from the chairman. Ven quickly soothed the kids. I have to work now. You play by yourselves first. I will come back to play later. Yes, we will wait for you. He walked over to the bench and sat down. Ven Hai's mood shifted completely. What is it? The secretary carefully reported. From the chairman. All the assassins we sent to the Fong family have been dealt with. They hired a special forces unit to protect the shareholders tightly, like inside an iron cage. No weapons could get through. She showed a photo. This is the manager of that special forces unit we caught on camera. Ven Hai was stunned at first sight. That person in the photo is none other than Bika Then. His eyes narrowed sharply at the picture. Vinisai had not expected him to be alive. The old beasts of V-Bang should start moving their bones. He leisurely sipped tea, watching the kids play. But inside, Ven Hai's mind was dark, curious how Butsy Then would face those old beasts. But from the chairman, V-Bang's people are too arrogant. They probably want to obey our demands. He was not worried at all. Aren't those old men very protective of their disciples? Especially that Diep Vodao guy. It is obvious. The secretary immediately went off to do the task Van Hoi assigned. She approached Vodao. She has a commission to find us. 50,000 already. Her offer was no joke. My boss just bought a deserted island, inviting you all to check for dangerous creatures. The pay's generous. Do you accept? Those around seemed excited. A deserted island. Isn't he that perfect for grilling food, swimming, and playing ball? We are in. Count us. The secretary quickly went along with them. All right, we will arrange some beautiful ladies to play ball with you. Hearing this, Vodao smirked and eagerly stood on the table. What are we waiting for? Let us hit the party on the deserted island. The secretary thought these guys were really idiots. Scene switches to a strange place. The secretary came alone to make her request. Today's a crucial commission. She hoped the martial sect would accept. She showed a photo of back then, hoping they would help deal with him. The elders immediately refused. Anything else is fine. But taking a life is not allowed. Don't you know the martial sect's rules? That is right. We do not take it. Now get lost. The leader, Kong He, agreed with everyone. Miss, our martial sect does not harm the innocent. That is our code. So this commission should go to another expert. The secretary then pulled out a photo to threaten, compared to the young disciples. Which matters more? These useless rules or them? As soon as she showed it, everyone panicked. This is Vu Dao's group, what have you done to them? She did not answer directly. Please think it over and reply tomorrow. We will wait for your answer. Everyone was tense. What now? How did Vu Dao's group get captured? If we act, how can the martial sect survive in the martial world? If we do not, Vu Dao's group. Without hesitation, Kong Hai stepped forward. I will go kill this guy. Everyone tried to stop him. Elder Kong. This breaks the martial sect's code. We know you worry about your grandson. But you have been silent and just smiled while taking off your outer coat, Kong Hai declared. From today, Dep Kong, withdraw from the martial sect. What I do from now on is not the sect's business. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, quickly take those guys, my love ball. She smashed the ball toward the others. Vidal's group immediately drooled. I got it. Even as the ball hit his face. He seemed to enjoy it. The young lady's love ball is mine. But for some reason, Vidal suddenly froze. Sensing something, the sky was cloudy and foggy. He could not explain his unease. At the same time, the city was hit by heavy rain and thunder. Triuquan drove up front. Back then. Looks like something's poked the tire. I am gonna check. Do not get distracted playing games. Bentakill. But something outside caught his attention. Making him look up, turns out it was just grabbing a stuffed bear. Triuquan braved the rain to check the car. Suddenly, a shout caught his attention. Looking for death? I will break your legs. In an alley, two young men were bullying an old man. That old bastard. Hand over your stuff or I will stomp you dead. Without hesitation, Triuquan jumped in. He kicked the two bullies away. Triuquan carefully helped the old man up. Are you okay, sir? Thank you, young man. But for some reason, the old man grabbed his hand tightly. Somehow, the old man pulled out a book. Did anyone notice the cover suddenly changed color? Young man, I see your bones hold great martial talent. I have a secret manual here. If fate allows, I will sell it to you for $100. Turns out Triuquan was mistaken. Everyone got fooled by this old man. This old guy's just a crazy scammer. Cheating our trust and money. Why did not you hit him? Instead, you fought us, so that is how it is? Bas then said nothing, just coldly glanced at the old man. I do not have much money. Only 5,000 total. Give the money back and stop deceiving others. Triuquan looked like an angel. Why is everyone stunned? He immediately grabbed the pile of money. That money is mine. You can snatch it away. The old... Suddenly, he sensed, this aura. Internal energy. A stranger with a sword stabbed downward at the car, where Big Then was sitting. It was Sitting High, aiming precisely at his spot in the car. Triuquan rushed over. BC Then, you are so furious it is like you could fly. That bastard. Triuquan clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. But Sitting High used his sword to block the attacks from him. He did not expect that one with internal energy, so young, had trained hands that could not be harmed by blades or guns. No wonder those others forced him to act. Feeling the pressure, Seng Hai immediately jumped up and lightly landed on a nearby branch. Seng Hai explained, Brother, this does not concern you. I do not want to kill innocents. I advise you not to interfere. But what he did to Bi Then was unacceptable to Triuquan. Get lost. He angrily charged in, delivering relentless strikes. Seng Hai struggled to withstand the power of such a young man. After a while, he felt it was not enough. How long would this last? Using some unknown technique, Seng Hai made the innocent bystanders take the hits. What? Taking advantage of this, he struck again. Triuquan immediately shielded the others, but took the full force himself. He doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach, his body trembling. Seng Hai observed, besides the hands, his internal energy had not fully developed elsewhere. Unable to block the sword's energy, he stepped forward. If he did not save that beggar, it would not be so easy to get hurt. You are a good kid. Now stay put and do not get in my way. Triuquan refused to give up, not letting him touch Bi Then. As soon as he finished, the old man did not hesitate to stab a sword straight through him. Seng Hai acted coldly. He warned him with good intentions. But since he would not listen, killing him was the only option. He coldly withdrew the sword. Did anyone notice this was the first time we clearly saw Triuquan's eyes? Goodbye, young friend. Seng Hai aimed a final strike to end his life. But as the sword came down, it was blocked by a forearm. He panicked. Looking at the person before him, it was Bi Then. Apparently, he survived just because he wanted to play claw machine. Hey, hands off my people, you want to die. Seng Hai stared at Bi Then in shock. When did you get out of the car? I clearly. Bi Then frowned and shouted. You clearly did not see me get out. Did you? You followed us all the way. I noticed it a long time ago. Then he punched the old man hard. Sang Hai flew back but grabbed the sword tightly to steady himself. Sweating profusely, he silently thought, too fast. Could not dodge at all. Basi then clenched his fists and charged at Sang Hai. Old man, what are you standing there for? A loud clash sounded as his strike hit the sword's edge, taking continuous hits from Basi Thun. Sang Hai struggled to hold the blade steady. He furrowed his brow, looking at the man before him differently. This strong internal energy was unlike that young guy earlier. It was at least equal to his own. So young. How could that be? Suddenly, cracks appeared on his sword. Sang Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The Thang Hai sword cracked. Could his internal energy really be stronger than mine? Realizing he could not win, Sang Hai cursed viciously and resorted to this move again. He glanced at something, then forcefully struck downward at the person below. Someone nearby shouted in panic, "Old man, run." Bith then smirked. That move again. But no coincidence, I know your external internal energy too. Saying that, he switched to another strike to block Sang Hai's previous attack. The man below fell hard. The two blows clashed, creating a loud explosion. Sang Hai glanced quickly, timing his move. Suddenly, he lunged, forcefully swinging the sword toward B Thun, but the sword was blocked by something. He gritted his teeth. How could it not penetrate? Could it be? Kong Hai's voice began to tremble. He had trained his whole body with internal energy. Back then smirked. Congrats on guessing, but there is no reward for that. You are holding the sword pointed at me. Now it is my turn. Back then snatched the sword from Kong Hai's hand and punched the old man hard in the stomach. Blood spraying everywhere from the blow. He pulled back and shouted, "This is to help my subordinate get revenge." He asked coldly, "Who sent you?" Kong Hai knelt weakly on the ground, coughing. "I only follow orders. Have no idea who wants you dead." Heavy rain poured down, lightning flashing across the sky. Back then held the teddy bear in his hand and turned to leave. He said to Triyu Quan, "Triyu Quan, if you are still alive, come with me." Triyu Quan held his stomach and replied, "Yes." The two left, leaving Kong Hai helplessly lying in a pool of blood, his voice trembling. "Vodao, sorry. Grandpa can protect you." He recalled the beautiful moments. Kong Hai pointed to admonish. "Vodao, listen carefully. Martial arts must follow the martial way. Our clan's way never harms the innocent. Martial arts is a path defended with life, never to be changed for any reason." A childish cry rang out. "Kwa?" The old man worriedly asked. "Good boy. Why are you crying? What is wrong?" The boy sobbed, asking why the grandpa's heart was not as important as the martial way. The old man placed his hand on the boy's face, gently wiping away a few tears. "That is not true." He lifted the boy high and loudly declared, "Our little Vodao is number one." Number one. Kong Hai was full of regret, unable to protect his grandson. La Dan closed his eyes, his face marked by restless sorrow. Elsewhere, someone looked up at the sky, puzzled. What is going on? Suddenly it rained. Evening had fallen. At back then his private home, he held the teddy bear, hiding behind the door, hearing shouts from inside the room. A Tite Vi held her flushed face and shouted, "Amut, what did I do while drunk?" Suddenly she kissed Jiang back then forcibly, clutching her head, embarrassed about how to face him now. Hearing footsteps outside, Tite Vi, he is back. She quickly lay down, pulling her legs over herself. It is, what do I do now? What do I do now? Back then pushed the door open holding two teddy bears. Tite Vi shut her eyes tight, silently praying, "I am still asleep, not awake yet." Back then said nothing and went to the vanity table. Sitting down, he spoke softly. "Piggy, please do not be mad anymore, okay?" She frowned, disbelieving. "What do you mean?" Piggy. Bak then held two teddy bears and muttered to himself, "I was wrong back then, reckless in my actions. I know my mistake now." Tite Vi glanced at him, sweating nervously. Back then shook the piggy bear, grunting, "Unless you let me kiss you, okay? Okay? 100 kisses, 1,000 kisses. Whatever." Then he poked the two teddy bears together. Smooch. Tite Vi could not stand it anymore, sat up abruptly, and shouted at him, "You are the dumb piggy." She cleared her throat shyly and looked away. "And besides, I did not want to kiss you. It was the alcohol." Suddenly back then clutched his chest, his body trembling slightly. "Yeah." Tite Vi rushed over to support him. "What is wrong?" Seeing blood on back then his shirt, she worried. "Why are you bleeding so much? Are you hurt?" He weakly replied in a fake voice. "Yeah. I was not careful today and got hurt falling down." Tite Vi was so worried tears welled up in her eyes. "Why not go to the hospital right away? Let me see if it is serious." Suddenly she realized something was off. Tite Vi glared at him. "That can be right, with your skills. How could you fall?" He lied again just as she was about to question him. Before she could speak, back then grabbed her wrist, slid his hand to her waist, pulling her close. Leaning on her, they both lost balance and fell backward. They fell onto the bed in a compromising position. back then reached out and gently pinched her nose. Why is my wife so smart? He explained softly. This is Triyu Kwan's blood. He got hurt earlier. And it got on me when I took him to the hospital. Tite Vi covered her mouth in shock. Hurt? How did he get hurt? Could it be like last time at the party? Someone tried to, back then leaned close, looking at Tite Vi with a firm gaze. Don't worry. It is just a little ant trying to jump around. I can handle it. But for now, you should not be wandering around alone. Just stay home, okay? Tite Vi blushed deeply and quickly looked away. All right. Got it. I can't help anyway. I will stay home and not cause you any more trouble. But you have to be extra careful too, okay? He smiled and replied. Bissi then glanced away, his tone serious. Also, about what happened at the last party. Suddenly, he bowed his head close to her. I did not consider your feelings. There won't be a next time, will you forgive me? She looked at Bissi then. Touched. I was wrong too. Her voice softened somewhat. You only did it to save me. I should not have been upset. Running off to Jinling without a word. Bissi then grinned at her. So you forgive me now? Tite Vi shyly replied. But it depends on how you act. He moved closer, one hand lifting her skirt. Is this the kind of act you want? She blushed, turned her head, and reached out to push him away. Bissi then grabbed her hands and placed them on his head. Don't you want this? It is time we made a little piglet. Then he kissed her lips. The phone on the table vibrated slightly, showing an incoming call. A notification popped up with a message from a soldier. Bissi then's in trouble. Something serious happened. 3 missed calls. Just as Bissi then and Tite Vi were in the middle of things, the phone suddenly rang, interrupting them. Seeing this, he stood and grabbed the phone. Bissi then's eyes grew serious as he asked, what is going on? The voice on the other end spoke urgently. Bissi then. Something's wrong. You need to come to the Fong family immediately. The scene shifted to the Jiang family mansion where he arrived. Chen anxiously said, Jiang, your people do not know what is happening. Suddenly, they are all vomiting and have diarrhea. Bissi then's gaze fixed on the food in front of him. Has the food been tested yet? Chen quickly replied, yes, the results will be delivered any moment now. Without responding, he sank into his own thoughts. His eyes worried. He wondered if this was connected to the recent assassination attempt. The banquet was already investigated thoroughly. Who could have poisoned them here? Suddenly, a frantic man rushed over, interrupting his thoughts. Miss Fong has the test results. He looked at Chen and added, we checked everything. They accidentally ate spoiled tofu, causing mild food poisoning. They just need some anti-diarrhea medicine. Hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise. Spoiled tofu? Our family never supplied spoiled tofu to them. Then, from behind, one of the poisoned people trembled and said, Bissi then. I know what is happening. The scene showed crate after crate of spoiled tofu being unwrapped. Seeing this, Bissi then's face darkened with anger, and he turned sharply to the man. You say you were too cheap and bought 3 boxes of spoiled tofu, which caused diarrhea. The man was shaking all over. Yes, I did not expect the quality of Pin CCS product to be this bad. If I would known, I would be bought from Pinichu. Instead they are known for good quality. Bissi then's expression grew more irritated than ever. He lost control and shouted, I think you have all flushed your brains down the drain. Everyone, gather up, run 300 laps around the mansion. No bathroom breaks until you finish. Though terrified, the others could only echo in unison. Got it? The miserable group groaned. Feels like we are about to puke, just let us get it over with. Bissi then stood behind them and quietly told Chen, I am not strict with my team, but I have let Miss Fong down. I will stay here to watch over them until they recover. She covered her mouth to smile softly and replied cheerfully, It is your people are quite cute. After happily speaking, Chen quickly shifted to a serious expression and warned, After this, let them use our Chinathan Group's Pin Tutu products and reduce usage of Quanghai Group's PC. At least our family supervises product quality very well. Hearing that, he was surprised. Paishi's Quanfi Group's asset. Chen quickly responded, Well, right now the market only has Quanhapsai as Soto batteries and Thung as Pin Tutu as the 2 group buy platforms. But to compete with us, they price theirs very low, and quality is uneven. So it is no surprise that some products are spoiled. She continued, This has been going on for years. Recently, Pin CC has been aggressive. They might fight to the death with our Pin Tutu. Chan's expression grew more serious than ever. We have been battling Quangxia Group for years. This time, it depends on whose group buy platform wins and who leads Jiangnam's business. Hearing this, Bissi then shared his thoughts. It seems that to overthrow Quanghai Corporation and defeat Tite Vi in Asai, we have to start with the 2 business groups of this corporation. His eyes showed some worry as he added, Whenever you need me, I will help. Hearing that, Chen suddenly laughed cheerfully. Of course he has to help. Don't forget, Jiang is now also a shareholder of Qin Thung Corporation. Suddenly she reached into her pocket as if looking for something and said, "By the way, I almost forgot." Chen Chen quickly pulled out a small card, holding it forward as she said, "Jiang, this is the invitation to our annual tattoo business expo in Jiangnam. You must come." Before Beekton could reply, her face flushed red and she stammered, "There is one more thing." Chen Chen thought to herself, "If I ask him to be my dance partner, will he agree?" Just as she was awkwardly hesitating, Beekton raised his hand and whispered, "Can I have two? Please. I want to bring a dance partner." Watching Chen Chen's embarrassed reaction, he said, "As long as you have an invitation, you can bring your dance partner." Getting the answer she wanted, he did not hesitate and turned to leave. "Then my dance partner and I will definitely be there tomorrow." "Miss Fong, please rest. I will check if those guys have finished dancing." Chen Chen felt like she would been doused with cold water. Frozen stiff. That is, the next day at the grand and splendid hall, everyone was immersed in the lively atmosphere. Just as Chen Chen was sitting anxiously on the bench, someone approached and extended a hand. "Miss Fong, would you kindly dance with me?" Seeing this, she politely refused. "Sorry, I am not feeling well today and do not want to dance," or so she said. She felt sad inside, thinking, what if he danced with me? Right after that thought, Chen Chen forced a smile and doubted herself. What am I thinking? I have clearly been rejected. That is true. He is married. Surely the dance partner he brought is his wife. It can be me. At that moment at the door, BC then entered with a woman who looked a bit odd, showing their invitations. Ignoring the strange look of the woman, S then replied, "This guy can be questioned further," and quickly said, "No problem. Jian, please come in." Unexpectedly, this time Tru Quan really went big. "BC then, if your sister-in-law finds out about this, won't she be mad?" Bas then said helplessly. "No choice. I can take her into danger like last time. There have been assassination attempts these past 2 days. I can only leave it to you." Right after the two passed by, something strange fell down. A girl saw it and said, "You two dropped something." She gently picked up Tridu Quan's chest piece. Zian stared fixedly at the two in front of her, then suddenly shouted, "Why is it you?" Faced with Zian Lian's outburst, Besithen calmly replied, "Who are you?" Seeing his boss' forgetfulness, Tribu Kun spoke up. "Buxi then is the little girl in the school uniform at the airport." Zian angrily said, "Fine. You do not remember me, but I remember you. You injected my grandfather at the airport, which made his condition unstable. I still want to confront you." Tridu Quan's face darkened. "Miss, we are not liars and we did not deceive your grandfather last time." She still did not trust them and said confusedly, "Weren't you a man at the airport?" Zian pointed sharply at Tridu Quan's face. "How dare you dress like a woman?" Still saying he was not a deceitful person. No response could refute her. He sprayed glue. Zian then shouted in front of their stunned faces, "Security and waitstaff. 2 con artists have entered. Get them out quickly." Suddenly her eyes became more panicked than ever. Triu Quan quickly flew over to silence her. He deftly grabbed back his chest piece. "It is... The guards have just arrived. What is going on?" Zian immediately accused. "It is those two. They are criminals and con artists. Get them out fast." For some reason, the artist drew her eyes with dots, and the guards immediately placed hands on their shoulders. Ignoring her, Bisithen beside them did not dare look directly, clearing his throat. Tri Kun muttered on, "Here's what really happened. This girl really admires my boyfriend. But she is no match for me because of her small chest and she can't accept it, so she has been chasing us everywhere, saying my husband is a heartbreaker." Even the security guards agreed when they saw Dian. Zojun deserves an acting award right now. She followed us here causing trouble. Dian got provoked right where it hurts and snapped. "How could my chest be smaller? Yours is fake." She hugged Zhaojun. Even though she had breast implants, she never denied it. Wherever she goes, she calls me a liar. Dian was shocked out of her mind. "You clearly know I am not talking about that." People started gossiping. "What is going on? This handsome guy has a strange taste. He has a thing for muscular women. You do not get it. It feels way better in the dark." Even though the woman next to him looks odd, her chest is really big. It must feel amazing at night. No one listened to Dian's explanation. Right? This woman's jealous. Is not. A woman's jealousy is terrifying and can't be reasoned with. Dian could only shout helplessly. "Don't listen to them. They are the real liars." The guard stepped forward. "You are not allowed to cause trouble here. Please leave." Suddenly kicked out. Dian shouted angrily. "Why should I leave? I'm Sun Dian, the heiress of the Sun family. Who dares to ask me to leave?" Beishen pulled an invitation out of his pocket. "We have an invitation." Next to Xiao Jun. She whispered awkwardly. "Hey. Enough." "Stop touching." Beishen asked Dian, "You claim to be the Sun heiress. Do you have an invitation to prove it?" She hurriedly took out the invitation. "Of course I have one." "Strange. Where's my invitation? It should be right here." Immediately, the little miss was escorted out. Let go. I really am the son Harris. Suddenly their eyes met and a sense of camaraderie shot up. Neither could keep up the act anymore. Both rushed off to fix their appearance. Let us go back in. Today's official event is inside the hall. Thanks to your contribution, the city's infrastructure upgrade has gone very smoothly. I heard you also set up a scholarship fund for all orphanages in Jiangnan. You truly are a great humanitarian in Jiangnan. He smiled brightly. Not all. It is just what I should do. When Hui smiled warmly as if very friendly, then he flipped his mood like flipping a pancake. I will rest upstairs at the hotel. Call the guards outside. If anyone comes looking, refuse them. But right after, a loud noise caught the guards' attention. They immediately reacted. Who is there? It was Zhao Jun and Bei Shen arriving. Seeing them like this, the guards were stunned. Bei Shen looked at them, grinning slyly, and then a pitiful scream echoed. What do you want to do? When Hui lay resting on the bed, what has happened to Zhang Bei Zhen in recent years? For many years, Yi Shanghai, Jiangnan's top warrior, lost to him and even died. He sensed the commotion outside. The secretary cautiously reported. Chairman Z, someone wants to see you. When Hui slightly opened the door, didn't I say no visitors? Didn't I tell you to refuse them? But the scene behind the door left him speechless. Bei Shen and Zhou Jun had taken care of all the henchmen. Chairman Z has such a big face. After so many years, he wants to leave me outside. Dian shouted angrily. Damn it! You believe those two liars and not me. She pointed to the sky shouting. This little miss will return and send people to wreck your shabby hotel. Her expression instantly turned panicked. Upstairs Bei Shen was squeezing Wen Hai's neck hard. That is him choking right above. Gasping, you are crazy. There are cameras everywhere here. If you want to have a good ending. Bei Shen chuckled lightly. Doesn't he matter? As long as you do not die whole. I do not care. He glanced sideways. Goodbye. Uncle Z. When Hui panicked, trying to stop him. Wait, back then I was wronged. I did not want to harm your father and son. Bei Shen released him. Wen Hai's face turned pale. Before you could panic, you quickly grabbed his hand. When Hui cursed, damn you. Bei Shen smirked. Come on. Say it. Who forced you to do that? Your whole body is trembling. You pulled me forward. Let us sit and talk. Back then only gave a cold laugh. This time if I let go, I am not sure I can grab you back. You stared at Van Hui and started counting down. 3. He panicked and shouted. Back then did not care and kept going. 2. He hurriedly confessed. Wait, do not let go. I am telling you. It was your mother's betrothed who came to me and asked me to find a way to kill you and your father. He looked up with sweat beading on his face. I do not know his name. I only know he is from a prestigious family and can kill me with just a finger. I had no other choice. Back then raised an eyebrow. Your mother's betrothed? Van Hui lost his cool and shouted. I am not lying to you. I have said all I need to say. If you do not believe me, then let go. Back then silently stared at him for a moment, frowned, and roughly dragged him inside. Van Hui fell hard onto the floor. He cast a cold glare at Van Hui. Who is my mother? Who is her betrothed? Why would he want to kill my father and me? Back then his face darkened. Speaking slowly, you better tell me everything you know. Don't miss a single word. Van Hui's face showed a flicker of shock. He recalled past memories and started telling the story. This matter goes back many years. Back then, your father and mother were in college in Ganji. That is where they met and fell in love. Later, we found out your mother was the daughter of a wealthy northern family, and since childhood had been promised to another wealthy family. Van Hui bowed his head to stay with your father. Your mother cut ties with her family. Images of your parents hurriedly carrying you away. Worried, you were even born during their escape. They were naive. How could personal strength stand against such a powerful clan? He covered his face with a crooked smile. It was not long before they found your mother and forcibly took her back. Your father took you back to the Jiang family. Van Hui sat on the ground, holding his head. Your mother's family did not kill you because of blood ties, but their allied family did not think the same. He smiled. The family's illegitimate daughter had a child with another man. Do you think they would let you and your father live in peace? Van Hui looked at him, his expression quickly changing. So they came to me and asked me to eliminate you and your father. Back then did not reply, only coldly glanced from afar as a police siren sounded. Beep, beep. All three were startled, focusing on the sound. Dian pointed to the upper floor where she had just accused. Police. Over there. I saw someone pushed outside and a bad guy is killing someone inside. Seeing the police arrive, everyone started whispering. Why are the police here? Has something happened? Police knocked on doors room by room, asking, has anything unusual happened in your room? The person inside replied confusedly. I was not paying attention. Please open the door for the police to check. Temporary check. Please cooperate. Check. Van Hui smiled nervously. These cops came just in time. What is your plan now? Back then did not answer. He pressed his gun straight to the man's head. Back then turned his head and ordered Triu Quan to bring out the stuff. Roger, Triuquan smirked slyly. He pulled out a recorder and played back the previous conversation. It was your mother's betrothed who came to me and asked me to find a way to kill you. And your father. I do not know his name. I only know he is from a prestigious family. He can kill me with just a finger. I had no other choice. You calmly threatened. I heard Uncle Tu is now a famous philanthropist in Jiangnan. He sponsors public facilities and creates scholarships for kids in orphanages. If Uncle Tu does not want the Jiangnan public to know that this famous philanthropist was once a killer, wait for the police interrogation and follow my orders. Just then, a knock sounded outside. Police calling inside. Hello? Routine check. Please open the door. No response. One turned to the other and they kicked the door in. The other nodded in agreement. The two immediately gripped their guns tightly and pushed the door open. They shouted, "Police!" Don't resist. Inside the room were two shirtless men looking dazed. The two police officers stood frozen in place. They stared in shock, seeing two girls sitting on the bed, leaving the room. One sighed. After checking so many rooms, there is nothing. Are you sure that little girl was not mistaken? The other, also discouraged, tried to motivate. There is still one room left unchecked. Then let us keep going. The two approached the last room and knocked on the door. Hello? Routine check. Please open up. The door slowly opened. Tri Quan bowed politely. They froze briefly, seeing Butsy Thun and Vin Hat's eye happily sparing. Basi then glanced over and cheerfully asked, "Officer, what is going on?" They went inside, looked around, and replied, "Well, someone called the police suspecting a murder up high. Nothing strange here. Right?" Basi then looked surprised and turned to Vin Hat. "See, well, that is terrible. I did not notice anything odd. Chi-et. Did you see anything unusual?" He lowered his head. Uneasy? "I did not see a thing." The officers turned to leave, apologizing. "Please carry on." He waved with a friendly smile. "Hardworking officer. Goodbye." The door slammed shut. Bisi then turned back with a light smile. Chi-et. Do not look at me like that. People who do not know think I am the one who threw you into the sea back then. He placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned in close. Don't worry. I was just joking before. Dying with you made me sick. He glared threateningly. I will take down your Guangxi gang first, then I will kill you. Chi-et. Just wait. Basi then smirked and turned to give orders. Try to Quan. Let us, he replied quickly and followed behind. Got it. As they left, Ven Hai stumbled and knelt heavily on the floor. Seeing this, his assistant hurried over. Chairman, you are shaking with anger. Did you hear that? He wants to take down my Guangxi gang. Haha. Ridiculous. Ven Hai gritted his teeth. Quan Min. Did he come to the hotel? To send him to see me. The assistant replied. Quan Min has not returned yet. He said it is alcoholism, and he is recovering with a stomach pump. He shouted angrily. Rest my. Tell him if he wants to remain director of Pinex X ever, he has to come here immediately. Outside. Zian tried explaining. How could there be nothing strange? I clearly saw someone hanging outside. Suddenly she fell silent, clutching her chest. Eyes wide, the two officers rushed to ask, Miss, are you okay? Zian calmly reassured. I have thalassemia and sometimes suffer severe hypoglycemia. Hearing this, one officer gave a forced smile. That scene might have been a hallucination caused by her condition. She quickly objected. I was fine just now. It could not have been a hallucination. Can you ask if anyone else saw it? Maybe a passerby witnessed it. Zian anxiously answered a call. Hello? On the other end. They urgently informed her. Miss Tun, your grandfather is close to passing. Her expression changed. BC then thought to himself, if Pinexu wants to fully defeat Pin 2, relying only on the Xian Thun gang would be tough. If they could win support from other Jiangnam clans, their chances would improve. From afar, Chun recognized them and asked in surprise. An Jiang, is that you and Tridu Quan? He reached out to introduce her. This is Tridu Quan's twin sister. Triu Tiuho. Tri Quan played along. Yes, just call me Tiuho. Chun replied shyly. I see. I misunderstood. BC then took the initiative. Today we are invited by Miss Chen. I wonder how many Jiangnam clans came to this party. Among them, are there families or companies who could help Pin XSX against Pin 2? She smiled. Of course. But most noble families have made their stance clear. Only two noble families, the Tun and Ulyu clans, have not shown their position, and they are the reason I am here today. S then smiled. Could Miss Chen help with an introduction? She eagerly said. Of course. It is my pleasure. An Jiang. Taiyu Ho, come with me. After speaking, Chen turned to ask the secretary beside her. Excuse me. Miss Tun Din, is she not coming today? The secretary replied. I asked the receptionist. Miss Tun has not arrived today. She fell silent. brows furrowed deeply. It is strange that the Tin family is not here. Could something have happened to the old master Tun? Bis then tried to recall. Tun In Din, why does that name sound so familiar? He told Chen Chen. Since the Tin family is not present, let us talk to the Elu family first. She held them for a moment, then Eltu came out. Bis then noticed something unusual in her words. Well, Chen Chen turned and said, I will take you there. And you will understand. The two walked into the hall. The host spoke up. Welcome to all distinguished entrepreneurs and noble families attending this year's SAM in Jiangnam. He flashed a professional smile. The winner will receive the highest grade purple jade sculpture from Master 20, provided by our city museum. The guests murmured in surprise, so it is a piece by Master 20, and it is purple jade. The city really went all out this year. No wonder so many noble family representatives came to the grand dance gala. Besides business, everyone cares about this jade sculpture. Right? To spark the family's interest, the dance gala really pulled out all the stops. They continued chatting excitedly. Fen Venhin and Liel Zertu, the powerful couple of the Jiangnam clan. Even Lin, the legendary matriarch of the Elzu family who rarely appears, is here, along with the Fen family head and his influential wife. The guests buzzed even more at the sight of these famous figures appearing together, showing how valuable this gala is. They looked toward Lin and said, Miss Elgu, what a coincidence to be seated together today. The prize for this dance gala is truly generous. Rumor has it she has long had an eye on that jade sculpture. Her eyes narrowed. Smiling slyly, Lin, but you seem to have come without your partner. Need my husband to lend you his company. Lin sneered. I heard old man Fen only lasts a minute in bed, but wants to dance on the floor like you. Flustered, the woman's face twisted with embarrassment. Vin Hien, sitting nearby, warned, don't provoke her. This old girl is embarrassing. This time, the Kwangafai Corporation specially invited dancers from the association to compete. Just win the jade sculpture and send it to Elzu Lin. You do not even have to dance yourself, she coquettishly replied. They do not know that, from afar. Chun Chun pointed at them. That is Elzu Lin, the matriarch of the Elzu family, known as the unrivaled grand matriarch of Jiangnam. Extremely hard to please, her only interest is anything related to jade. She is here for the dance gala prize. Bessie then asked, if we win this dance prize and give it to Elzu Lin, could we win over the Elzu family? Chen Chen answered, maybe, but it will be tough. Kwangsai Corporation is watching us closely too. But they do not know where they heard the news first. They even specially invited association dancers. I am afraid we do not stand a chance. With a blank face, he said to Tridu Quan, Taiyu Ho, do you feel it will be hard to win? He forced a smile and replied, is easy. We will definitely win. Haha, the host announced. The competition begins. And stunning dance performances instantly started. She danced gracefully, her beauty perfectly fitting the elegance and aura of a noble wife. After a short while, she tired and knees buckled, gasping to Ven Heen. Honey, I can go on. He urged, only 5 rounds. Come on, switch with me. Another couple danced nearby, their every step fluid, creating a breathtaking masterpiece. Wong Soi smiled confidently, certain of victory. This time we will definitely win. Suddenly, the crowd around them gasped loudly, drawing Ving Soi's attention. Whoa! Bas then lifted Tridu Quan into the air as the crowd cheered nonstop for their dance moves. So impressive. Ong Soi wore a displeased expression, staring at Bihi Then and Tribu Quan throughout the dance. Suddenly, he sneered, thinking to himself that as a favor expert of Kwang Asai Corporation, no amateur could beat him. Dream on. Tribu Quan scoffed. Trash. You want me to make a fool of myself in front of Buxi Then? Fired up, he took the lead and invited Beatsi Thun to dance. Bisi then found it strange. Tri Kun seemed quite comfortable with this identity. He threw some playful jabs at Wong Soi, then pulled Bisi Then close. Wong Soi was not backing down either. As Tri Du Quan moved closer, Wong Soi slipped his arm behind and slashed down unnoticed. Tri Quan's dress suddenly tore wide open, revealing his muscular man's body. Guests around stared wide-eyed at Tri Du Quan, speechless at the bizarre sight. One of them gasped loudly. This lady's not what she seems. Bisi then sighed warily, surprised his secret was exposed so quickly. Tri Du Quan could only smile awkwardly. Wong Soi pointed at him, yelling angrily, perverted man pretending to be a woman. You really want to flash your chest in public? Shameless. Get lost already. Both sighed deeply, unsure how to explain without being misunderstood. He smirked arrogantly. Wong Soi, I am the real winner here. He did not realize everyone was staring at the rip in his pants. What? The Gucci Association folks were here too. They gave him judging looks and whispered among themselves. That is it. What trash. So Kwang Hatai's people are just like this. Wong Soi was confused, not understanding what was happening. Looking down, His face twisted into an ugly grimace as scornful voices echoed in his ear. You can judge a book by its cover. Wong Soi's dance partner was deeply disappointed, covering her face and turning away. Disgusting. I do not know you. Wong Soi's face darkened as he glared at those smirking at him. Anger flared hotter. Basi then confidently declared, unless anyone objects, we have won this game. Wong Soi lost his temper, yelling, wait, I am not satisfied. We clearly spun more than once, Malin shyly said. Spinning or not is small stuff. Shaking like a leaf is the real unforgivable sin. The Kwang Hasi group nodded. Then she looked toward Tridu Kwon. As for, I see no reason to change the result, since there is no rule saying you must dance with the same woman. Nearby guests perked up, realizing the rules did not say that at all. Wong Soi trembled in anger, accusing them of bullying. Then he stormed toward Beatsi Then, eager to tear him apart to save his pride. My identity's ruined. And you are no better. Bis funds Soi's plan and spun around. He kicked hard into Wong Soi's stomach, leaving him no time to react. Then he stomped down on his head. His kick was so powerful the ground cracked around them. The host froze, sweating like the other guests. The host carefully handed the victory trophy to Butsi Thun, who politely nodded to accept. The host announced loudly, I declare the winner of this year's Stayang Nan Dance Challenge is Jiang Bisi Thun's team. The scene shifted to another room where Buxi Thun said, this top-grade purple jade plaque is now yours. He stepped closer to her, voice neutral as he introduced himself to Memlin sitting opposite. Lu, I am Jiang Bifi Thin. She smiled knowingly, glanced at them, and said, Jiang seems capable and skilled. I saw you with Chen Chen and heard about her family's situation. Bisi then turned to look at Chen Chen, confused by her intentions. Lin then stretched the word, casting a flirtatious glance his way. But to help with something this big, you can rely on something like the jade sculpture. She boldly made her proposal. Before Lin could finish, he politely declined. Lu, please have some self-respect. She turned away disappointed. Such a boring man. If so, Lin noticed something even more interesting and pointed at Trido Kwon, who was frozen in place. I want him to be from the Elju family. Lin said. The weather was clear and cool. Lin was very pleased with Trido Kwon. If you have any business next time, come to my house anytime. Just mention it. Meanwhile, he was crying and running toward Bichi Then. You feel great, having the Lodu family as support. But poor Tribu Kwon, I feel so sorry for him. After getting home, you sat alone in your room. Only the Tun family remained. Fong Then said the Tin family member had health issues. BC then fiddled with something and thought, maybe this is where I can start taking action. Suddenly, the TV news came on. Here's this morning's news. The chairman of the Tin Family Corporation is in critical condition. The eldest daughter of the Tin family, Tun Yin, is at the City East Top Hospital. You feel like you know this girl, Tun Yin. On screen, Chigo Zian was arguing nonsense with the doctor. Grandpa, can tea be like this? Zian Zin. Please accept the truth. Grandpa Ding is gone. Someone nearby tried to comfort her. Don't be selfish and let him suffer more. Please listen to me. I do not believe it. Bis then only just realized, so she is Tun Zian Lian. No wonder she looked familiar. You immediately called Trident Quan to help with something. Bis then said. All right then. Bis then wore a sinister expression. I am heading to the Tun family. 3 hours later at the hospital. Zian angrily slammed the table. I do not care. After curing Grandpa, he will be an honored guest of the Tin family. If he can be cured, do not expect peace. Everyone here is just making excuses. But we won. We are at a loss. A cautious doctor said. Miss, let me be frank. The Tun family has always hesitated. Our doctors were not allowed to review Tun's test reports. And now it is too late. Hearing this from the doctor hit Zian hard. What are you saying? Tun Suning pushed open the door and entered. Haha. Right? You do not need to worry about the rest. You are just a pushover. How could you dare? This bastard even brought people to threaten Ziying because the old man must hand over the estate to her no matter what. I can only see him off partway for now. He must be dead by now. Right? Tun Soong grinned happily. Besides, it is all your fault. If you had not spoken up, who would have cured that old man or made demands of the Tin family? I do not need to rush. Everything you spent was my money. He kicked the chair hard. Tun Sheng was pleased, thinking his plan had succeeded. Find my stuff. Hee, it is all mine. Zian Din's voice suddenly deepened. If that is certain, I have nothing more to say. Please leave. She looked down at the fool in front of her. Tun Stung still did not realize how serious his mockery was. Get out. Damn it. What the hell are you saying? The next second, he could not laugh anymore. Old mirror, Tun was pushed in on a wheelchair. Of course. He was calling me. Tin Sang nervously turned around. You are not dead. I deliberately found someone abroad to buy poison at a high price. Is he blaming me then? Is that you? Are you an ally of that damned girl? I just find this guy ridiculous. How can someone with zero IQ want to be the villain? Seeing Bixi then approach, Tun Sun panicked and collapsed to the ground. What do you want? Don't he come any closer? Where are the bodyguards? You explained. I can easily cure that poison. Right? You do not need to understand. I mainly spent some time treating the old man's hair loss and constipation. Old mirror, Tim behind shyly reminded. No need to be so detailed. Reminder to everyone. This is the male lead, not the villain. Don't he bargain for poison cheap next time. Don't he deal with Pin 2 again. So stupid. A bottle of medicine suddenly rolled to Tun Sung's feet. He gently picked it up to examine. Tun Seung could not believe his eyes reading the label. Tun Fang's eyes widened in shock. Of course. Killing is a crime. Do you take me for a fool? Haha, he fell backward. Stunned that he would become a laughingstock and failed. Been to trick me. Outside the Tun family's mansion, an old house with unique architecture. After settling things, Tun Kong and everyone gathered in the conference room. Old Tun angrily slammed his hand on the wheelchair. Maybe he lost control of his emotions and forgot about his illness. Jiang, you do not need to say this anymore. Even if Tun Kong is worthless, he is still blood of the Tun family. He stood up and turned to the window. He may be bad, even stupid, but he would never buy fake products, especially not twice. It is cold now. Let us bankrupt Pin 2. That giant guy must be really into novels. Dian saw the guests out. Still, did anyone notice when he dyed his hair again? Everyone had to hold back their laughter so as not to make a sound. Sir, no matter what you say, someone rushing to ruin Pin 2 with constipation medicine just is not going to work. The murders and asset seizures just got ignored. Back then warned. Miss Tun, do not. Now that the old man is like this, he must have prepared. You do not need to worry. Then say goodbye. As I said before, I will go back and wait for good news. Days passed, and two men were focused on shares plummeting. Rise, come on. Go up. Damn it, it dropped again. Enough talk. Are the documents ready? Kunman angrily slammed the table, shouting at his subordinate. What the hell is going on? Have you checked everything carefully? The subordinate stammered. We have checked thoroughly. Old Tun publicly claimed he was seriously ill because he bought fake medicine from Pinitu. When those poor folks heard, they said we are harming people and returned the products. Kunmin shouted angrily. Nonsense. No one in Jiangdan's upper echelons does not know right from wrong. If our poison was fake, he would be dead by now. They are just saying they see through Tun Kong's scheme, bribing the media to spread news that we are deliberately selling fake poison. Got it, idiot? All he can do is curse and grab his employee by the collar. But we have handled Per really well. At that moment, the door opened and two policemen stepped in. Hello? Are you responsible for Pin Tutu? The police showed their badges and invited him to come with them immediately. I wonder how much that employee got paid to keep explaining even when his boss was being arrested. But since the Tun family notified us beforehand that, although this time was intentional, all previous products were genuine, the police made the call. Quan Ning was taken away. Why did not you tell me such an important detail earlier? Idiot, he looked bitterly at his former boss. The stocks folded like toilet paper. Am I still a CEO? Tell me, was I supposed to throw it all away for you? Then he turned away and made a call. Hello? Duvan? Here's the situation. Yes, I have done as you instructed. Rest assured. Meanwhile, back then is at Hanha reading documents. He thinks it is a good way to handle someone worthy of a lifetime in the mall. Zokun did not expect that old man to be so ruthless. Facing bankruptcy, Henry back then did not stop Old Tun. He must be predicted this would happen. The news headline. Seal, Bin Tutu under investigation. He clenched his fists. This time, Bin Tutu and Kwang Hoi Group want to escape, but back then felt it was still early. Kwang Hoi Group must try everything to cut ties with Pin Tutu, claiming this is just an individual's misconduct. From what I know about Van Hoi, since this arrest went so smoothly, he probably still has a hand in this. I am afraid he is still complacent now. Zokun worried. So what do we do now? Back then, if you do not use this chance to take down Van Hoi, it will only get worse. Back then told him to stay calm and assured him he would plan the next move. Van Hoi will definitely take the bait. At the same time, my line came to see me. Van Hoi, been waiting long. Meeting you once is not easy. She teased. Line placed a photo on the table. Loom Lin, I am a Jiangnam, not chasing wealth or power, just wanting a good man. She was furious. Jiang BC then dared to let his men humiliate me like that. I will make him pay. Looking at this photo, I just wonder why the artist did not draw Tradu Kun with a handsome face. You have the money. I have the network. You and I work together. All the money I make from laundering, Pin Tutu will transfer to you. I just want Jiang but then dead. Ven Hai looked terrified when he saw this photo. It is I trust you. Hurry and take this photo. The media keeps reporting that today Bin Tutu, a famous listed company in Jiangnan, was arrested for fake products and drug manufacturing. Kwang Hasai Group's director, Ve Hanen, even publicly admitted his involvement in drug trafficking. using Pin Tutu to smuggle weapons and attempting to bribe prosecutor Ultu. Officer Low on site reported, "It is unbelievable that someone with that ick could build Kwang Hao C group." The case is now being officially documented. Ven Hai trembled with anger hearing this. He shouted at Emlyn, "You lied to me. But you insist you are telling the truth, and I am not lying. I came to find you because of Tridu Kwon, him, you. And him." His face was drenched in sweat. "Him, you. And him." Ven Hai could not take it anymore and spat blood. "I am so wronged," Chen Chen explained. "Ever since you sold fake goods to compete viciously with us. You should have known this day would come," Bis then declared. "Starting today, Jiangnan won't have Pin Tuchu anymore. Only Pin XE Corporation. Remember that." Ven Hai's eyes struggled to get up, looking like a corpse. He seemed mad, laughing like a maniac. "You really think you can beat me this way?" Ven Hai's face twisted like a monkey's butt. "I have been at the mall for 30 years, but this is just a small battle." "You bastard. Lucky to be alive." But for some reason, Chun Chung clung to a married man, and Bixi then stood up to protect her. "You said you still have a trick. Want to call and check yourself?" You pulled out your phone and handed it to him. Vun Hsieh, no longer confident, shakily took the phone. A familiar voice came through. "Jiang, old master, Miss Elgu, and Miss Feng, we have protected their family members. Thanks to your men's help." Vi fumed. "Didn't I tell you to kill?" Vuyo said bitterly. "We would have killed but not Mer. Jiang's friend you." Ven Hai's face turned pale, drained of blood. He hurried. "Jiang Bethan bribed you. Why work with him?" Vikio stayed silent and handed the phone to his companion. The voice answered Vin Hai's question. Sang Hai was still alive. Not dead. When he thought he was leaving this world, hungry noises made him open his eyes. Sang Hai himself did not know why he was there. "Sir, you are awake. We know we were wrong. Go easy, we are crushing you to death." It turned out Mir Jiang had rescued Video and the others for me. I have decided to use this useless body to repay Mir Jiang for the contemptible. Shameless villain. Vin Hai never expected to be played like this. Suddenly, the door opened, and two familiar figures entered. None other than the grandfather and grandson, Sung Haizai's family, came to give Vin Hai a thorough beating. Time to pay up. The two warmed up. Ven Hai finally realized no plan could stop Butek's Thun. "You confidently apologized. I predicted your plan." Vuxio pulled out his weapon. "Ven Hai kidnapped me and threatened Min Kwon, almost killing my elder." He decisively raised his blade to settle the score with blood. Ven Hase quickly stepped back. "Wait. Jian I am still useful. You can let him kill me." He shut his eyes in fear, thinking he would not escape. Turns out Vuxio never struck. "Damn it. I really fell into the trap of a fool like you before." Ven Hai was so scared he nearly wet his pants. "If Jiang did not have questions for you, I would kill you myself." He lifted Vinci up. "Boss, want me to interrogate him for you? I am good at this." "No need." Immediately, Vo let go, and he collapsed face first into his own urine puddle. "Fine. Damn filthy. Better if you do not touch him at all." Van Hoy cursed silently. "Damn it, how dare they insult me like this?" Back then looked down at these scum. "Oh no? Jiang?" "Chairman Jiang, if that is the case, I admit defeat and you have won this game. Pin 2's yours now. You are not like those reckless men. Raise your hand." Before finishing his sentence, he was dragged away by back then. You used his head to smash the window into pieces. Van Ho was pushed outside and screamed in fear. "You want to push him to fall onto Van Hoy's stuff. Did you think a day like today would come after killing my father and throwing me into the sea to feed the fish?" Van Hoy pleaded desperately. "President Jiang, please do not throw me in." "But how could BC then just let this go? Since I left the battlefield and returned to Van Hai City, everything has been smooth. I have caught my enemies one by one and crushed them underfoot. Until today. Vin you the last murderer have finally fallen into my hands. Killing you here will end my path of revenge." Ven Hai's pupils shrank to the size of peas. Memories flashed back. "Your father crossed a line with a woman he should not have. You were born an illegitimate child. He deserves to die. And so do you." Bisithen recounted. "I still remember those things they mentioned casually back then." His eyes revealed the terrifying past. Vin Hai could only beg, veins bulging in his eyes. "Please do not." Sung Hai and Tridu Kun exchanged looks. "This Ivan is already a marked dog. If Jiang kills him here, better not leave any survivors." Tridu Kun replied. "Bisthun just has a few private questions. Why do not you rest first? Once the Pintu takeover is done, back then and I will visit you again tomorrow. Don't he be impulsive? Let us just eat first." The old man Mei Lin Lei followed him away and said goodbye to Triu Quan. "Handsome. You must come see me tomorrow." Now you finally notice what is going on with Miss Feng staying behind alone. She spoke up. "Thanks to Jiang's help in planning everything. I have always wanted to thank him. Actually, I wanted to say I quietly stepped back because Jiang is already married, so I did not dare show my admiration. Wait. Miss Feng, but what I saw today made me realize only men like Mir Jiang are real men. Jiang is my hero. Hearing this, Triquan hesitated. Wait. Miss Feng, I do not know if after work tonight, I will have a chance to invite Jiang to my place alone. Triquan tried to stop her. Yeah, I am afraid it is very late. Back then is not in the mood. It might not be appropriate. Miss Feng, you are still, but Zhenjin does not want to miss this. Late is better to be at my villa window after midnight. Vidal put his arm around Zhenjin's shoulder. Hey beauty. Even though Jiang is great, he is taken now. You want to be the other woman. No way. What a shame. You are so pretty. Instead of thinking about him, why do not we just have dinner first? But she growled when he touched her like that, a straight kick right to Vodal's crotch. Dummy. Don't talk about being the other woman, even as a pet. I would not eat with him. In the room. Back then was talking with Van Hoy. If I spare his life. What use does it serve beyond showing respect to my father in heaven? This one. You clasped your hands together. Speaking of which, there is something I really want to clear up. At first, I thought what I mentioned before was that you loved my mother, and there was a tragedy after. But when I followed this lead to investigate, no matter how hard I searched, I could not find any connection between you and my mother. Van Hoy immediately seemed to find a lifeline. That is right. It was not me. I am innocent. You should look for him. But as soon as he said that, he suddenly stopped. Back then felt strange that he said nothing. Look for who? Van Hoy quickly denied it. I did not say that just now. It was. Back then could no longer hold back and stood up. My parents met 10 years ago. 10 years ago. You became head of the Quang Hoi group. My Jiang family has nothing to do with you. So why did you kill my father last year? He stammered. You put it on Van Hoy. He also voluntarily revealed that the target I should retaliate against is him and his Quang Hoi group, then threatened and pressed, saying, who is the person behind you? Why did they do this? No one knows how powerful this person is to make Van Hoy tremble like that. If I dared betray them, they would never forgive me. But if I do not speak, I will die right now. He proposed, I will tell you, but you have to promise not to kill me after I speak. You looked at Van Hoy with contempt and said, realizing he could not avoid it, Line I answered it was the Hatchlian family. Back then stood outside. Thunder booming. Hatchlian family. Rumor has it that the capital city has 4 great clans that have passed down through thousands of years. They have hidden in different areas and secretly control the empire's lifeblood. No one knows where their people live, but no one can escape their influence. Hatchlian family is one of them. You ponder. Is not this the old legend once told in the military? Is there really such a Hatchlian family? Van Hoy sensed back then's gaze. Is what I am saying true? It was the heir of the Hatchlian family who did this, because your mother was supposed to be his fiancée. You stayed silent then told him to continue. Van Hoy cautiously recounted. Lithuk Van was a false identity your mother used when she fled the engagement. I do not know her real name. I only heard she was very important to the heir of the Hatchlian family. Back then, the Hatchlian family found me and gave me photos of you and your father. If I do not capture and kill that person, my position as chairman is as good as gone. And I will have to guard the border instead. The image of dad patting your head before leaving still lingers in my memory. BC Then, your mother was in an accident, but do not worry. I will take good care of you. BC Then his face darkened. What happened to my mother? He gently held you close as if it were their last meeting. Hetch Lin. None of that matters. BC Then. First, go take a 2-day break. Only then did he realize that it was not just an accident back then. He hurriedly told B Then to get in the car. He would handle everything. Finally, the Hetch Lian family had found my mother, but C Then's father sat in a moving wheelchair but his eyes never left his own father. That image stayed etched in Beatsi Thun's mind his parents. If this really is the case, then what is this person's true identity? Later, the doctor announced that his father was diagnosed with heart disease and needed further surgery at Bichi Shichu. The bank card provided earlier was frozen. So if you can pay the treatment fees. I am afraid? Ven Hai said nervously. That is when I found out Quang Hatsai Corporation actually belongs to the Hatchlian family. The last director died because he could not fulfill their orders, and I can follow in his footsteps. He stared tensely at Beatsi Then. If I say your mother might be engaged to the eldest son of the Hatchlian family, your true background must be just as high. Did you find any unique token on your body? If you did, why bother with small-time people like us? Beatsi Then understood. So if Vin I tried to skim off at Pinutu, and the illegal print backstage was also handwritten by Hatchlin, the only token. He pressed. So you brought my mother to the Hatchlian family. Vinay immediately knelt down. It was not me. It was the Hatchlian family who did it themselves. He grabbed B Then's leg. They all gave me direct orders, and never told me what they planned to do. I did not even know what they did. Every dead has its owner. I have told the truth. Don't he put the debt on me? His face was cold as he looked down at the scum at his feet. Bis then bargained. Okay, as long as you do one more thing for me, I will spare your life. They immediately held a press conference. Next, I will officially resign as CEO of Kwang FSI Corporation, Vin Hai declared. Starting tomorrow, the new CEO will be Jiang Buxithan. Reporters immediately shoved microphones in his face. What is your relationship with Jiang Buxithan? Why did you make such a decision? Is it because the Pinichu arms and poison smuggling case is real, and you are about to be investigated and jailed? Vin Hai swallowed his bitterness. The smuggling was my fault. Jiang made me see the truth. I am willing to respect the law and pay for what I did. But I was also tempted by others into this path of crime. Judging by his expression, he has not fully let go. Next, Jiang will lead and cooperate with the police for a thorough investigation. Bis then sat to the side, finding this whole scene pretty dull. Reporters immediately turned their attention to him. Jiang, I still have questions. Jiang, may I ask? But Bichi then completely ignored them. Hetchlin sneered. Let me see what you plan to do with this situation. Every day these guys paint a new house. So let us skip this part. Bis then sat shirtless training, his eyes sharp like a butcher's knife at the market. Thanks to the Hein then quite aura on this necklace, I have endured until now. Buxi then recalled that Hilo said this necklace origin was deeply researched and still connected to my family. Last time I only found broken equipment and left. I had not thought this through and wanted to investigate further. He wore a shirt holding the necklace in his hand, but the most important thing now is the Hatchlian family. Though something appeared that changed his mind, it turned out to be Tite Vi. She wore a stunning outfit that totally slayed Jiang Bc Then. Seeing his wife, he immediately softened his tone. Unnie, you are hiding here again? Tite Vi threw a pile of papers on the table. I can't take it anymore. She sat down exhausted on the sofa. Did you call me all the way here just for paperwork? Tite Vi tried to look seductive to win Then over, but she waited in vain. Nothing happened. When she opened her eyes, Bc then was sitting aside, going through the papers. Tite Vi could not take it anymore and cornered Bx then. He thought I was withered and old and no longer cared, or maybe afraid some vixen might see. I do not get why Bixi then looks like that. You claimed he was afraid of holding up my career. Tite Vi still did not believe it. Yeah, career for sure. He has got no one but that damn Tritokon. Turns out Bc then's worries ran deeper. He feared the H-Lian family would bring trouble to me. If the H-Lian family's really as powerful as Vin Hafsi said, they could strike any time. How could he let his guard down? Suddenly, a woman's voice outside interrupted the tense moment. That is, Jiang? So it is Chen, I asked. Try Du Quan. And he said he is free today. I ready. Looking at her like that, I do not know why I hate this type so much. Before she realized it, Tite Via had given BT Thun a look he could not hate more. You want to get this over with? I do not understand what is wrong with that Chen girl. 3 people is not impossible. Her quiet reply made everyone misunderstand. Tite V snapped. Jiang Bethan here. This is all a misunderstanding I can explain. She growled coldly. You say that again, and I will kill you. Things took a sudden turn. At that moment, a call came through. BC Then, like a lifeline. Hello? This is Jiang, then, good. Come immediately. But those 2 girls still were not letting up. Jiang the, do not you run. Jiang? So you lied. The call was from Tridu Kwon, such a kid. Playing games. He deliberately let Fujing Chen in on the prank. Too late to admit you are done now. But the info he gave BC Then was more crucial than ever. What did you say? Elsewhere. Doctors loaded a body into an ambulance. Tri Kuon reported to B Kien that Vin Hapsai was dead. Bethen hurried. Did they catch the killer? He carefully scanned around. But something more important. Tri Kuon whispered into the phone. I checked Vin Hunsiai's body before the cops arrived. The wounds on the corpse looked like Blepsik Thun did it. Unbelievable, like someone framing him. Bisithen frowned at the photo of Vnat's eye. This Kantip, how could someone mimic the marks of Hein Than quite? He pictured the scene when Vn Hai was attacked, slipped into the secret room, and killed with a single light strike. Bisithen was silent. Fearing the killer was stronger than him, he glanced thoughtfully. Was this to throw him into chaos? Trivakun could not stay, or he would arouse suspicion. And he was not a match for the murderer. He had to retreat fast. Bisithen quickly called him back. Tri Du Kwon. Get out of the camp first. On the other end. Tri Kwon replied a few words, then the line dropped. BC Then. You want me? Beep beep. Basi then worriedly shouted. Hello? Tri Du Kwon. Only silence answered. His hand trembled slightly when the line clicked back on. Sorry, brother. That was a prank call. Hello? BC Then. Why are not you talking? Bis Then replied irritably. It is come back immediately. Don't go anywhere or check anything. Tri Du Kwon was confused. Huh. Bis Then snorted coldly and hung up. A smirk crept on his lips. The Hech Lian family were strong opponents. He felt a bit excited. Suddenly recalling something, Thun looked back not far behind. He sighed warily. To be safe, stay with them tonight. Having your own wife around is not scary. Saying that, he reached to open the door. The door just opened when Then caught two icy stares from two women. They hissed, "You still dare come back?" Then hurried to explain. "All three of us. Wait, all three of us. Tite Vi. I did not mean that." But before he could explain, a pile of stuff was thrown out. Tite Vi's voice was full of anger. "It is too late. Trash. Just die." A few days later, near the border town, then took off his glasses and looked around. Dragging a suitcase behind him, he quickly moved to the location. Then could not help but admire how calmly the Hatchling family handled things, sending a top assassin to kill Vin Then stood confidently in the middle of the bustling street, dispersing the Kwang Sai syndicate first, then pulling back, aiming to intimidate them before waiting for the right moment to settle the scores. He glanced over at something. But sadly, a thief only has 1,000 days, never enough time to guard against thieves. Thun walked over to a nearby stall. He picked up a necklace, but the Hainan quite was a failure left behind by them. He curled his lips as he looked at the necklace in his hand. They never imagined I had already caught on to the clue about the Hainan quite. Seeing B just staring, the shop owner grew impatient. "Hey kid, you planning to buy it or not?" He looked at the man and replied, "Boss, I have a few questions." The boss quickly waved him off. "Go ahead. If you are not buying, do not block my business." Then smiled warmly and pulled out a stack of bills. Handing them to the owner, the shop owner's expression shifted quickly, and he spoke flatteringly. "You mean this kind of necklace?" "Yeah. It is imported from the small goods market. This is the best seller among fake goods at Century." He crossed his arms with pride, saying they sell 1,000 or several hundred units daily, all made in Hongwanin. XP will deliver it to you with just a click. "What is going on? Your wife lied to you saying this was worth tens of thousands. It is fake." Then slipped the necklace into his pocket. He rubbed his chin, thinking that what he held was not a fake from Century at all. He asked the shop owner, "Where can I buy the real goods from Century?" The owner pointed to a towering building in the distance. "You should really check over there. The one with the highest arched roof. See it? You can go in and ask." He lowered his voice to warn, "But that is where the big shots live." Then looked up at the auction building, frowning slightly. "I have been here before." Then looked at the ancient-looking main door. This seemed like a place locals were not allowed to enter. He stepped inside as expected. The hall was just as before, except the exhibits were deserted. He wandered, admiring the antiques quietly. The displays had not changed. Then noticed a large dark green stone. Below the artifact were the words "Mountain Stone." He whispered, "Last time I came here, I was not even qualified to enlist." Then reached out to gently touch the glass case. He recalled when he first joined the General's command, hiding behind this stone to escape a killer's pursuit. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. Then was stunned as the golden light from the stone wrapped around him. He was dazed, sensing a surge of power igniting within. This was the lucky Sunday he would never experience before. His old wounds were healing. Then leaned back, embracing the power he had broken through. His whole body floated midair. The room quickly filled with white smoke. Then condensed his power, thinking the injuries had reduced by at least a third. His inner strength up 70%. Enough to crush the assassin sent by the Hatchling family. This trip was well worth it. Cracks appeared in the glass case. He thought silently. The echo on the stone disappeared after I attacked. Looking closer, the material of this stone looked like the pendant he would received earlier. Then eyed the case. That necklace was probably carved from this type of stone, called mountain stone. Suddenly, two men appeared, shouting loudly at Then. "What are you doing here?" He pointed politely at the display case and asked the two men, "Is your boss here? I want to talk to him about this shard." The two frowned and warned, "Our boss does not meet strangers. Please leave immediately." Then smiled lightly. "It is a business. I sincerely want to buy." Before he could finish, one of them lost patience and threw a punch at him while shouting, "Get lost." Then raised his hand to block the blow. He frowned in annoyance. "Your auction house power has grown too strong." The two quickly alerted others. "Someone's causing trouble here. Come help immediately." He helplessly asked, "Hey, you planning to drag this out forever?" The two ignored his words and charged at him. Then flicked his hand lightly, and the other person was pushed back by a burst of force. Without hesitation, he kicked the other, and both crashed hard to the ground with a shout. The backup arrived quickly. They shouted at their trembling colleague, sitting on the ground. "Who dares cause trouble here?" They immediately pulled out their guns and aimed at Then to kill him. He glanced coldly, then unleashed a burst of power that blasted the newcomers away. They cried out in shock, "Oh no!" Suddenly, a female voice shouted loudly, "Sir, stop!" Then noticed the voice and stopped immediately. He looked up to see a woman standing on an upper floor. She jumped down and shouted at Then, Stop. You are the owner of the border auction house. Van Endra Bes then glanced up and smirked. Right on time. Nesh Tite gripped the sword at her side. You sneaked into my territory and bullied my people. Bes then raised an eyebrow. Where did you get a bunch of small pellets? Nesh Tite swung her fiercely toward him, pressing him aggressively. Bes then lightly threw the pellets at her. 2 hit her wrist, causing her to drop her sword. Ouch. The rest hit her body directly. Nesh Tite stumbled into BT Thun's arms. He smirked as he grabbed her wrist. Under his control, she could not help but get angry. He calmly warned. Don't move. She turned and glared fiercely. No matter how powerful you are, I won't let you humiliate me. Bes then's face showed slight annoyance. He pushed Tite aside with disdain. He seriously straightened his clothes. You are the boss here. Haha. Probably. If the boss did not speak reason, her subordinates would not just bite people like that. Nesh Tite was furious. What do you mean? He answered casually. Your people raised their hands to take my life. If I gave it back the same way, your auction house would be full of corpses by now. She stared at him in shock. What? Clearly, it is you. Nun Tite looked at the pellets that hit her earlier. Secretly stunned. These are not hidden weapons, but standard bullets from our company. She cleared her throat, hiding her embarrassment. Madame Muntatite crossed her arms and regained her arrogant posture. His skills are sharp. He is definitely no ordinary man. What do you want with me? Bes then took out a necklace from his hand. I do not know how to address you. Do you recognize this necklace? Seeing the necklace, she was briefly surprised. I am Vin Den. She glanced toward a large rock in the glass case nearby. Before this necklace of yours. Bes then also looked where she was pointing, a smirk forming. She clearly knows something. Nesh Tite pointed at the necklace. Where did you get this? Bes then tilted his head and chuckled lightly. Ven? You have not answered my question, but you ask me first. Nesh Tite crossed her arms, ignoring him. Forget it. Isn't he that why you came here to get it? Bes then rubbed his chin. Curious? That, what are you talking about? He thought. Could she have mistaken him for someone else? She replied coldly. It is fine if you do not admit it. I have met plenty of thugs like you. What you want will be auctioned off in 3 days. Bes then smirked, with you leaking info so openly. Ven won't worry. I will do my best to snatch it. He was a bit suspicious. Strangely, after learning his intentions, she seemed completely at ease. Nesh Tite frowned. Rob it, without the Ven family bloodline. You won't be able to open the original stone. Bes then was surprised. What does opening it mean? Ven and Nei Tite could help those without the Xian Dan Quite still use the spiritual energy in the mountain stones. He glanced at Nei Tite, but could this woman see that the piece in the gallery had already been used by him? Nesh Tite crossed her arms and continued. Anyway, if you want it to work, you must take it properly. I can also tell you that at the weekend auctions, you need 300 million in cash to verify funds for bidding. No matter the lot, her eyes held a slight disdain, just relying on you. Bes then raised an eyebrow and sneered. If I were you, I would not have said that. Ven flicked a few cards in her hand. 300 million. That is a lot. He was beginning to get interested. Things are getting more interesting, he said calmly. Just some pocket money. Balance. 10 billion. Nesh Tite's face lit up with astonishment. He actually has it, I was mistaken. The subordinate beside her whispered. The mountain stone is reacting. Nesh Tite frowned, looking at him thoughtfully. Mountain stone is a unique precious gem used to test bloodlines. Now it is reacting? Could he really be a member of that clan? She raised an eyebrow and asked him. Did you just touch the mountain stone? Bes then smirked openly. So what if I did? Hearing that, Nesh Tite's expression froze for a moment. How could that be? Could he actually be from that clan? The clan vanished long ago, and the only person ever found was the one her uncle spent half his life searching for. Could he be that person's descendant? Bes then said seriously. I just insulted the lady. I must join this auction. I hope you can help me. She silently stared at him for a moment, then handed Bes then a paper and said firmly, the auction starts at 8 p.m. tomorrow. If you want it, bring enough money. Bes then reached out and took the paper confidently. Seeing the words invitation card on it, he smiled and said, Haha. Miss Vin, thank you very much. Nesh Tite thought to herself, blushing slightly. If he really is that descendant, he would be her fiancé. According to the previous generation's agreement, he held out a necklace and asked, Miss Vin, have you seen this necklace before? She did not answer but said mysteriously, if you want to know where this necklace comes from, come to the auction tomorrow night. I will tell you then. Bes then replied politely. All right, I will be there. Nesh Tite softened her voice. Okay, you can go now. He waved goodbye. Goodbye. He silently calculated that if he could buy more mountain stones at the auction tomorrow night, the hidden wounds in his body might heal, and he might find clues about the remnants of Hyan Than Quite. Watching Bethan's figure disappear, Nesh Tite pondered. If he really is that descendant but still unaware of his identity, What will happen? Outside. Tribe Kwon saw him step out and called. BC then. He looked toward the door and saw Botsithun walking out calmly. BC then ordered Tridu Kwon. I will join the auction at 8 p.m. tomorrow. I must buy the mountain stone to stay safe. Use the Western region's secret account. Tribe Kwon bowed slightly, acknowledging the order. Understood. BC then. I will take care of it right away. The two turned and left, talking as they went, with Baithathun speaking first. All right, let us head back. Tribe Kwon asked curiously. Bisithen is not going shopping anymore. Where do you want to go shopping? This place. At 8 p.m. the next day, a line of cars arrived one after another. Basi then and Tridu Kwon entered a luxurious building. Staff greeted them politely. Welcome, please follow me. The woman gestured for them to follow. Suddenly, an old man passing by noticed them and glanced sharply at the two. You there, he shouted down below. Tridu Kwon's anger flared fiercely. How dare you? How can my Bixie then go down there? Someone behind whispered gently. Hey you. The glow from Tridu Kwon made the old man and the female staff momentarily terrified. Nush Tite stepped forward, her voice harsh as she yelled. Enough. Bis then turned to look at her. Nech Tite smirked with interest. I did not expect you to actually come. Got enough money. I forgot to tell you. Our shipment is pricey. 300 million in your wallet might not be enough. He calmly replied. Don't worry. Since I dared to come, I am determined to win. I just hope that after buying the mountain stone, Miss Vin Den will tell me where this necklace comes from. She smiled lightly. As long as you can buy it, you are qualified to learn the secret behind this necklace. A secret, Bis then thought quietly. A secret. Hello, and I collected this necklace when sorting the Wong family's assets. Could there be another secret? Nestite turned and said to him. Follow me. He watched her walk away. Frowning slightly, could this necklace be connected to my Jiang family? Either way, we will talk about it after the auction. Tri Kwon peeked through the curtains. Nesh Tite gestured outside. At this level, there is no place for you upstairs. Tri Kwon frowned in annoyance. The lady really looked down on others. Based on BC Thennis level. Why is that? Nu Tide had no intention of arguing with Triu Kwon. She replied coolly. Kid, I know you act arrogant outside, but you need to understand there is earth beneath your feet, and people in this world. When you face me, you would better stay humble. He shouted angrily. Behind back then. All he does is clutch his head in helplessness. Enough. Triu Kwon. That is enough, stop babbling. A loud voice rang out. Grabbing everyone's attention, the auction host stood on stage, banging the gavel and loudly announcing the start. Nutayat gave back then some final advice before the auction. The auction has begun. I won't bother you anymore. Good luck bidding on the mountain stone. Gratefully. He responded. I will borrow your kind words. Back then sat down, sipping his wine, while a loud voice came from afar. He really is the descendant, said the host, holding the mic. Turns out it is her. The Saw family matriarch. The host reminded everyone it was about to start, and that all were regular guests. I won't waste time on the rules. Let us begin with the first lot. On the opposite floor, May and Nutayat were watching him closely. She asked, Are you sure about this? Madam? Nutayat had clearly touched a nerve. She was certain. Look at his eyebrows, they are just like his, that unfaithful man. Samai observed. From what I know about him, he's got backup behind the scenes, she argued. But he seemed unaware of his own background. Samai said harshly. But you can let him know after the auction ends. Nutayat suddenly recalled. By the way, madam, the necklace he is wearing seems to be a relic of King Vu Liat. I can feel his presence in it. Hearing this, Samai smiled. Who would be thought the relic the royal family desperately searched for would actually be in his hands? She looked distant. Her eyes sat. That woman. Lam Tun. I was badly hurt protecting her and her child. She really abandoned me. Nutayat dropped a subtle hint to Samai. Madam, if you want the relic, would your own methods be better? Trum explained. The relic of King Vuliat is not easy to get. Unless you are the chosen son, you can handle its blessing. It could even bring heavenly disaster. Samai glanced at back then from afar and warned her niece Nutayat. Don't trust that kid, the Triu family. None of them are good. Back then felt eyes watching him from somewhere nearby. Someone's staring at me. From the observation floor? Samai added. And he is so arrogant. Nutayat blushed, seeing her aunt overworried, and replied, Madam, what are you talking about? The woman coldly ordered. In short, stay away from him. If news of the relic leaks, and the two elders find out, that kid will be in danger. Seeing back then silently sitting through the last lot, Triuquan reminded. Back then is bidding on the final lot now, a large stone introduced by the host on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this stone is called Mountain Stone. It is said to open the body's energy channels. We will now start bidding on this stone. The starting price is 10 billion. Everyone around widened their eyes in shock and stood up. Mountain stone up for auction. No wonder it must be a treasure. Our ancestors said we must seize it. Someone bid 20 billion. Seeing that, New Tide asked Sama, Madam, if that kid buys this stone, would not it be a disaster? He will fall into the hands of the two elders. Someone below raised the bid to 30 billion. Samai observed and replied, if he really can buy the mountain stone, then it is his fate. Let him have it. Someone raised the bid to 50 billion. A young master holding a glass of wine bid 100 billion. The Ma family shouted 300 billion. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, Young Master Neplan, our patriarch values this stone highly. Why not let us have it? Landu looked down on him. Just a lackey, what right do you have to tell me to stop? Your patriarch is no better. Then he raised the bid to 500 billion. The Ma family, angry, signaled to keep going. Young Master Neplan's words were arrogant. Even as servants, they were better than worthless trash that can't awaken their bloodline. He shouted 600 billion. Feeling insulted, jumped from his seat, pointing, How dare you call me trash? I will decide for the Neplan family, if possible. Keep going. Seeing Landu not backing down, he worried 800 billion was the limit set by their patriarch, and they could not compete further. On stage, the host raised the mic, 800 billion. Any more bids? If not, it goes to Neplan. Someone raised the bid very smoothly. 1 trillion. The price shocked everyone around. What the heck? 1,000 billion. This is the entire fortune of a family clan. Who placed the bid? I have no idea. I have not heard of them. When did such a big family appear? Look, young Master Neplan has stepped out. The host, sweating nervously at the bid, announced. The third bidder on the second floor just offered 1,000 billion. Anyone want to raise the bid? Lanziv, not wanting to lose, waved his hand to raise the price. A junior with an unknown name dares to compete with me. If you are raising, raise for real. I will add 1,100 billion. The same person raised again, 2,000 billion. Hearing the number, Lan was stunned and angrily shouted, 2,000 billion. I do not believe it. I do not believe he has that much money. I demand a capital verification. Nesh Tite heard this, standing above with crossed arms. Questioned him, Young Master Neplan, you know our auction rules well. Are you sure you want to verify his capital? The steward saw his young master going too far and reminded him. Young Master, think carefully. Soon the sky lantern must be lit. If he can produce the money, we will have to pay the auction house 2,000 billion. Then he turned to the bidder. BC Then, hands clasped, respectfully said, My friend, let us stop here. Give the mountain stone to my young master, and the Neplan family will acknowledge your favor. BC Then, holding a glass of wine, stepped out from behind the curtain and laughed. Sorry, I am not familiar with the Neplan family. No need for your recognition. Seeing Bud the disrespect his clan, the man shouted. This kid clearly said he will oppose Lanza. I do not care. I am determined to light the sky lantern. The lantern was lit amid everyone's chatter. They whispered among themselves. Whoa, sky lantern lighting. I have not seen that in decades. The last time I saw one lit was by that man. Neplan is way too confident. Not afraid of capsizing the boat in the ditch. The kid on the second floor should be scared. With that much money, if he can pay, he will owe the auction house tenfold. Neshtite looked at the man and asked one last time. Neplan, are you sure you want to do this? Landy angrily pointed. Of course, but I warn you, I will verify his capital right after the lantern is lit. No matter what the steward says. Young Master Nen Tite looked toward Buxy Thun on the second floor and asked. So, from up there, do you dare accept the sky lantern? He crossed his arms, looked up at her, and confidently replied, Why would not I? With both parties' acceptance, she gave the order. If that is the case, no more talk. Hang up the sky lantern. The sky lantern was hung above the existing lanterns. Lane hurriedly asked, Miss Vin, can we verify the capital now? She firmly agreed. Of course. Metsi then was ordered to quickly show the golden card in his hand. The card's unusual color caused endless chatter. Why have I never seen that card before? Isn't it that a shopping card? Looks like this kid is fooling himself. Tri Du Kwon, angry at BC being mocked, snapped. Those people. That card is the supreme card issued by the underground bank. How could it be a shopping card? They just do not know. Calm him down. Do not take it personally. Nechi Tite brought out a device and placed it on the table, pointing to it. She introduced. This device verifies capital from our Vinjia bank. It can verify capital up to 2,000 billion. Now I will check the card in front of everyone. People say Vinjia is scamming for profit. Lanzi sneered at the comment. I want to see if he really has 2,000 billion. Basi then smirked at Lanzi's attitude. Haha. Nesh Tite placed the card into the machine. Worrying for Baki then, whether Jiang Bihi then lives or dies is up to him. Suddenly, the scanner failed. That shocked her eyes. Len I laughed mockingly, pointing at BC then. Card swipe failed. Kid, what did I tell you? You are a fraud. You do not have that much money at all. Silly. Bisithen said softly. What a pity. The steward raised his voice, demanding Bisithen apologize to his young master. It is not too late to apologize now. Roll over and beg our young master for forgiveness. Our young master is in a good mood and might let you off. Tite spoke from the stage. Too bad this device can only verify capital up to 2,000 billion. The words shocked everyone. What does that mean? Idiot, they mean this card holds over 200 billion. Lanny stood there like a ghost, stunned and dazed. No way. I can't believe this. How could this even happen? Bisithen calmly clasped his hands in thanks. The Neplan young master had already conceded. He then used his energy to float up, not bothering to look at Lanzi, who smiled brightly and taunted them. I am no genius. I just used a small sum to show a bit of skill. The man was furious. Hey kid, you are getting arrogant with me now. His butler saw his master insulted and shouted. 1.5 trillion. Give that stone to our young master. If you cross the Neplan family, you won't handle the consequences. Seeing their usual threats, the kid snapped back. What is the Neplan family to me? They are just a bunch of dogs. And yet they dare bark in front of me. The man got angrier when he realized the kid did not respect anyone. Kid, give your life up now. He flew down from above, channeling his energy. The Golden family must not be insulted. Samai was furious. No one respected her presence. Toxic medicine, she shouted. Do you think I do not exist? A spear pierced through Landly's old butler's body. Seeing the old man's state, Landy yelled. Butler, Besthen's energy is so strong even from afar. If I fight now, I'm afraid I won't last a few seconds. Samay appeared on the balcony. Furious as she stepped out, Lanvy collapsed, knees hitting the ground. His face turned pale, drained of all blood. Seeing the butler's body in a pool of blood, Nestite spoke. Neplan family. Since the three golden families share the same branch, today's issue will not be pursued. She warned, if there is a next time, do not blame me for being ruthless. Ethem paused. Recalling something, the three golden families. I think I have heard of them somewhere. Landy lay there, phone in hand, shouting nonstop. Good, good. Just wait. Uncle, come quickly and surround the auction hall. Hearing that, Miss Tron. What? Admiral Nempeblanzek from Nammen is also here. This kid is totally hopeless. Neplenim. Do you really need to make a big deal out of this? He slowly stood, looking toward BC Then with blame. That kid forced me. The Vin family's auction house killed my butler. I have nothing more to say, but if he dies because of that kid, he must pay with his life. Nestite was angry, but Sai quickly reminded her. Nensia Tite, do not get involved. BC Then smiled brightly, advising Tite not to worry, then stepped in. Miss Vin, please step back. This is my personal matter, and Wani harmed the auction house. They want to kill me. His Neplan family has no right here in the auction house. She turned back, signaling, you are a guest of our auction house. Inside here, I want to let anything happen to you. Seeing Nen's concern, he quickly replied. Thank you. Miss Vin, don't worry. I will handle these people. Lanai's uncle appeared. Admiral Unken Nam Mun. Neplandek. Lanai shot like an arrow to his uncle, pointing at BC Then standing with Nunsi Tite. That brat insulted Nepland nearby. Take him down now. Landrake frowned, annoyed at her. Miss Ven Den, Tite, unafraid, responded bluntly. Admiral, you know the auction house rules. Your Nepland family broke the rules first, and this kid has nothing to do with it. He remained firm. Miss Ven, I did not come to break auction house rules, but because someone provoked the Nepland family, for their dignity, I must teach this person a lesson. Backed by his uncle, Landy grew bolder. Miss Ven Den, Tite, hand over that kid. Your Vin family is declining. If you offend the Nepland family, your clan will be in danger. If we side with the Mia family, where did the Ezef family even come from? His face burned red with anger. Miss Vin, the Nepland young master is right, he added. Also, a treasure like that stone can be taken by some nobody. Hand over the stone, and we might spare your life. That threat's just for kids. The kid calmly replied. Tuss. So-called golden families are just arrogant bullies. No dignity left at all. I am valuing this stone at 200 billion. If you have got the guts, come and get it. Lana went crazy, pointing at his uncle and bodyguards to deal with BC Then. Uncle, catch this crazy kid before Landriki even needs to get involved. The Mef family struck first. He pointed straight at BC Then, wanting to see what he was capable of. Seeing the man ready to strike, BC Then stood still, watching carefully. Nestite worriedly shouted a warning. Be careful. BC Then easily grabbed him's hand and twisted it sharply. Crack! The pain made the man gasp in shock, his scream piercing the sky. BC Then released his grip from the man, snorting as he held the hand. Myth thought to himself, kid, who exactly are you? I am a top expert on the Heolong list. How could I be defeated so easily? Could the opponent be? From afar, Tribukuan approached, holding a phone and reminding him. BC Then, you are here. Mess eyes flashed fiercely. Bs Then had slid his strong hand into his pocket and calmly said, even M's family's dogs are no better than this, and was too angry to reply, you. Lan I quickly warned him. Lan, that kid's too arrogant. Uncle, if there is nothing else, send someone to take him down. He calmly advised Bucky Then. Just because you are young and strong does not mean you can take on the Nemhap Lan family. When their mountain warriors come out, our Namun Riot police will keep you alive. How about that? Basi then replied nonchalantly. The Nam Admiral sure talks big. Landrake frowned. What now? Not convinced. With a challenging glare, Bis then said, want me to Obi? You are not even worthy, Admiral of Nan. You can call your guys outside and see if they can back you up. Suddenly, one of Lanzaki's soldiers broke through the wall and jumped in. He rushed to Lan He, panting, Admiral, all our men have been captured. Landy froze. What? Bisi then explained. Admiral, when Jiang Em learned about the inner circle, he wanted to test their power. What you saw today is nothing compared to my subordinates. That is all. Hearing this, Land Ife looked straight at Becky Thun and suddenly realized. Blood Buddha, you are Jiang Bi, then? The Lord of Tai Chin. Nesh Tite was stunned. What? The legendary commander of Tai 10. I never imagined he would be so young and actually the Lord of Tai Sizin. Seeing his identity exposed, Bas then asked Lan E, you still want my stone? Lanike looked at him nervously and nodded. Jian Vi joked. He agreed to the auction rules. So we will follow those rules. This stone was auctioned by Jiang Beatsa Thun and it belongs to him. Lanny stood nearby. Clearly unwilling, Uncle Lanzake spoke seriously. I only hope Jiang Bexi Then can control Blood Buddha and not let it unleash mass destruction. Bethavan laughed. Of course. That is a given. Seeing both sides had accepted, Nesh Tide announced. Alright. Everyone. The auction ends here. The mountain stone belongs to me. Jiang, please come with me to collect the mountain stone. Everyone else. Feel free. She led Bicthen away. Follow me. Besithen replied quietly. Sorry to trouble you. Miss Vin, seeing his uncle could not sway Bethen, the guy asked, Uncle, should we just let that kid go? Watching his nephew get angry, Trenan said, we are at the border now, with few people. Facing him won't gain us anything. He advised Lan, better to hold back when he reaches Yun Kin. That will be the day he is destroyed. Nestite reminded Buxithen as she walked. You have completely offended the Neplan family now. Be careful when you get to Yin Kin. Bisithen answered. I will get the stone there. She pointed. This mountain stone is yours now. Bisithen quickly replied. Thank you. Looking at the two stones in front of him, his eyes lit up, though smaller than the previous one. The power within this stone seemed even more abundant. Suddenly he turned to Netite and asked, are the promises you made to Miss Ven still valid? Her face brightened as she looked at him. You really want to know? Busithen met her gaze. Steady. Yeah. Seeing this, Nutchi Tite began to tell him, I can't reveal much, but I can say that the necklace you wear is tied to your bloodline. He carefully examined the stone, then looked at her in surprise. Bloodline meaning his identity. Bisithen quickly asked, you mean I have another identity, but my parents are ordinary people. How is that possible? She reached out her hand toward him, revealing a little. You will learn more once you grow stronger. And I will share the first secret with you now. He closed his eyes. Miss Ven is right. There must be other secrets inside, and it is better if I heal first. And when my power grows, Bis the inside. Then nodded. Please. Miss Ven. Go ahead. Nutai began to reveal a little secret about him. The necklace originates from Xiangxi. To get what he wants, he must go to Xiangxi. Hearing her mention that place, he pondered. Is Xiangxi really the Xiangxi I am thinking of? Nutai looked at back then and confirmed. If he goes to Xiangxi and passes through Jinling, he should check it out. Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. Jinling. Huh, alright. I will. Not knowing what else to say, she smiled at back then and wished him a safe journey. To thank her kindness, back then bowed in farewell and said, with your good wishes, until we meet again. As his back disappeared, someone suddenly shouted. After the conversation, Se appeared from behind the curtain. Nutayat looked at her and reminded, I told him everything you asked me to. Her face calm. She replied, next depends on whether he can survive to reach Yanjing. Let us hope he won't disappoint me. The sky began to darken. Triyu Quan, not knowing where back then wanted to go, asked, back then, where are we headed next? Back home. Are you looking at him right now? Both are in the high mountains quite far from Jinling. Back then hurriedly told Triyu Quan. We are setting off now for Jinling and Xiangxi. Triyu Quan obeyed clearly. A few days later, In Jinling, most of the city was controlled by powerful clans and bordered Xiangxi. Many clans had great sorcerers from Miao territory. The area bustled with people everywhere, buyers and sellers coming and going, watching the crowded scene. No one knew what back then was thinking. Triuquan suggested, "What are you here to find? I remember the old ruler is here. Do you want me to ask him?" Suddenly, a girl shouted loudly at someone from afar. It was Jiang Lei. "Trenjia, how many times do I have to tell you before you understand? I do not love you, and I want to be engaged to you." Their conflict drew back Then's attention, while Jiang Lei's boyfriend looked heartbroken with tears streaming down his face. "You can like someone else if you do not like me." Despite Jiang Lei pushing him away, Jai-Ho still grabbed her hand tightly, making her struggle and scream, "Who I like is none of your business." Observing her closely, Back Then suddenly realized something. That face. Triuquan behind also noticed and told him, "Back Then, this girl looks a lot like you." Back Then stood stunned, thinking hard. Could she be someone connected to my mother? A relative? Or someone else? Jai-Ho did not want to break up, so he used force to grab her arm, holding on to their relationship. "Lei, our relationship was arranged by the elder. Even if you love someone else, you will still marry me in the end. You can escape." She was furious. Her arm was held tight, so she shook it hard to break free. The move made her fall backward. Luckily, Back Then caught her in time. "Let go," Back Then warned. "Be careful." Jiang Lei quickly looked up at her rescuer. Seeing her, he remembered something, while Back Then kept staring at her, his gaze fixed on her. Jai-Ho saw this and frowned, pointing at Back Then with displeasure. "Kid, take your filthy hands off Lei," he ordered. No matter how much noise it caused, Jiang Lei stood firm and asserted, "Trenjia, I have made myself very clear to you. My matters are mine to decide. If I say I want to marry you, then I won. Don't bother me anymore." Jai-Ho realized the situation and became serious again. "I am not worthy." "Then is he worthy? He is just a little white rabbit with no background. Even if he dares to challenge me, he is nothing but trash." Hearing that about his protector, Jiang Lei angrily shouted, "He is absolutely worthy. Totally worthy. And unbeatable worthy. No one in this world is more worthy of me than him." Suddenly, Back Then put his hand on Jiang Lei's shoulder, locking his gaze on her. "Who exactly are you?" She stammered. "I am Jai," he thought silently. "I am the brother you have been searching for all this time." Seeing this relationship could not go back, Jai-Ho accepted it. Lei, I hope you won't regret your choice today." He turned to Back Then and shouted, "Kid, just wait. I will never let you leave Kim Lang alive." Back Then calmly replied to the threat, "I am waiting." No time to waste arguing with him. Jiang Lei quickly grabbed his hand. "Forget him. Come with me first. This is not a good place for talking." She held Back Then's hand tightly and pulled him away, leaving a furious Jai-Ho behind. "I will take you somewhere first. Then we will talk in detail." Before they could go further, Zhou Jun appeared from afar. "Back Then, I am worried." He reported the call he just received to Back Then. "The old general just called me and asked for your help to check something." He found a strange bronze coffin while digging. The vehicle stopped inside the base, right in front of the gate that is the Xiangxi bamboo camp. Back Then stepped out of the car. The old general and two others warmly welcomed them at the door. "Jiang, you are here. No beating around the bush. Back Then, get straight to the point." "Old general, tell me exactly what happened." Sweating, he recounted everything. "It started when my regiment was digging a bunker and accidentally uncovered a bronze coffin. This bronze coffin is very strange. No grass grows within 100 meters around it, and you can hear faint laughter when you get close." The old general's face was full of worry. Frowning deeply, "I am afraid something bad will happen. When I tried to contact experts, Zhou told me you were here." "Jiang, I remember you have experience dealing with the undead in Yanzhou, so I contacted you." After hearing the story, Back Then requested the old general to lead them to inspect the site. "All right, I will go with you. Lead the way." Jiang Lei refused to let go of his hand. Pouting, "I am coming with you too." He looked down at the girl clinging to him. "Don't be scared and cry later." She looked at Back Then with firm determination. "I am strong. I want to be scared to the point of tears." With that, the two of them headed toward the gate. She was overjoyed. Behind that gate was a large villa guarded by 3 or 4 men. Stepping out, a man in distinctive clothing asked, "General Hong, you have returned. Who are these people?" The old general smiled and replied, "Let me introduce them. This is Jiang, a feng shui master I invited from Kim Lang. He is here to help us deal with the bronze coffin." Hearing this, Zhou Gang hurriedly questioned, "Jiang? General Hong, I am not saying it is unreasonable to invite outsiders, but how can he be a feng shui master when he looks younger than me?" His words made her a bit annoyed on his behalf, but Back Then remained calm. The old general quickly scolded Zhou Gang, "Don't be rude. Master Jiang is a top expert in swimming. You can just make assumptions." Master Jiang then turned to Back Then and reassured him, "Please forgive the childish words." Despite being scolded, He did not seem afraid and teased. General Home. What is happening at Xiangxi is strange, but one Swamin master alone can handle it. This black energy from the bronze coffin might mean a vampire inside. I still have to invite the Miao family's Grand Master. Zhou Gang's expression changed as he added, it is the ancient parasite he is raising that is sucking his soul. Suddenly, from the distant gate, an old woman was being helped to walk forward. She was a Fu and a Vi. Grandma. Slow down. Back then looked toward them, his face brightening. He ran over to where she stood. Grandma, you are here. Then he quickly turned and loudly told the old general. General Hong, let me introduce you to Grandma Fu. She is the Grand Master from the Four Clans Iron family. She promised to help us examine the bronze coffin. Afi wore a face without a smile, full of wrinkles from age and hardship. Stop babbling. Take me to see the bronze coffin. He hurriedly pointed the way for the lady and the girl to go ahead. All right. Afi. Behind them were Bi Thent and Jiang Lei and Tri Du Quan following closely. Let us go with them. Avi glanced back at Big Ti Thun as they walked. Her gaze caught his attention. Her lips curved into a quiet, barely audible smile. She pretended to fall into Bi Ti Thun's arms, leaving him confused. Oops. As she felt, Avi took the chance to place something on him, expecting a charming hero to catch her. But no, Bai Tethan brushed her hand away, leaving her looking bewildered. It was inevitable. She crashed straight into the wall. Avi slumped, eyes fixed on Then. Why do not you show any mercy? I almost fell. Bis then said with a disdainful look. Who are you? He asked, and she turned to him with a flustered face. Who I? Doesn't he matter? Before he could finish, Afi called her urgently. Avi, hurry up and follow me. She stood, lightly bumping her hip into Bi Ti Thun, making Jiang Lei beside them irritated. Handsome guy, once this is over, we should talk. Old Hong, witnessing Avi's charm offensive, teased Buthin. The Jiang Minhun Fichi is not so easy to fool. But the teasing made Bexi Then embarrassed, knowing his head was about to explode. Let us keep up. After a while, the group reached the area near the coffin. It was a large green garden enveloping them. Not far off, the massive coffin had been unearthed. Several guards were stationed around, assigned to watch over it. Besithen's eyes widened in surprise. The coffin was covered in dirt and sand. Chains glistened on top, binding something inside. On the side, there were other inscriptions. These details made him think immediately of the kind Long Ka. Bexi then believed Norm Long Ha were used to suppress the Thi Vung. Inside this one, there very well could be a Thi Ving. Old Lady Afi was terrified. The spell sealing the talisman had been broken. She feared the Thi Ving's seal would shatter. Her trembling hand pointed at the coffin as she shouted, Tonight is the 15th full moon. The Thi Vung will definitely awaken. Even master warriors can suppress it. Hearing this, Old Hong panicked and ran to Bi Then, asking for a solution. Jiang, what do we do now? Tri Krun saw Bethen frozen and mocked him. Jiang scared stupid by the Thivun. Bisi then stayed silent. Seeing his disrespect, Old Hong stood and firmly warned him. Trido Sizung, if you dare disrespect Jiang again, you will be sent to clean the latrines. Bixi then calmly ordered everyone to leave for now, because this matter was complicated. Go back first. This is not as simple as it seems at the camp. Afi walked to the table opposite Buxi Thun and the others, thoughtful and serious. I am sure you all understand what I just said. The person inside the coffin is definitely a Thivajing. Tonight, under the full moon, the Thivadrung will rise. She reassured those around her, but do not worry. I am a great sorceress. With proper preparation, a single the Ving can be handled. It seemed she would help, but with a price. And Afi frowned. However, if I am to act against the Thi Ving, the army must meet one condition. Following Bethun was Old Home, who quickly asked what the condition was. She answered slowly. I need your help to secure the Vu Vung title at next month's Miao Kai's Triennial Mountain God Assembly, and to station troops at the Mountain God Temple for an extended period. Old Hong frowned hearing this. Sorry, Great Sorceress Afi, our army has rules against interfering in Miao Kai disputes. I cannot agree to your terms. Afi was angry, believing only she could destroy the Thi Ving, so her condition was reasonable. The Thia Vung's rise would be a disaster. Aside from her, even master warriors might not be able to suppress it. Could anyone else bear this responsibility? Old Hong glanced pleadingly at Bikathun. Jiang, he rested his chin on his hand and replied, Wait till tonight, but do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing the Grom or whatever can escape my grasp. Seeing Baitetsun's overconfidence, Afi warned, Don't talk nonsense. Young man, you must know there really is a Thivavudrig in that coffin. Don't risk everyone's lives just because of your pride. BC then looked at her firmly. If I can handle what is in that coffin, then you are as good as dead. His answer drove Triging and Afi mad. She glared at B, then Triva sighing. Still disrespectful, pointed straight at Beaksy Then's face and shouted, Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk like that to the Grand Master? Get on your knees and apologize to Miss. Now, a punch flew straight to his weak spot, knocking him to the ground. Tribe-kun is furious. But what about you? How dare you speak to Buxy Then like that? Afi has no one left to protect her. She stood up angrily and stormed off, shouting, "Fine, your military sect clearly has spirit. I won't interfere anymore. Hopefully, you won't be wiped out by the champion tonight." Avi glanced at Buxy Then, the handsome guy she admired, and said, "Handsome, see you again." Afian and Avi left the tent, leaving Then and his men behind. Suddenly, a glowing object appeared, catching Buxy Then's attention. Bung Hoog thought it over, ignoring the noisy questions. "Brother Jiang, what do we do now?" "What is that?" Buxy then sent something and ordered Liao Hong to send guards to the dry well entrance. "Report immediately if there is any movement. Tonight, I will prepare some things in advance." Lo Hong nodded sharply. "Understood." A while later, Afi and Avi were walking along the road. Afi asked, "Vinhai, are you connected to that guy by the AEC Treng?" Avi shyly replied, "Yes, madam. I am attracted to him and want him to be mine." Afi explained, "Are you crazy? What good is the AEC Treng link with him? He might die tonight." She reassured her, "I am trying to help Grandma too. That guy is already infected by my Tron, so I control it. General Hong respects him a lot. Who knows? He might help us." Afi wondered what kind of Treng her granddaughter had on him. Avi answered bluntly, "Of course. It is the love Treng. I have activated the love Treng inside him. If he wants to survive, he has to take me." Avi's face flushed pink. "Grandma, just leave it be. Tonight I will meet him and make him completely mine." Night fell over the forest. Below were the glowing tents of Biko Thun and Luao Hong's group. In one tent, Basi then was sitting, practicing inner fire, flames engulfing him, when suddenly a beautiful woman's foot appeared. Reflexively, Basi then opened his eyes to see who it was. It was Ava, who jumped up and sat on his lap. She lifted his handsome face with her hands. "Handsome guy, a spring night's worth of fortune. Don't waste time. Come play." Basi then questioned her. "Did you really infect me with the Tron?" The sensation of the Treng touching her was not a hallucination. This woman, Avi was surprised he was not affected by her toxic Trung and asked, "Your mind's still clear. The Trung has not influenced you." That only excited her more. She pressed Buthan face to face. "You truly are the man I see." Excited, she said, "The night's too short, do not waste it. Let us enjoy our time together." On a soft, Bis then lay beneath Avi as she pinned him down. He spoke, "You are a woman, give me a chance to remove the Tren, then get off me." She laughed. "Haha, what if I say no?" Her eyes seductively scanned him. "What do you want to do to me?" She licked her lips, face flushed pink, asking, "Aren't you always teaching me a lesson?" Basi then suddenly grabbed Avi's wrist before she could react. "Ouch," she said, pinned face to face on the bed. "Do you really think I do not hit women?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Aha, so you like being on top? Why did not you say so earlier?" "Okay, where?" Lahong ran over, panic-stricken, pointing behind him. "It is Jiang. The bronze coffin locks have been broken, and the lid's been lifted." Both froze, confused. Before La Hong was a couple lying on the bed in a compromising position, looking up at him, embarrassed. Who said, "Well, Jiang, I did not know you were handling official business. Sorry." Buxi then put on his coat and followed Lao Hong out of the tent. "Let us see what is going on." Ho hurriedly led the way. "Okay." Avi followed along. "Wait up, Unnie." In the dead of night, the coffin was open. Inside lay a young woman, surrounded by chains. Afi was there too, shouting orders. "Don't move, especially you strong guys. Stand back and do not disturb the champion." The men did not understand her meaning. "Grand Master, what is happening?" Afi took out some talismans from her bag to reassure them. "No problem. The champion shows no sign of breaking the seal. When we strengthen it again, I can seal her for 180 years. Suddenly, the chains on the female demon broke into pieces, freeing her as she soared into the air, radiating a deadly aura all around. Afi saw the danger, his face pale. This was bad, and hurriedly threw the 3 talismans he was holding toward the female demon standing there. Even with his eyes closed, I could easily throw those talismans. This shocked Afi deeply. This was definitely not a sealed demon king locked away for 1,000 years. She opened her eyes, her iron teeth glaring toward everyone. Everyone was shocked and shouted loudly, "That is a female demon." The female demon lunged at Buxi Thun, who shouted, "She is here! Everyone, fall back!" Seeing his command, the old emperor signaled everyone to flee. "Hurry! Fall back quickly!" Bis Thenin and the female demon started fighting fiercely. Seeing Beefythun recklessly risking everything, Afi yelled, "Is that kid crazy? She is a female demon. If you do not run now, even the monks will turn to dry bones. You better retreat." Up in the air, Bis Thun and the demon fought evenly. While below they whispered. How could he be so strong? He pushed hard with one hand toward her, Chu with the other hand. He gathered all his inner power to strike. Bis then punched straight at the female demon. Their powers clashed. And their figures vanished. The wooden box fell heavily to the ground. White mist pouring out. The old emperor was stunned. It is... Mis then hovered? Speechless. He silently stared at something, his expression suddenly turning to shock. Inside the white smoke appeared a red mist trying to escape. Basithen's whole body radiated a bright light. He shouted. Damn brat, what are you up to? He looked at the empty box on the ground, trying to run. Basithen summoned a blue light in his hand. Too late. He unleashed his power toward the demoness, yet nothing stirred in the air. Basi then thought silently. Gon, she ran off. The old emperor rushed over, asking, Jayanda, are you alright? He replied with slight annoyance. I am. But it is a shame I could not kill her right there. The old emperor worried. So what do we do now? Looking toward the direction the female demon fled toward the Miyu Sanning territory, he feared the people there might be in danger. Vesten frowned. Reassuring. Don't worry. Though I did not kill her, her life force is severely injured, and she won't dare cause trouble anytime soon. When I have time to go to Miyu Sang, I will completely destroy her. At that moment, Afi spoke up. Jang, my old self was blind and insulted you. Please do not hold it against me. Bis then pointed at a V beside her. No hard feelings then, but you need to cure the venom on my neck first. The old emperor was stunned. What, Jayanda? You have been poisoned on the neck? Afi hesitated slightly. It is not incurable. But mere, Jang, you were struck by the unique venom of our Thech family. I said softly, there is no antidote for this venom. The only cure is marriage between the victim and the poisoner's descendant. Since the venom on Mu, Jang has not activated yet, you are still safe. Basi then frowned slightly. How can there be no antidote? Afi lowered his head and explained. The venom is born from the essence and blood of the poisoner. The cure is the poisoner's descendant. The venom in Mu, Jang will naturally be cured by bonding with my granddaughter. Basi then shrugged. What am I supposed to do? Is there really no other way to cure it? She answered. There are two other ways. 1. Use the 13th needle of the demon gate to draw out your poison soul and transfer it to the user of the needle. 2. Kill the poisoner. Avi's expression quickly shifted to worry. Afie's voice was uncertain. But I think your army won't care about that. Bisi then remained silent. Deep in thought, Afi confidently said, To kill my granddaughter. Suddenly, Tri Quan raised his phone and called out loudly. Bisi Then, you have a call. He hurriedly handed the phone to Bisi Thun. It was Miss Jiang Lei calling. He took the phone and answered. Miss Jiang, how are you? On the other end, Jiang Lai's trembling voice said. Brother, save me. Vesten frowned. What happened? Jiang Lei weakly replied. I do not know. Just now, Tron Jiaha came to see me and said he needed to talk, but I refused. He told me to smell his sachet. And at first nothing happened. Then suddenly my whole body burned hot, like he drugged me. Brother, save me. Bisithen glared angrily, full of bitterness. He looked at his phone, trembling slightly, and ordered. Try Du Kun. Take the guards and capture Tronjia Hao right now. Live to see them, die to see the body. Understood. He grabbed Avi's hand and hurried off. Afi, may I borrow Avi for a moment? Moments later, Bas then kicked the door open and anxiously called out. Searching the room, he saw Jiang Lei lying on the bed, trembling in discomfort. What is wrong? He rushed over and wrapped a blanket around her. Are you okay? Jiang Lei frowned, clearly in pain. Why are you only here now? Avi looked at Jiang Lei's condition and explained. She seems to have been hit by CTN. Someone triggered the CTN inside her. Once CTN activates, if not relieved through intimacy quickly, it will start to corrode the host's soul. If she can clear it, she will die. Jiang Lei weakly cried out a few times. And to Dong Din looked at him. I do not want to die. I have not accepted being your sister yet. I have not heard you call me your little sister. Have not taken you home to the Jiang family. I do not want to die. Hearing this, Bas then was stunned, losing his composure as he pressed her with frantic questions. What did you just say? Accept being siblings. Little sister, the Jiang family. Explain yourself, Avi shouted. Jiang? Calm down. She is being controlled by Si-Tun and barely conscious. To save her, we have to protect her life first. Basithan quickly regained his composure and replied. Right? Right? Save her life first. Protect her at all costs. Triu Quan ran in with news. Bixi Then, that Tron Jiaha has escaped. Basithenly leaned Jiang Lei against Avi, his face darkening as he said, he got away. The guards were sent but failed to catch him. Give me one good reason, or you are no longer commander. Tite Vi hurriedly responded, I just discovered a secret passage under Kim Long controlled by the Ingzi family. Bis then glanced at a V, giving Jiang Lei something to drink. He ordered sharply. Got it, send people to surround the Ingzi family immediately. I understood. Bis then called softly. A V, she looked up at him. Bis then hesitated slightly. Can you do what Ms. Afa said? Transfer Jiang Lei Tin to me. A V advised. Jiang, you are crazy. You have Tan too. If you transfer it to yourself, you will die. Bis then said firmly. I have my limits. Without another word, he inserted the 13th Feng Men needle into Jiang Lai's head. The Tan transferred quickly, and Biki then gasped, huh, in a blink. Countless beauties appeared before him. Handsome. Come here. Come over. The rooster finally lifts his head after all this time. Bis then squeezed his eyes shut. I did not expect the collision of male and female C10 to cause such a strong reaction. Seeing his uneven breathing, a V anxiously asked, Jiang, are you okay? Bis then forced a reply. I am. She held clothes in hand, reminding him, change your clothes. His body was drenched in sweat. Bis then politely said, thank you. Looking at the scars on his back, she thought silently. So many scars. What has this man been through? A V was briefly stunned. She tilted her head, watching Beethoven rub his head in discomfort. Suddenly, Bis then swayed. Seeing this, a V quickly steadied him, asking, are you okay? He said nothing but hugged a V unexpectedly. Surprising her, they shared a kiss. If Tite Vi finds out, you are dead. What happened next is for you to imagine. She hurriedly stopped him. Thankfully Beefy snapped out of it, suddenly feeling guilty. Jiang Lei. Why did I do that in front of that girl? Feeling remorseful toward Jiang Lei, he turned away and quickly apologized to a V. Sorry. Seeing his embarrassment, she reassured him. It is Jiang? A V sighed. Her cheeks flushed. Still no progress. Bis then slowly approached Jiang Lai's bed, entrusting her to a V. Please take care of her these days. Saying this, he placed his hand on his little sister's forehead. I am going to handle everything now. Hearing this, a V happily agreed. All right. Please go ahead. Jiang, evening at the Ingzi family villa. Ingi devil beneath the ground. Inni Sen begged Ningli teen. Big bro? Lin Hai did not mean it. He was just thinking about our Ingzi family. That excuse of his made you angry. Are you worried the Ningdi clan will be wiped out soon? Furious? Ingya shouted right in his face, making Ingzi Sen jump. Do you even know who you are insulting? He is Jiang Bei, the supreme commander of the first realm. He leads Hoake Hainet Chai Mei, pointing directly at Ningyi Eli. He said, we wanted to use Hong Vien Sen to befriend him, but you went and sent away the very person he wants dead. Foolish Ingilai quickly dodged. Sir, no matter how great he is just a general. Aligning with them Netit and their clan is the smarter move. Plus, if he loses power in the future, we will still have a way out. Yan was furious. I have to personally teach this brat a lesson. The scoundrel froze when he saw Buffathun's startled Ningli teen. John grabbed the man's staff with one hand. Without hesitation, he slammed it down on useless Ingdi Li's head. Shocking him, the staff snapped in two, blood pooling from the wound. Visdan's face was furious now. Despite Ningdi Li's injury, I am not sure if anyone else has a way out, but today, Ingdi Li has no escape. Visdan's hands slid into his pockets as he stared at Ningdi Li, demanding, where did you take Tron Jia Hewa? Seeing he could not get away from BP Thun, I told it. He went to Hekthich Tenching Tai town, looking for a great sorcerer to deal with you. After getting the info, Bisithen turned and left. Glutton, consider yourself wise. Let us. Bisithen forced himself to stay strong until he left. Tribuquan came up to him. BC Then, are you okay? Bisithen clutched his chest. I am. Though C, tense high and then quite suppressed it. The effect remained. So I have to go to Miyu Sijin and kill that damn Triaja Hao. Above, Fiang looked up at the roof. He lay still, unmoving. I thought to myself, the poison is temporarily held back by high and then quite. I must find a quick solution. The car window rolled down, and Biki then asked, excuse me, which road leads to Hefchithich town? The camp chief's deputy, Fiu Wang, kindly guided him. Fiu family camp is the only road to Xthech town, but it has been raining for 2 days, and the road is blocked by a landslide. Repairs are urgent, and the road will open tomorrow. Bisi then was surprised. Only tomorrow. Fiong nodded. But we have a place to rest. Brother, want to rest there? Sounds reasonable, he replied. All right, please lead the way. Fiong said. Follow me. Fiong led then up some steps to a row of houses. This is my home, find a room to rest. After the guide finished, he turned and left. A servant suddenly appeared. Camp chief, I have a report for you. Fiong was puzzled. What is the matter? The servant held a small piece of paper. showing it as he spoke. There is news from Hechithech town. Stop the young man in this photo at all costs. Don't let him reach the town alive. Fi Aing took the paper, piecing together the details. Then confirmed. Isn't this him? It seemed he had a plan, glancing at Bixthen from afar. I know what to do. Tonight, you will have someone do this? The servant ordered. Yes, with sharp instincts. I sensed something bad was coming. Something soft. Better stay alert tonight. Night fell. Sitting in the large room, Bixthen entered a meditative state. A knockout drug was thrown into his room. The smell of smoke woke him. They are here, Bixthen thought. Hiding to see their plan, the door slowly opened, quick as a flash. He vanished. A gang burst in. Faces hostile, weapons in hand, sitting on the beams above Bixthen's room. He smirked. So they want to kill me. The leader of the group, Fu Wang, stepped toward the bed. Sensing something, he hesitated and stopped. Feeling uneasy, he kicked the soft floor. Where is he? Someone noticed and shouted. Master Tra. Above, Fia Zhang looked up toward the roof upon hearing this. Back then lips straight down from above. You want to kill me? Are you worthy? He delivered a direct kick to the man's face. A vice captain was thrown far away, looking no different from a ball. He had prepared beforehand, quickly pulling out a small blue jar, holding it in his hand and throwing it hard towards Bixthen. Bixthen was slightly startled. But this was nothing to him. He regained his composure and punched the jar. Breaking it, out crawled glowing bugs that flew around Bixthen. These are golden insects. They flew to attack him. Unaware of who they were messing with, Bixthen sneered. Karma? You are just a bug daring to attack me. Legend says golden insects embody the great way. So I will treat you like a tonic and feast. Their power was slowly drained, gathering in large numbers around Bixthen. Vice Captain smiled brightly, full of confidence. Once the golden insects appear, this guy is definitely dead. Bixthen mocked him. Definitely dead. Huh, Vice Captain sneered, casting a spell. His voice was loud. Seeing Bai then, still standing there calmly, he was a bit confused and shouted in shock. You are not dead yet. How can you not be dead? Hearing that, Bixthen calmly asked back. How could I be anything but dead? Who gave you the confidence that a tiny bug could trap me? He held out his hand filled with the venom from the golden insects Vice Captain gave him, eyes fixed on him. Because you let me stay one night, I will give you one last chance. Basi then unleashed the full toxic power of the golden insects back at Vice Captain, shouting, your fate decides if you live or die. Meanwhile, in the dark night, Bixthen clutched his chest and rushed to his escort vehicle. Gripping the wheel and clutching his chest, he groaned. Seemed the golden insect's venom still affected him. He felt his throat tightening uncontrollably. Suddenly, he spat away, needing to leave quickly to find a place to heal and control the choking sensation. The next morning, immediately, Upper NGU, a young man hurried after a girl. Vilhonosi, stop. You are going to be my wife, he shouted while running. My heart is that of the most powerful man in Upper NGU. If you do not marry me, who else will you have? She ran and resisted, yelling back, even if I die, I want to marry you. While running, Ho Unjitsi suddenly stopped, facing a wall that left her confused. I am trapped. No way out. Behind, Kwang Long and some others caught up. Hurry. She is here. Grab her. Seeing the urgency, she decided to jump over. From nowhere, BC then jumped over the wall, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Feeling him so close, she blushed and asked Jiang, Brother Jiang, why are you here? BC then's face looked unwell. He coughed. Ho Munsi looked worried and asked, what is wrong? Are you okay? She suggested they leave immediately. They moved to another place, sitting on the bed. Bezin silently cultivated energy. Ho Munsi sat watching him and asked, Brother Jiang, did you get poisoned by the insect venom? It seemed the venom was too strong, making him uncomfortable while cultivating. The mystical technique could not suppress the choking sensation caused by the golden insects. Ho Munsi hurriedly got off the bed and put on her shoes. Brother Jiang, just wait a moment. I will get some herbal medicine to help detoxify you. Bixi then could not take it anymore and tightly held her hand. He pressed Menho Nisi down on the bed, making her embarrassed. Brother Jiang, please stay calm. Bixi then anxiously replied. Sorry, I can endure this any longer. Homunch reluctantly accepted. Brother Jiang, if you really can't stand it, then do not. He looked at her with loving eyes. They quickly exchanged looks. He hurriedly pulled off her top, making her quite shy. Sorry, BC then said to reassure her. Don't worry. I will take responsibility. The next morning, both sat on the bed in rumpled clothes. Bisthendon looked at her with guilt and apologized. Sorry about yesterday. She sat next to him and softly replied. It is I know you did not mean it. I do not blame you. I want to force Brother Jiang to take responsibility, she said with a forced smile. You saved my life. Without you, I would have died long ago in South Africa. Consider this me repaying you. Homachi pulled the blanket aside, revealing her perfect figure, then hurriedly got off the bed. Brother Jiang, you rest first. I am about to leave. My family arranged my engagement, but I sneaked out. Dad must be in a hurry, she said as Bisi-thun held her hand. Look at who Jiang Bi-then really is. Bi-thun pulled her into his arms, surprising her. Hey, big bro. He looked at her happily and said, you are already mine. Unless I say you can marry someone else. His words made her blush. Are you serious? Bisthen man looked at her and slowly said, can I take you out to eat now? She shyly replied, yeah. The streets were starting to darken. Hand in hand, Bisthen led Ho Nenchi Si to eat. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. Scum's here. Get out of the way. A group of people wearing hats and scarves raised their hands forward. They walked in formation. Basi then watched their clothes and actions carefully. This was the Thang Ti ghost chase. One guy in the group suddenly smiled weirdly, full of dark energy. That made Bisi then lean back. There was a wave of dark energy earlier. Could it be that female ghost? But her breath did not quite match. Seeing him like that, Ho Unzi waved her hand, calling him Bisi Then. Bisi Then, what is wrong with you? Are you scared now? He saw that and gently ruffled her hair with affection. How could he be scared? Was that really the legendary Thang Tai ghost? She smiled and said, yes, it is. Ho Munzi suddenly sensed something and turned around in surprise. Seeing her reaction, he asked, what is wrong? She hid behind Bi-then and pointed to 3 people standing far away. Look over there. The one in the embroidered jacket is my fiancé. That tall guy is the one my father forced me to marry. He is the son of the big landowner family, named Kuolong. Bis-then laughed when he heard this. So he is your rival. Huh. She clenched her fists and glared at him angrily. Rival. I do not like him. Don't say nonsense. Seeing her like that, he quickly comforted her. Rubbing her head, said to Seeing try you. All right, do not be mad. You go back to the hotel first. I will deal with them for you. Ho Maisi hurried away, glancing back. Goodbye, okay? Hurry back. Watching her leave, Bice then pointed his toe at Kuolong and ran fast. Seeing him block the way, Kuolong angrily shouted, kid, got eyes or not? Whose road do you think this is to block? Without hesitation, he threw a punch at Buxy Then. He dodged easily and did not even bother to check who this big shot Kuolong was. Kuolong saw Beak's good defense and smirked proudly. Brother Han, wanna stay in me you seein? Join my... I will pay you 20,000 a month. Bis then laughed and replied, let me be your soldier. You deserve it, someone behind said. Little brother, I am giving you a chance. Don't refuse the invite only to get punished. Seeing Baidan not fearing anyone, Kuolong angrily pointed at him. Kid, your brother-in-law is your blessing. Don't he be ungrateful? He smirked, calmly daring them. What can you do? Seeing BC then too arrogant, Kuolong clenched his fist and charged. Too cocky. Let me teach you a lesson. Bis then grabbed the waistband and asked. Teaching me. Don't you guys feel cold down there? They froze for a moment as both their pants dropped at the same time. Damn. Bison waved goodbye from afar. See ya, holding their pants. Kuolong and his brother-in-law angrily shouted after him. Damn it. Next time I catch that kid, I won't let him go. On the busy street, the door opened and Beaksy then stepped inside. Homaisi happily asked when she saw him. Beaksy then, you are back. She cheerfully pointed to the woman sitting in the chair. I forgot to introduce her to you. Beaksy then. This is Kurui, also a traveler. She wants to offer us a drink. Besithen looked surprised at her. Ghost lady. He quickly pushed Ho Nunchus out the door and cleverly said, Ho Muna si, I suddenly crave fried donuts. Go buy some for me. I have business to discuss with Dekmu. Seeing Beathun act strangely, she wondered. Wait, did not you say she was too much already? As she left, he quickly closed the door, hand on it. Besithen glanced back. Surprised she found me. The ghost lady's eyes glowed fiercely, revealing her true nature. Her hands clenched, hair flowing as she shouted. Don't think I won T-dare fight in Miyu Centron. I have ways to destroy Kaiki Fiemen. Her hair wrapped around Beatsy-thon's hand tightly. The ghost lady's memories were transmitted to him through the hair. These were the ghost lady's memories. When alive, she was favored by the gods and worshipped by all. You would not expect the female demon was once the Lac Ho Cave Maiden. The Lac Ho Cave Maiden refers to a girl favored by the gods. But since she belongs to the divine, marriage was forbidden, so this was essentially a curse. She ended up falling in love with a young man, and they ran away together. Not long after, she was captured again. They locked the female demon in a coffin with a glass top. She was in unbearable pain, her hair slipping from your hands. Back then suddenly understood. She wants me to make their union happen. Mu Kong Mount God controls wind, rain, and thunder. So this demon mistakenly thinks I am the Mu Kuang Mountain God. The female demon sighed anxiously. Back then Dong long track and thought for a solution. According to her memory, this girl's obsession was to be with Vu Vong. She hopes to perform a ritual to break the Lac Ho Cave Maiden curse, and then find Vu Vong. If that is the case, first let us calm her down. Wiping his face, he slowly continued. For now, follow me. When we reach the divine temple, I will help you break the curse. From afar, Ho Nuok burst through the door, urgently reporting, Back then is in trouble. Mu Kong has appeared, and the Demon King can't be controlled anymore. She sank to her knees, hugging them tightly, muttering, what do we do now? The Demon King has appeared, and Mu Kong will face a huge threat. Seeing Ho Nuok like that, Back then quickly reassured her. Don't panic. I have a solution. Where is the Demon King now? She stared blankly at him, at the graveyard. Back then, do you really have a way to deal with the Demon King? Without another word, Back then grabbed Ho Nuok's hand, the female demon following behind them, as Back then led her. He answered, yeah, let us go to the Ka family graveyard, a mountainous area with stacked tombs. This is the Ka family graveyard. Ho Nuok walked with Back then. Suddenly, she raised her hand and greeted the girl ahead. Sister Kim, this is the eldest miss, from the Ka family. Ka Kima saw her and asked in surprise, Ho Nuok, what brings you here? She asked. Curious, Ho Nuok quickly wrapped her arm around Back then's. Smiling brightly, I brought someone who can deal with the Demon King. Kima's eyes narrowed suspiciously, her mood dropping. You can deal with the Demon King? He is so young, how could he possibly handle the Demon King? The female demon followed them, hearing Kim H's disbelief, and firmly asserted that Back then's power was strong. Sister Kim Ha does not want to waste time. Kima cut her off. Fine, no need to explain. I have already found a sorcerer to suppress the Demon King. He can do it, take him away. Suddenly, a frantic servant ran up behind them. Report, the eldest miss is in trouble. The Demon King can be suppressed. Sorcerer Trong says we must summon Hen Long Mok. Kim Ha was shocked he can be suppressed. She hurried after the subordinate to report back. I always carry Hen Long Mok with me, he said, handing it to Sorcerer Truong. Ho Nuok watched worriedly and asked Jiang Back then, Big brother, what do we do now? This looks serious, he said seriously. Let us take a look first. A coffin filled with a dark aura, covered in talismans, sat in a wide space, with the sorcerer standing in the middle of a magic circle. The coffin was neatly arranged and sealed with spells. The man formed hand seals and chanted something. Back then and Ho Nuok arrived at the door. She tried to stop him, but he held her back. Pausing, Ho Nuok looked confused. What is wrong? Suddenly, the coffin lid burst open unexpectedly. Back then's face turned pale and tense. Inside the coffin, a giant ape appeared. He had already killed the old sorcerer. The female demon suddenly realized something. Stammering, young Miss Kim Ha wielded a weapon and charged. You will die for this. One punch sent the ape flying far away. Her servants screamed in panic at the sight. Eldest miss. The ape is raising its hand to attack again. Before she could recover, Kima could only crouch there, terrified, thinking she was doomed. Where did it come from? Thunder and lightning surrounded the ferocious ape. Witnessing this strange scene, people shouted, the thunder god has intervened. Kima quickly turned around and saw Back then making hand seals to cast a spell. Surprising her, it was him. He stepped past her and moved back. Kima stared after him. You. Back then stood before the ape without a trace of fear, prompting those behind to warn. Be careful. He crossed his arms. The iron ape was struck by heavenly thunder but still struggled to stand. Suddenly, the female demon stepped up beside Back then. Her eyes gradually reddened, mouth opening wide, sharp teeth like arrows. The female demon lunged at the angry ape. She raised a fist full of deadly intent straight at him. Beechin watched their battle from afar very clearly. He noticed something unusual. The female demon was not using her full strength. Why? Could he boldly guess this? The Wong was the female demon's lover from years ago. Meanwhile, the ape quickly threw a powerful punch that knocked her down. She clutched her stomach, mouth bleeding, sadly calling out to Vu. He only snarled at the female demon. Suddenly she stood up, reaching out toward him. The ape frowned, baring his teeth in anger. He turned his back and walked away, leaving the female demon behind. So that ape was Vu Vong, the female demon's lover. Beechin saw her crying as he comforted her from behind. All right, do not cry anymore. When we find him later, I will help you see if he is still conscious. The female demon still shed bitter tears and said, I never expected that after turning me into a female demon, they would not spare him. They must pay. Watching them part like that, Beechin felt angry too. Thinking, yeah, the master from 1,000 years ago truly caused karma. They turned a couple into these kinds of demons, one a female demon, the other a Thivong, so they would not let them suffer cruelty together. Beechin promised. Don't worry. When we find Thivong later, I will find a way to help you. The words moved her deeply. She knelt and replied, Thank you, sir. Please stand. Returning to Kim Ha's side, Honuok held Beechan's hand as he said, "Let us." Honuok. "We should head back," she happily agreed, thinking Brother Jiang was still as formidable as ever. In the distance, Kima stood there, quickly speaking up. "The great master thief Wong is still unresolved. Xiao Hu has something to ask," she pleaded, looking at Beechan. "Can the master stay at the Tao family as the chief priest?" Beechan quickly interrupted to politely decline. "I came to Miao Kang because I have important business. I must leave now." Beechan's real plan was to continue on to Zen Heishi to kill the Tran family's alchemist. Beechan's car headed toward Zen Heishi. Based on Tao Jin's words, the closest route from Beishi to Zen Heishi would take a long drive. They were probably nearing Beishi town now. Right? Suddenly something made him startle. Beechan quickly hit the brakes to stop the car. Around them, 3 or 4 other cars surrounded them. The author was too lazy to draw, so just copied for speed. A group of thugs armed stood before Beechan's car. Saozi got out of the car. Seeing this, Beechan opened the door and hurried out, looking around and asking, "What is going on?" One thug in the back saw his face and reported to the big boss in front. "Boss, it is this guy." Glancing at them, Beechan guessed they must be from the Tran family's alchemist sect. Impatient, they started raising weapons to attack him. "Boys, kill him and we are rich," a voice rang out. "Bold, who gave you permission to cause trouble inside Beishi town? Men, arrest them all." The thugs panicked, shouting, "The Grandmaster of Zen Beishi is here. Did the news say she was patrolling today? Run. If she catches you, you are dead." The familiar voice made Beechan suspicious. That voice was Avis. Beechan immediately asked about it. Lady Thatch quickly responded, "Long time no see. Master Jiang, why have you come to Zen Beishi?" Scene shifts to Avi's house, as she brought out tea for guests. Avi looked at Beechan puzzled and asked, "Master Jiang, why come to Zen Beishi?" He held the glass slowly and replied, "Chasing after Trenjie here. What about you? Why are you back?" "How's Jiang Lei now?" Her eyes full of sadness. She answered, "Miss Jiang Lei is doing well. My grandmother died earlier from a poison contracted in battle with the female demon, taking over the position handling Zen Beishi's affairs." Hearing this, Beechan glanced at the female demon opposite him. "Poison?" He looked at her, thinking it could not be poison, or he would have noticed earlier. Suddenly from afar came hurried footsteps. An old man ran in breathlessly with news. "The Grand Earthmaster is in trouble. Zen Heishi has launched a surprise attack." Avi startled. "What?" Beechan heard this and quickly gave advice. "Zen Heishi, go check it out. I think Tranjia is also here. This time I will definitely take that dog-ass life." A crowd of Zen Heishi disciples blocked the gate. Shocking everyone, he crossed his arms and looked at Avi, the great Earthmaster of Heizench. "She's Ongshan, eldest granddaughter of Shachinian. Long time no see." She heard this and angrily retorted, Who is your granddaughter? Hezbashi has long since split. I am the great Earthmaster of Zen Beishi." "She's Ongshan. What do you want?" he explained, his gaze fixed on the elderly man before him. "It is not that I want to do anything. Lan, our grand elder, is here to secure your white stone. You all have matters to resolve." He pointed toward Beechan and ordered her, "We want your white stone. Hand over this brat." Hearing this, Avi angrily said, "Lan Feng grand elder, is not this going too far? Jiang was her honored guest when alive. I can't hand him over." The grand elder spoke while gesturing toward Beechan. "He is a comet from our Maya territory. For the sake of Mio, he must be executed." Seeing a follower behind, he realized Tranjia Ho was still here. This grand elder was clearly his support. Angry, clenching his fist, he retorted, "You call me a comet?" Recalling the treatment of Jiang Lei, he grew even angrier. Suddenly, Beechan Kotin's power flared up. Causing discomfort, the Kotin surge had begun. Only by destroying the one controlling it could he survive. Beechan looked at him. "Tranjia Ho, you must die." His hand practiced martial arts at a distance toward the grand elder, and a black streak appeared on him. Beechan charged forward, preparing to trap them. Swinging a punch at him, "Tranjia Ho, this is your end." Seeing Beechan like that, Jaiho hurriedly pleaded to the Grand Elder, "Grand Elderling, save me." The Elder ordered his disciples, "Kill him." A group of followers immediately charged. Even without Vu, Beechan easily swept them all away. His strikes carried pure fury. Beechan grabbed Kojia Ho. "Before you harmed Jiang Lei, did you ever think this day would come?" The man panicked and begged, "Jiang Beechan, I was wrong. Please spare me." He coldly gritted his teeth. Too late. A punch to the neck made him spit blood on the spot. He then finished off the rest. The Grand Elder, furious, began to channel energy, some skill, but not enough to face me. The Elder formed a circle of fire and lightning. Avi warned anxiously, "Jiang, be careful. This is Grand Elder Land's signature magic." Unfazed, he raised his hand, channeling energy, flicking his fingers at the Elder's spell. A massive explosion shattered the Grand Elder's specialty. Beechan sneered at him, "Sorry, I accidentally broke your toy." The Grand Elder, furious, held a bottle and released a swarm of scorpions. Come be my slaves. Suddenly, his body twinged painfully. Then he looked up and pushed the scorpions away. After countering the Grand Elder's attack, he readied himself to confront him head-on. Bishan raised his hand chanting a mantra. A yin-yang compass appeared beneath him. He shouted, "Die." The Grand Elder's face flashed with terror, unable to react in time to the strike. Realizing the light attacks were closing in, the Elder panicked and retreated. The Grand Elder took the full force of Bishan's strike. A massive explosion engulfed him. Bishan smiled faintly, coldly saying, "Lanfeng is dealt with. What about you all?" They quickly kneeled, pleading as they looked at him. "We surrender. We surrender. No more fighting. Please spare us," Ave gratefully said to Bishan. "Thanks to Jiang for quelling the internal chaos. I hope you rest while we clean up the battlefield." He replied, Suddenly, someone ran over urgently from afar. "Grandmaster, the Corpse King has appeared and is now wreaking havoc at the Duong family. Our Grandmaster requests the 4th clan leader to send reinforcements to help the Duong family deal with the Corpse King, putting an end to the undead disaster." Avi's face showed clear surprise, whom he asked again. "Corpse King," Bishan told her. "I know about the undead disaster. It is definitely real." Avi smiled in response. "I trust Jiang. Then I will lead troops to reinforce the Duong family within 3 days." The servant sighed with relief. "That is great. The next day is also my lady's engagement to the young master over there. Our Grandmaster will surely host the guests well." He feared he misheard and asked again about their lady's engagement. The servant confirmed it. Bishan turned and left, his tone growing colder. "Ridiculous. Dong Ho Nuok is my woman." Scene shifted to the Duong family estate. Dong Ham's face held worry while watching the physician examine his father. He asked, "Sir, what is my father's condition?" The physician said, "Not good, except for the mountain spirit fruit. No medicine can cure the corpse poison in the Grandmaster." His voice dropped slightly. "Shen Mountain Road has fallen into ruin. Where can I find the mountain god fruit?" Dong Am immediately recognized it and said to him, "There is a fruit over there. Not sure if it is still there now." He was tired and bored, feeling extremely helpless, saying, "That requires the Duong and Kwa families to allay." But the eldest miss is not pleased. Ho Nuok appeared without anyone noticing, pushed the door open, and firmly said, "As long as the Kwa family accepts the mountain god fruit as the marriage gift, then I will marry." 2 days later, the wedding between the Duong and Kwa families took place, with red decorations everywhere, making the scene lively. Suddenly, a strong step burst through the main gate, and the household servants trying to stop back then were kicked aside by him. They shouted loudly, "No one can stop you now." The others were also drawn by the commotion. Another asked, "What is going on?" Someone else stared intently at him. "Who is that showing up at the wedding and daring to cause trouble?" Back then his face darkened, and in a serious tone he announced, "I am Jiang Back then, here specifically to propose to Duong family's eldest miss, Dong Hoa." Dong Nam crossed his arms and challenged him, "Kid, who gave you the guts to come here and snatch a bride?" Kwa Long, standing nearby, lost his temper, drawing his blade. "Bring my sword here. Today, I will chop this brat down." Back then lost patience, glaring at both of them, saying, "I came to propose, not to fight. Dun T forced me to act." He spoke to Back then, "Kid, today is the Duong family's big day. No bloodshed. How about I give you 2 mountains of tea, and in the future, you follow me and enjoy beauties?" Back then looked at him and replied, "No thanks. I do not want tea mountains. I only want Ho Nuok." Suddenly, an old man cloaked in black stepped forward and warned him, "Kid, if you turn and leave now, I will spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be your funeral." He looked at him with deadly intent in his eyes. Back then refused to be bullied. A small yellow swirl appeared in his palm, while gathering magic. He glared at the old man and said in a gruff voice, "I came to take Ho Nuok away today. You won't stop me." Finishing, he pointed at him and shouted, "Kill him." Immediately, a group rushed forward to attack. Back then, a cold voice suddenly cut through the tense air. "Let us see who dares." Kim Ha led a group of Taoist priests toward him, respectfully saying, "Jiang, we are late. Sorry to have alarmed you." Duong Ham's expression darkened as he threatened her. "Miss Tao, today is my sister's engagement. I do not want any trouble. If you insist on standing up for this brat, then the Duong and Kwa families won't go easy on you either." Avi interrupted, exclaiming, "Really? The Thatch family wants to see what you two are capable of today." Duong Ham was surprised by her presence. Thatch Van. Inside, he felt tangled. "What the hell? This kid has only been at Mu Jiang a few days but fits right in," she announced to Back then. "Jiang, we have arrived." He looked at them coldly. "Hand over Ho Nuok, or Jiang Mo One T leave today." Duong Ham frowned, annoyed by his arrogant attitude. "You." Ho Nuok, who had appeared unnoticed, interrupted their conflict. "Stop it, She wore a deep red wedding dress. Smiling brightly and affectionately called out to him, "Brother Jiang." He stared at Ho Nuok, stunned for a moment by her overwhelming beauty, then reached out and gently hugged her, reassuring softly, "Don't be afraid. I have come to marry you." Ho Nuok spoke with a guilty tone. "Big brother Jiang. Sorry." Suddenly, a servant rushed in to report, "Young master. Not good. The undead king has entered our Qua family territory. The great Earth Master had gone with the Vu and co-masters to suppress, but suffered heavy losses. Even the great Earth Master was seriously injured. They are poisoned." Qua Long was still resentful of Jiang back then. Hearing the news, he hesitated and said, "What? My father is also poisoned by the undead." The servant said, "Young master, do not." After the great Earth Master ate the mountain immortal fruit, the situation has stabilized. Dongnam angrily grabbed his collar. "Your Qua family's mountain immortal fruit is all gone." Ho Nuok teared up beside them. "Father, what will you do?" She immediately thought of back then, grabbed his hand tightly, and pleaded, "Big brother Jiang, do you know medicine? Please, save my father." He replied, "Don't rush to take me to see him." The scene shifted to the mansion where Ho Nuok's father was. Matt then swung his arm hard down on her father's wrist. And immediately, fresh blood spat from his mouth. The two shouted anxiously, "Father!" The doctor nearby smiled, stroking his beard, gently reassuring, "It is just the blood poison in the heart vessel being expelled." The head of the Duong family supported his chest, marveling at the young man's skill. "Young man, your medicine is no ordinary matter." You humbly clasped your hands and said, "You too flatter me. The poison from the great Earth Master has been neutralized, but I still need some time to recover. Only once the remaining poison is fully cleared can I walk again." He smiled and asked, "Young man, I heard you want to marry my daughter." Bisith then nodded firmly, his voice steady. "A wife's house does not like to eat foo. The Duong family head immediately proposed to you. Our Duong family does not lack any bridal gifts, and we have never had an outsider marry in before. Here's the deal. The Great Mountain Spirits Gathering is coming up soon. If you can become Vu King, I will give my daughter to you in marriage." Ho Uncha blushed on the side, shyly speaking to her father. "Father, are you joking? How could that be possible?" Donam also spoke up to warn. "The Mountain Spirits Gathering Feng Yung Kai Ho is not a joke. There will be the great Vu mages fighting for the Vu King title, and even martial sect masters and mysterious wanderers. How could this kid compete for Vu King?" He leaned toward you and asked, "Kid, what is your answer?" You smiled coldly and confidently replied, "I dare to accept." "All right. I agree." Ho Unze stepped forward, clutching your hand tightly, clearly worried. "BC then. The Mountain Spirits Gathering is not a game. Think it over, okay?" You pulled her close and looked at her gently. "Ho Mana Si, you have to trust me. This is my promise to you." The Duong family head interrupted the tender moment. "Enough. Enough. The Miao New Year ceremony is in 3 days. After the Miao New Year comes the Mountain Spirits Gathering, so go prepare." He also warned for Ho Nex's reputation. "Don't meet before the gathering." Bas then agreed immediately. Deep inside, you resolved to win the Vu King title and marry Ho Munchi Si in grand style. Bis Then and Avi went out for a walk. The sky was bright and sunny, as if waiting for something new. Everywhere echoed with laughter and excitement as people rushed to watch lively events. Avi said enthusiastically, "At the temple festival, there is divine dragon pills and bullfighting. Very lovely. Kun Jiang should go check it out." Kim he agreed. "Right?" Bixi then suddenly noticed the temple ahead and asked, what is that temple up front?" She answered, "It is the ancient spirit temple of Miyu Sijeng. It has been there a long time." You frowned slightly, suspicious, and lowered your voice to say to the others, "Let us go take a look." They climbed the steps toward the temple. Entering the temple, they saw a group kneeling and clasping hands, as if performing a sacred ritual. Buxi then froze for a moment, seeing the scene. A large painting in front showed a glowing yellow insect alongside 2 green snakes. You were surprised. Kim Thin. Suddenly, you sensed something and held your chest, wondering, is this Kim Thin inside me calling out? Isn't it supposed to be asleep? The Taoist leading the group sensed a sudden aura, startling him. He raised the staff he held, voice trembling with reverence. "It is the ancient spirit. The ancient spirit has manifested." The followers cheered excitedly. The ancient spirit had disappeared for over 10 years, so this was great news. Bisi then turned and left quickly, realizing it was not wise to stay. He still wondered about what had just happened. Kim Thin seemed to want to break free from my control earlier, but when I subdued it, I forced it to accept me as master. So why is this happening? You hurriedly guessed it was not something you could truly cultivate or fully control. If you can completely subdue it, the only option left is to kill it. A servant approached and pointed at you, saying to Kuo Long, "Young master, who is that person?" He frowned, glaring at you in annoyance. "Jian he dares show up. Kuo Long still has a score to settle with you," he told the servants. Go find him and settle it. Ethan sneered at Ethan from the side. Brother Kwa, do you hold a grudge against this kid? He laughed loudly and arrogantly. Haha, kid, did not expect this? Huh. Today I will catch you right here on the street. Kwa Long pulled out a small box and looked at you with a sinister grin. Big grudge. Suddenly, a green snake slithered out from the box onto Kwa Long's hand as he angrily said, "This kid stole my wife. Today, I will surely kill him." Ethan chuckled silently. You told me to build good relations with Master Kwa. Now's the perfect chance. He took the opportunity to flatter Kwa Long, seizing his sworn enemy's wife. Brother Kwa, let me help you. But C then smiled at the clowns before him and asked, "Are you sure you want to make a move on me here?" They did not answer. Only snorted. As a golden light suddenly gathered in his hand, the thing launched a sudden attack on him. The strike seemed light but packed serious power, extending in a line. He smirked. Kid, I am a master of key manipulation. I can wreak havoc at will. If you are scared, kneel and bow to Brother Kwa now, and maybe I will spare you. Basi then gave a mocking smile. Wreak havoc at will. You might have misunderstood what wreak havoc at will means. A small swirling key vortex appeared in his hand. His power flared, releasing a magical beam straight toward the sea. The demonstration shook the surface, waves rising and tossing the people on the boat into the air. So wreak havoc at will really means that, without hesitation, he glared at Kwa Long's group, signaling an attack. Another magical energy gathered in his hand, proving he was not bluffing. Kwa Long and Z Thing were terrified. Collapsing to the ground, he finally realized and stammered, You are a martial arts grandmaster. Kwa Long's really scared. Please spare me." Bithen stopped, cleared his throat warningly. "This is your last chance. Next time, you won't be so lucky." Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through him. Basi then turned to leave, sweat already soaking his forehead from the pain. "Damn it! Kim Thin is acting up again. I have to get back quickly to suppress it." Kwa Long clenched his fist, glaring at him. "Just wait. At the Mountain God gathering in 3 days, I will make sure my father kills you." We are switching scenes. This place looks unreal. Everything blends perfectly with nature. Someone was sitting in a room pouring tea. Kwa Ko suspiciously asked, "Chief Elder, are you sure that is Kim Thane?" The Elder confirmed that in the mural was a secret spell left by Vu Vizing. Only Kim Thane could trigger it. Yuleit's face was serious as he said, "I can confirm it is definitely Kim Thane." Quv asked, "Could it be your junior?" Ju Hung has returned. I remember during the ancient chaos, he took Kim Thin. Julit immediately denied. "I cast a divination last night. It showed he is already dead. Kim Thin has fallen into someone else's hands now." He was stunned by the Elder's answer. Speechless. "Yu Hung is dead." Yulit secretly smiled toward him. "How is he dead? Shouldn't you be happy? Remember, back then my junior took the blame for you." Kwakov. He slowly propped himself up and said to the old man, "Chief Elder, you can say things like that." His voice from Kov carried a slight deepening. "Back then, your Yulai clan's trap to catch Vuha was discovered by the Vu King. If he had not been killed, your entire clan would be faced extermination." He smiled. "But what is the point of talking more now? Our two clans are now on the same boat. As long as I can become the Vu King at the Mountain God Assembly, this Maya frontier will be split between us." Yulai raised his teacup and said, "Sounds good. The Mountain God Assembly is not just for the Ga clan. Look at the Tang, Ka, and Shi clans, each a strong enemy. Don't worry. I have allied with Van Tun, the #1 master of Lingnan. He will fight for me then." He smiled triumphantly. "Besides, they now think I am really poisoned from the exam. A disloyal girl from the Tang clan dares to dream of my Go clan's mountain god fruit. Once I am Vu King, the first thing I will do is make that girl a courtesan in the Lost Flower Cave." 3 days later, the Mountain God Assembly was set to begin. The arena appeared, and crowds gathered to watch the thrilling battles ahead. Bai Shen exclaimed, "This building must be 1,000 years old." "Right," Kim explained. "This is an ancient battlefield. In old time, if tribes went to war, the Vu King would have them fight here to settle scores." His face full of curiosity, he smiled and said to them, "Let us go watch." Bai Shen strode confidently into the arena when suddenly a gentle call rang out. "Bai Shen, it is Hua." She waved at him, cheering. "You have got this?" Bai Shen looked at her affectionately and confidently replied, "Okay." "Over here," Kwang Long angrily complained to his father, "That rotten brat stole Ho Ruo from me. Father, you have to avenge me." Kwang Kuth's face darkened as he scolded him. "Useless? That woman was just played by someone else, hardly worth your father's vengeance. We Kuv clan do not stoop to picking up trash." The Tang clan head slammed his hand on the table when he heard this. He angrily questioned Kwang Gu. "Kwang Guff, how dare you insult my daughter?" The man calmly replied, "Everyone knows what your daughter did with that brat." The Tang clan head was speechless with rage, glaring at him. "Your time has come." Dozens of people lined up and blew a long whistle. drawing everyone's attention. You late, leaning on his cane, loudly announced to the entire arena, "I hereby declare the Mountain God Assembly officially begins." Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. An old Taoist appeared from nowhere, cloaked in black, challenging Bai Shen. "Van Tun, wanna fight this brat?" Bai Shen smiled and accepted. Surprising everyone, "Fine, I accept your challenge." Many recognized him and asked Van Tun in doubt. Van Tun ranks 24th on the Hualong leaderboard. This young man dared to accept. Has he lost his mind? Standing on the platform, Dongam sneered, says, "Your man's about to lose. He is biting off more than he can chew accepting Van Tun's challenge." Hunro firmly said, "So what if it is Van Tun? Bai Shen will definitely win." He jumped down from above to the fighting stage where Van Tun stood. Unfazed, Ho-Ru blushed and cheered him on from the side. "Bai Shen." He reassured her with a confident look, as if nothing could stop him from winning this assembly. Definitely. Van Tun stood opposite him, speaking calmly as if victory was assured. "Brat, you can beat me, and kneel and admit defeat now, and I might spare your life." Bai Shen raised an eyebrow, taunting him, "Kneel and admit defeat. You are not worthy." With that, Van Tun stomped the ground hard and charged at him full force. His speed was incredible. In a flash, he was in front of Bai Shen, energy charged to strike. He looked at him like a clueless kid begging for death. Van Tun's hand nearly touched Bai Shen, but he quickly stepped back. Van Tun thought he would landed a hit, but instead struck the ground. Doubt flashed across Van Tun's face. Did he just see an afterimage? His strike cracked the ground wide open. Just as Van Tun lost track of Bai Shen's location, a mocking voice rang out. Van Tun's strength was nothing special. Furious, Van Tun raised his hand. A small swirl of magical energy formed. "Arrogant brat. Let me show you the power of an old sorcerer," absorbing the blow. Immediately, Bai Shen felt an invisible force pulling him forward with great strength. Van Tun proudly said, "The suction skill is a unique mastery of our Van family, with a force of thousands of pounds. Even a martial arts grandmaster can't escape it." Back then sneered, as if mocking his boast. Right, taking advantage of being pulled closer, he raised his leg to kick Van Tun. Van Tun was still too slow to react to the sudden move and exclaimed, "What?" Van Tun quickly dodged, barely avoiding the strike. Back then's kick slammed into the ground, cracking and sending rocks flying. He grinned wickedly, eyes wide, glaring at Van Tun. Too bad. Van Tun was stunned by the power of that attack. He was nearly seriously hurt. He asked, "Tell me, how do you have such power?" Back then sneered sarcastically, glancing at Van Tun struggling. Then he snapped his fingers, making Van Tun suspect a plot. Suddenly, several large bolts of lightning struck from above. Back then shouted loudly, a plum blossom scene unfolding. The unexpected counterattack caught Van Tun off guard, crashing down hard where he stood. The sounds echoed sharply throughout the arena. Van Tun was terrified by the destructive power. Hesitating, "You are a plum blossom." A large crack appeared in the ground, splitting the arena in two. Back then looked at him with a mocking smile. "Do you still want to continue this fight?" You Liot, who had appeared behind Van Tun without him noticing, gently advised, "Van Tun, end it here." Van Tun sighed heavily, never expecting to lose to a junior he once looked down on. "Fine, I admit defeat." He clasped his hands in front of his chest. Though humble, he still appeared strong and calm. "A plum blossom? I have learned my lesson." Eliot looked up and announced once again to the whole arena, "Jiang now rules the arena. Anyone else want to challenge him?" The fighter exchanged uneasy glances, filled with hesitation. "This is too powerful. How could anyone beat him?" He glanced up at Chu and asked meaningfully. Quadevu replied, "Jiang's divine technique is unbeatable. If that is the case, then the title of Wu King goes to him." Back then's doubts grew. He wondered. Q has conceded, but as Dai, he should have craved the Wu King title long ago. This does not add up. At the same time, Yuliat quickly composed himself, raised a staff respectfully, and said, "Then Mir, Jiang is the king of our Maya lands." The entire arena immediately bowed in unison to the Wu King. Back then remained calm, accepting all the honors from everyone, radiating a proud royal aura. When he dismissed the ceremony, everyone raised their heads together. "Thank you, Lord Vu." Yuliat clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Next is the divine ceremony. Only by worshipping the mountain god can the king be truly crowned. Back then replied, "Lead the way." They led back then to a grand altar topped with a majestic statue of the mountain god they had spoken of. Upon arrival, he looked up at the towering statue and smiled softly. Yuliat immediately offered incense before the statue. Servants quickly brought a golden dragon robe, perfectly fitting for a king like him. "This is the royal robe of the Wu King. Please, Lord Vu, wear it." They hurried to help back then don the robe carefully, making sure not to offend him. He approached the statue, and knelt, and performed the ritual. Ulight hoarsely instructed those behind. The Vu King worships the mountain god. Everyone else. Step back. Back then clasped his hands in front of his chest, showing deep respect to the mountain god. His movements were elegant yet dignified. In front of him was a brazier burning fiercely. Ulight tossed in some gold coins and colored paper offerings. He explained, Lord Vu, though you are king, you must still worship the mountain god, or else you risk angering him. Back then, silent till now, cracked a rare smile but with a hint of unease. He questioned, why must I kneel to the gods? Ulight smiled slyly. Jing, if you want to be Vu King, you must worship the mountain god. Otherwise, we won't accept you. Kwakyu chimed in. Right? A Vu King who won't bow to the mountain god is unacceptable. Can we agree on that? Back then stood firm. Replying sharply, Jing back then here only kneels before his parents, kneeling to the mountain god. Impossible. Ulit shot a displeased glare at him, disrespecting the demons, showing no respect for us Mao clan unworthy to be our king. If that is the case, the recent duel does not count. Kim He spoke up to defend him. Elder, Jing won the duel, and according to our ancestors' rules, he is the Vu King. You have no right to strip him of that title. Agreed, saying our Stone family recognizes Jing as the Vu King. The head of the Eppen family was also there, bringing the entire Yiten clan. Speaking seriously, our Saim family acknowledges it too. Kim Hai confronted the elder, by ancestor rules, to remove a king. All 4 clans must object, but now it is the opposite 3 clans support Mir. Jing, his position as Vu King is legitimate. Kwao is speechless. You, Elder Light, should stop him. Elder View, stay calm. With all 3 leaders agreeing, I naturally have nothing to say, then so be it, the elder said calmly. Each of your 3 clans will send a representative to kneel before the mountain god on behalf of the Vu King. This ceremony will mark the official appointment. Kim He immediately agreed. Tuma, am willing to represent the Vu King to pay respects to the mountain god. Cha Ho Not also spoke, appointing young Master Dupdenham as their representative. A dark scheme stirred in his heart finally. They have taken the bait. Or should I take care of all of you at once? Ulight said in a low voice. Fine, let us begin. The elder raised his voice again toward the mountain god. Just as the 3 knelt before the mountain god, the elder's staff flashed with a strange light. BC then sensed something deeply wrong and saw the ground cracking beneath them. He murmured, This is not right, the cracks are getting closer to them. BC then nearly lost footing as the earth split. Screams overlapped as the ground tore open completely, swallowing them. A voice shouted loudly. BC then carefully watched Kwako and Juliet stare blankly at their falling comrades without panic. When his eyes met Ulit's, a twisted smile spread across his face as his eyes darkened. Bixi then was shocked to realize that from the start, no real ceremony had been performed for the Vu King's position. He cursed silently. Juliet, Homana Si, seeing her beloved in danger, tried to run to BB Then's side, but was calmed down by her father. Ho Unja Si steadied herself. Now, only Tu Juliet remained on the ground. Kwakov and the Ho Na Chi father and son faced a bottomless deep pit. The family head furrowed his brow and slowly assessed. If I am not mistaken, at the bottom is the Silong Ev Quat. Once you enter, you won't come out. Hodan Fuyun asked anxiously. Silong Em? The Silong Em Quat is a place where once entered, you are doomed to either die or barely survive. Her father insisted it had to be Juliet. If I am right, he already knew this was a trap, but still dared to harm the Vu Viving. He remained stubborn. Isn't I Vu? Do not slander me. He disrespected the mountain god and was punished. How can you blame me for that? Kwako laughed heartily. Exactly. He disrespected the mountain god and deserved punishment. Aha! He laughed silently. This was his and Juliet's secret move. He did not expect it to actually work. Kwakov thought, the outsider's fate is uncertain now. It is time to deal with you all. He then revealed his final goal. The Vu Ving's fate is unknown, now. Kwakov will take over the Vu Veng position. The scene shifted underground where they had fallen. The earth trembled with no sign of stopping. Basi then's vision blurred from the dust. He coughed dryly a few times, looking up at the pit's mouth, silently blaming himself for underestimating the old man's dirty tricks in front of everyone. Good. Right? Wait. Kimmy turned to ask. Jing, are you okay? S then replied, casually checking the area. Do you know where this place is? Kimmy hesitated. This caught their attention, and they looked towards her. She gasped. Silong Yem? They quickly scanned their surroundings. This place was bizarre, filled with hundreds of strange colored stones and various large and small caves. Kimmy spoke seriously. The Hong Choan Silong Emi Quat. I never thought the Silong Emi Quat really existed. Basi then asked again. Silong Yem? She explained. It is the resting place of the war god Silong. He finally understood, so that is it. Azong Ham said heavily, resting his hand on his chin. Legend says the Silong Emi Quat connects to Hong Chine. People from the living world can enter, But we are afraid they can come back out. Suddenly, Bas then heard a growing noise and warned everyone. Something's coming. Hundreds of golden bugs swarmed toward them. Too many to count. Azoang Nam's face quickly tightened. What are those? Basi then warned from one side. Run. Without hesitation, the four of them sprinted toward the nearest cave to escape. BC then followed the cliff wall searching for an exit. He vaguely sensed the aura of Hyen Minth. His face darkened as a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that deep inside this cave lies a hidden secret realm? He looked toward the cave ahead. Suspicious, Kim Hao reported back to Vic Then. Jiang, no sounds behind us. Those insects have not entered. He moved forward, speaking his thoughts aloud. Not entering means there is something even more terrifying inside this cave. Basi's brows knitted as he clenched his fists. But we have no way back. We must keep moving forward. He sensed the lingering essence of Han Dan quite deep inside the secret realm. Suddenly, dozens of monsters appeared, attacking from above. Bisithen reacted quickly, dodging an attack. The scene was chaotic. Creatures appeared one after another, relentlessly assaulting them. Kim Ah and the others fled toward the exit, desperate to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Kim Heb pushed herself forward. Outside nature appeared ahead. She gasped. Finally reaching the exit, leaves rustled in the breeze. Perhaps they would just arrived at another strange secret realm within the cave. BC then stared at the scene before him. This was the place. The aura of the Hoyan Than quite grew stronger and stronger. This place was the secret hiding half of the Hoyan Than quite shard. Dongham knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Ho ho! I can tea. I do not want to run anymore. I want to die. Kima asked him, where is this place? Back then replied, I am not exactly sure, but this place is safe. You all can rest here for now. He turned to them and said, there is no path here, but maybe this pond is the way out. I will go down and look for a path. Avi warned cautiously. All right, Jiang. Be careful. After saying that, he took a deep breath and decided to jump into the pond below. Back then swam while scanning the surroundings. The aura inside the pond was the strongest. The Hyen Than quite shard was surely hidden beneath. Back then reached the bottom of the pond and suddenly noticed a blocked path leading somewhere else. He stepped into it and swam for a long time until he finally arrived. Back then surfaced. Gasping heavily, he climbed onto the shore and saw a large stone pillar chained tightly, beneath which was a stone tablet carved with strange patterns. Looking ahead, Back then smiled faintly. The dragon pond, this must be the real secret realm. He noticed a strange scroll wrapped in iron chains, as if sealing something forbidden. Hesitating, he said, this is... Back then quickly jumped onto the chains. Approaching the scroll step by step, he smiled with satisfaction. The fourth shard of the Hyen Than quite was finally within reach. Just as he reached to grab the scroll, a voice rang out. You dare, kid. He turned around, eye sharp and wary. Voice cold. Who is there? Back then swiftly leapt to higher ground and charged toward the suspicious voice, clenching his fist and shouting, no matter if you are a true dragon, today I am taking you down. A blue sea dragon appeared from nowhere, radiating fierce power. Back then punched it hard. The dragon roared wildly, swinging its tail to hit him, sending him flying backward. Back then reacted quickly, flipping midair and landing fast. The blue dragon raised sharp claws, grinning with delight. Aha! I am the water dragon. You think you can overpower me? Foolish mortal. I am immortal. Back then did not let it gloat for long. Then try this move. With that, a swirling vortex formed in his palm, signaling his next attack. Back then leapt forward, bursting right in front of the dragon. He shouted, Hyen Dan. Strike! The vortex grew larger, turning into a golden beam. He swung his palm at the dragon, which was immediately blasted back. Wounded, the dragon dissolved into tiny sparks of lightning fading into the air. Back then landed safely, silently telling himself to seize the moment and approach the stone pillar. But things were not that simple. The dragon reformed its true body once again, roaring, I was careless, but now I have become the body of the water kneeling spirit. Mortal, today you will surely die. Panic flashed in his heart. Damn, is not the kneeling water the primal chaotic true water of the moon? Is this dragon trying to die with me? His legs instantly froze, leaving no chance to move and fight back. The dragon charged at Back then with terrifying speed, face full of rage. It was a fight to the death. Back then shouted, Kim Thean, if you do not step in, I am dead for sure. Our bloodlines are connected now. If I... So do you... At that moment, a divine light glowed from within him. The dragon opened its jaws wide, ready to swallow Back then, its rushing speed cutting the air like sharp winds. The dragon got closer and closer, teeth ready to devour its prey. Just as it lunged to swallow Back then, an invisible force suddenly pushed it away. The dragon howled in frustration, How is this possible? Back then still did not understand what had happened. Standing there staring at it, he rushed toward the stone pillar, telling himself to break the seal on the sea-calming divine needle and ensure nothing could revive it. Back then grabbed the sealed scroll. Immediately, loud noises echoed as chains clanked and were quickly removed. The chains around the stone pillar were released. From inside, a sorrowful, unwilling voice screamed out, no hesitation. Basithan exhaled a sigh of relief, finally turning his gaze to the strange patterns on the cliff wall. His voice dropped. This was the ancient demonic sect cultivation technique. Lian Hosheng, he reached out to touch his body and said, you want me to learn the demonic sect cultivation method? Are you trying to make me go mad? Kim Thin responded from within, chit chit. Only by practicing the demonic sect method can you and I fully merge. Without harmony, death is the only way out. He smirked bitterly. There was no choice here. Thoughts raced through his mind. But what if I do go mad? What is so scary about that? But Then quickly sat cross-legged on the ground to meditate, replying to Kim Thin, a cultivation method is neither good nor bad. Whether Buddha or demon depends on how I use it. I am taking the risk. He absorbed the method for a long while. The surrounding silence was so deep he could hear his own breath. A golden light began to slowly spiral into the center of his body. The divine light partially merged with Buxi Thun's forehead, making him frown in discomfort. Suddenly, BC Then's eyes snapped open, now glowing red as he absorbed the golden light. He smiled softly, feeling a deep satisfaction. It was done. He stared intently at his hands. Having mastered Lian Ho Sheng, he fully controlled Kim Thin. To truly bond with Kim Thin, I still have to learn the demonic sect method. Basi then leaned on his knees, slowly stood up, and reassured himself. No more overthinking. This was a big gain. The scene shifted outside the cave to a peaceful, beautiful village. Kuokai raised his cup, smiling as he flattered Zhu Li. Thanks to the great elder's help, I have risen to Vu Ving. Kuoko here toasts the great elder. Lo Am Chuyu warned him, don't he celebrate too soon? Though you are Vu Vijing and the Yevon clan is restrained by my Tite Vi, everything's under our control. But that foreign variable is unpredictable. We need backup plans. Kuo smiled and said, what is there to fear? Even the Defam family's eldest daughter is under my control as a Lef Ho-Ing woman. Even if he returns alive, I can still limit him. Dulit set down his tea carefully, saying, I hope. I still have a bad feeling. He stroked his beard anxiously, sensing something was about to happen. That night, heavy rain fell, shrouding everything in gloom. Hoan Si knelt before the golden deity statue, mumbling uncertainly. They said my name is Edep Hoan Si, the deity's wife, but I think I already have a husband. Her face looked dazed. She seemed to have lost her memory. But who is my husband? Memories flickered in her mind, the image of a man holding her, leaving her head in chaos. It hurts. Kuolong suddenly interrupted Hoan Si. If you can remember, then do not. Wife, have not you already found me? She startled. Ooh. He and Thething sneered with sinister smiles. The night dragged on, the husband and wife easing each other's lonely spirits. Homai snap. Get lost. I'm the sacred lady of Miyu Sidon. Get out of here. Kuolong advanced roughly, grabbing her wrist. Sacred lady, you have already slept with outsiders. Yet you call yourself sacred. Behave and let us enjoy a little. As he spoke, he yanked her clothes down, his intent obvious. Ho Monty struggled. Let go. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cracked across the sky. Kuolong flinched instantly. Damn, you scared me. EV thing. A bit shake. Suggested, maybe we should move somewhere else. This is a temple after all. He laughed sickly, gripping Homesi's terrified face tightly. What is there to fear? Isn't there such a thing as gods and demons in this world? Suddenly, a cold voice cut through, interrupting their vile actions. Kuolong startled, spun around, and shouted warily, who is there? A thing recognized the familiar face and stammered, is that you? Jian, you survived and came back? He ignored their questions, his anger blazing across his face as he immediately unleashed his spell. Bis then swung his hand, sending golden rays blasting toward them, pushing them back. Go to hell. Kuolong screamed in pain after being hit by the golden light. They quickly lost momentum, stepping back cautiously as Biki then advanced steadily. Hon unweakly sank to the ground, looking like a fragile girl ready to disappear at any moment. She looked up and asked, who are you? Bisithen knelt beside Hoendu, gently stroking her cheeks, replying, I am your husband. She stared at him, murmuring, husband? He covered her eyes with his hand, his face quickly darkening, yet he spoke gently, that is right. Ho Muna Si, you rest first. I will take care of getting justice for you. Ho Unchif Si fainted in Bekithen's arms as he carefully lifted her up, holding her close. His voice turned ice cold. Get ready. Over here. Lord Zaifun, quickly mobilize your people to protect the Zhang family. The Zhang family must not be wiped out. Light stepped forward, exclaiming, "No wonder the Kem family has held out so long against my demon king." Furious, he pointed right at the old man and said, Light, you are supposed to be a protector of the clan, but you nurture trouble instead. You killed me Fu Sing, are not you afraid of heaven's punishment? The old man retorted. Heaven's punishment? Look around, does this heaven even care about me? After rescuing Home C, BC then dropped down from the shrine and headed straight for Edep and G. Cutting them off, he said, if heaven won't act, then I will. His eyes locked onto Lit, determined to root out anyone blocking his path. Footsteps echoed from behind, growing louder as more arrived. Leading them were Kim Hee and Avi. The Lit group instinctively looked their way. The two women's faces brimmed with confidence as they bluntly asked, what about us? Vifam carried Ho Nuchi Si in his arms, taking steady steps toward the Vipung family head. Father, Jiang Bai then even saved Homa Nasi. The old man smiled joyfully. Good to have you back. Bis then swung a large sack before the two Lit men. Grinning slyly, you old guys know these two. As he spoke, he dropped it, revealing Kuolong lying sprawled on the ground. Kwako was terrified, anger flashing on his face as he shouted, my son! You bastard! How dare you kill my son? Lit leaned on his cane, warning the young man, you are not one of our Miyu seeing. Stay out of today's business. Kwako stomped his foot, unwilling to back down. Why listen to him? We have got the Demon King, plus my 1,000-legged centipede. Isn't that enough to kill this outsider? As he spoke, he swung his arm, summoning a massive centipede. Python took a fighting stance, glaring. Enough nonsense. Let us. Quav commanded the centipede and the Demon King to attack. His evil voice rang out. Let us see if the number one Ho Long can handle this. Kill him. Bissy then closed his eyes, chanting as a golden light swirled around his body. He said, let us see about that. The centipede charged right at him, close enough to strike. Suddenly, Bissy then opened his eyes wide, staring it down. Golden sparks flashed as his attack sliced the centipede into pieces as easily as flipping a hand. Lit trembled in fear at his power, his voice shaking. You have entered madness again. Bissy then sneered as if hearing a joke. Coldly, he shot back. I hate that word. He raised his hand, summoning a beam of light that transformed into a swift attack aimed at Lit. The old man was hit, the strike causing internal injury and coughing up blood. He cried out. Light collapsed to the ground. Kwakov, worried, rushed to him, asking, Lit, are you okay? Kwako helped him sit up. Lit trembled, pointing at BC then, saying, hurry, he's gone mad. We can fight him? The old man replied. I can move. Lit slowly stood, bracing his chest, struggling to say, Jayantha, you have fallen into madness. Too much killing intent will bring heaven's punishment. Suddenly, thunder cracked and rumbled, growing louder, striking down toward Kwakukyu. He screamed in agony from the pain. Basi then laughed bitterly, anger evident in his voice. Heaven's punishment. When you forced Honani Si to drink that deadly poison, did not you think of heaven's punishment? Holding Hodis, he stepped forward, voice firm. Hand over the antidote to the deadly love poison or die. Lit stammered. There is no antidote for the deadly love poison. Bissy then grew impatient. No antidote. Feeling his life threatened, the old man said, wait, do not kill me. There is no antidote, but it can still be cured. A golden light tightened around Julius' neck as Bissy then coldly ordered. The old man trembled, replying, the deadly love poison is the true curse of the Si Ulai clan. Only Che Thi can cure it. Master Vuvo, I truly admit my mistake. Before he could finish, sharp wires tightened around his neck, ending the life of the once renowned elder. After dealing with those two, he carried Ho Nuuk and turned away. Jiachi is in Konlun. To find Jia Trithi, we have to go there. Back then glanced at the female ghost, speaking lowly. It is just you left. He is no longer himself. You still want to protect him. She gave him a determined look and a promise. Spare him. I will stay at the ancient spirit temple and stabilize the Mew-seeking situation. You agree to that? Fine. Mew Sung will be yours from now on. A voice rang out, catching his attention. Back then, you are a bit surprised. Triyu Quan, why are you here? I will report to you. 2 urgent messages. 1. The governor's order calls you to the capital. 2. Miss Jiang was taken away by the Troning family from Kunkai. Back then pondered. But Troning family did not wait, he urged him on. Back then, we must prepare to leave for the capital soon. The Duong family had approached him. But first, you need to settle your marriage with Ho Nuuk. Triyu Quan was confused about back then's marriage. He replied quickly, promising to explain later. Back then patted his chest confidently. Duong family head. Rest assured, I will hold a grand wedding. Ho Nuuk will be Lady Vu. He snorted, reluctantly agreeing, since you are serious. I want to let my daughter marry some nobody. 3 days later, red silk hung everywhere, petals gently falling, and a loud voice declared the wedding had arrived. Back then held Ho Nuok's hand as they climbed the steps, and knelt, and bowed to heaven and earth. They then bowed together to the elders. The couple bowed to each other, husband and wife united. Ho Nuok whispered sadly, "Sorry. There is someone in my heart. But I can remember who." A hand gently touched her face. Back then leaned closer. "It is you will remember him, trust me." Then, seeing everyone seated, Back then turned and left. Triuquan seriously told him, "Back then, it is time to depart." Back then nodded as he walked away. "Yeah, let us." A carriage headed to Van Sun. And inside, Vang said, "The governor wants you to report in Beijing within half a month. We do not have much time to stay." Back then leaned back comfortably. "Last time I heard the governor was seriously ill. How's he now?" Triuquan driving replied, "Governor's condition is still unclear, but secure military documents confirm your return to Beijing is by his order." He frowned, curious. If it is the governor's order, why am I only allowed into the guard city and not the capital? Triuquan guessed they knew about the governor's recent troubles and feared it might upset him. Back then changed the subject. "What about Jiang Lei? Any leads?" Triuquan kept his eyes on the road. Since Miss Jiang was taken by the Troning family. No news? Recently, there is talk that Troning elder is arranging a marriage for her. He darkened, frowning. "The Tran family's dead. What marriage are they talking about?" Triuquan's face was grim too. "Our investigation shows the Troning family is declining, and the elder hopes to strengthen their position in the capital through marriage ties." The carriage neared a narrow road as they continued talking. "Also, we found out Miss Jiang's mother died, said she jumped from a building after business failures." Hearing this, he suspected it was not that simple and urged further investigation. Both quickly arrived. Triuquan informed him. Back then had arrived at Van Sun Princess Estate. Back then hummed softly, pushed the carriage door, and stepped out. Looking at the house, he felt a bit uneasy. How to tell Tite Vi about Ho Nuok? The Lord Vu may have multiple wives. Tite Vi demands absolute loyalty. It is a headache. Hearing a knock, Tite Vi called out, "Who is it?" She opened the door and saw him nearby. Surprised. Back then, his lips curled. "My love." Tite Vi quickly bounced forward and hugged him tightly. "I missed you so much." He spun her around. "I missed you too." She gasped in shock at those words. Tite Vi grabbed his hand and turned to leave. "Come to my room." Tite Vi threw the vest onto the floor, blushing shyly. "Tonight, I am in charge." Bisithen reached out to stop her. "Wait." Tite Vi, there is something I need to be honest about." Tite Vi lay on top of him, frowning in annoyance. "What is it? You have not been out flirting with other girls, have you?" SM paused, forcing a smile, thinking, are women's instincts always that spot on? Seeing his worry, Tite Vi covered her mouth to chuckle softly. "Haha, look at you scared silly. I am not some loose woman, so why are you so tense?" She spoke gently. "I used to be very suspicious, but not anymore." Tite Vi leaned close, lightly touching his lips with her finger. "Let us finish what we started earlier." "All right." Suddenly, Bisithen's eyes widened as he spat out blood, his energy flaring and pushing Tite Vi away. She quickly stood up, worriedly calling his name. Bisithen. Bisithen closed his eyes, gathering his strength. Hun then quite. How could magic and martial arts clash like this? Lian Hosen triggered a rejection effect. Previously, the two forces coexisted without conflict. He exhaled with difficulty. Just as he was about to agree with Tite Vi, a special energy inside him was corroded. Bisithen frowned deeply. He recalled that energy came from his bond with Ho Man Si. The corrosion must be why the two forces clashed. He pondered if he wanted that power again. He would need Ho Man Si, but she had forgotten him, so for now, he had to suppress the magic with Hein Than Quite, then slowly opened his eyes, finally returning to normal. Luckily, Kim Thin had not interfered, or suppressing the magic would not have been this easy. At that moment, Tite VX sat in front of him, looking worried. BC Then, are you okay? Basi spoke softly to reassure her. I am. Don't worry so much. Hearing that, Tite Vi hugged him tightly. Good. You scared me to death. He felt a bit embarrassed. Tite Vi, you. She looked at him with tender eyes. It is I understand. You are probably just not feeling well. Right? You should take care of yourself first. I am not in a rush. Bisi then felt relieved. My love. Thank you for understanding. Tite Vi nestled in his arms. It is even if you really can I want to hate you. Bis Then's face darkened as if slapped. Then suddenly he grabbed her shoulders tightly. She cleared her throat to remind him. Bis Then lay on top of Tite Vi, flashing a sly smile. Honey, am I still good to go? Do you want to try? Tite Vi replied playfully. Come on. Suddenly, a knock sounded outside, followed by a loud voice calling, "Cousin, are you there?" She quickly answered. Bis then stopped what he was doing. "You go ahead first." Tite Vi gently touched his face, apologizing. "Sorry, honey. I will make it up to you tonight." She quickly stepped out, opening the door. "What is it?" Lin entered. She looked at him with disdain. "Is not this the son-in-law? What are you doing at the door?" She crossed her arms and ordered, "I'm thirsty. Get me a glass of water." Besithen replied calmly, "Are you disabled now?" Livin angrily cursed, "You worthless giant scum. How dare you call me disabled? Want me to call my sister to divorce you right now?" His face darkened. Voice threatening, "The door's over there. You have two choices. Leave on your own or I will throw you out." Besithen said seriously, "There is no rule here against laying a hand on a woman." Lin smirked. Snorting coldly, she pointed at him with contempt. "You want to hit me? Trash. If you have got guts, do it." Besithen's expression darkened instantly. Angry, he grabbed her neck tightly. Lin struggled as Besithen dragged her by the neck. "Let go. What do you want?" He coldly threw her outside. Lin angrily pointed at Besithen, her voice bitter. "Jian, you are useless." He turned, shooting her a sharp glare. "Get lost." She refused to accept defeat, shouting, "Jian, just wait. I will make sure to report all your faults to my sister." Basi then slammed the door. Seeing his anger, Tite Vi spoke softly. "Back then, you glare at her with obvious irritation. Why would you still want to let her in here, to keep calling you a failure?" Tite Vi replied weakly, "I did not mean that." Just then, Triuquan ran in to report to him. "Back then, I have uncovered the truth about our boss," he said seriously. Upstairs, Back then brushed past Tite Vi but still kindly warned, "You and Triuquan discuss something. I will be away from the mansion for a few days. Take good care of yourself." She lowered her head and whispered, "Okay," feeling quietly troubled. Is Back then angry? A voice spoke inside the room. Back then had entered. "Let us." Triuquan quickly cut to the chase. Jinling also said that 2 years ago, the boss had founded the huge Then business group in Trucklevi City, but the good times did not last long. Subsidiaries of Then were caught smuggling drugs by customs. He explained seriously that the boss's close friend was the current deputy director of the group, namely Cha Van, director of the subsidiary at that time. To avoid jail, she asked the boss for help. The boss feared the Navy would find out she was the mastermind behind this, so she decided to take a desperate risk. Back then rubbed his face in frustration. "So what happened to Cha Van now?" Triuquan asked. "She is now the chief secretary of the Then group, and she cut all ties with the boss, calling her the disgrace of the entire group. This led to the boss being viciously cursed by everyone, and the Tron family also saw her as a disgrace. The boss nearly got kicked out of her home." He clenched his fists, struggling to hold back anger, shouting, "Cha Van, yeah?" Seeing this, Triuquan quickly tried to calm him down. Back then's anger eased. He growled to Triuquan, "In 3 days, we leave for Kinkai. I want that woman's head as an offering to heaven for my mother." And Chuan ordered clearly. 3 days later in Kinkai, sunlight shone on a large building. Back then focused on a map on the table. "After all this time, I finally found Hyunthan Quiet's goat skin map, but this land, Tocho, is vast and sparsely populated, with many mysteries in Kunlun. Probably there." He touched a marked corner on the map, pondering, "What does Hyunthan Quiet's owner want to hint at with this map? Do they want me to go to Kunlun? Or are they saying there is a secret spot in Tuko? Forget it. Let us finish things in Kinkai first, then head to Kunlun." Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. "Back then, there is news to report." Back then turned and nodded. Hearing this, Triuquan pushed open the door and entered. He said worriedly, "I just got a lead. In and out. The Lam Mayan building will hold an auction featuring an oil painting by the boss. The painting's called Dust and Dust." He crossed his arms, eyebrows furrowed. "My mother's relic," Triuquan said quietly. "Yes, Lam Mayan building also belongs to Then. That painting was commissioned by the boss in her lifetime from a famous Yest painter. It was her favorite work her whole life." Back then grabbed a cloak draped over a chair, put it on, a smirk curling his lips. "Then let us head to Lam Mayan building now." The car stopped in front of a large building. Back then got out and stood below the building. He looked up, then slowly walked inside. A few men stopped Back then sternly. "Sir, this is a private auction organized by Chairman Chow of our group, without an invitation. You are not allowed in." Back then crossed his arms arrogantly. "I am here to kill someone. Do not need an invite." After finishing, he shouted loudly, "Triuquan!" A fist swung through, causing the 2 guards to cry out in pain. The crowd murmured, wondering about this guy's background. Who dares to act so arrogantly in the Lam Mayan building? This place is private property of Cha Van, backed by 4 powerful clans. Does this guy not want to live anymore? 2 other guards rushed over, each holding a baton. The crowd quickly surrounded Back then and Triuquan, when suddenly a feminine voice rang out. "Stop!" The girl, arms crossed and amused, said to the subordinate beside her, "This young master is my friend. Don't block him." The subordinate bowed respectfully. "Yes, Miss Harris." This girl speaking is the granddaughter of Chiju Ven Ven and Chu Sen. Bis then raised an eyebrow upon hearing that. A partner, Chu Sen stepped closer to him, smiling warmly as she took Bik Thun's hand in a friendly gesture. "Sir, I happen to be short a partner today. Why do not you be my partner?"